And I'd like to acknowledge our fellow senators present here. Uh, Senator Soto, the Senate President, Senator Subiri, Senator Drilon, Senator Villanueva, Senator Marcos, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Go, Senator Poe, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Cayetano, Senator Angara, Senator Pimentel, and Senator Revilla, and I'm sure a lot more other senators are going to come because of the crucial nature of this hearing. Uh, may I ask the Secretary, the Director General of the Blue Ribbon Committee to acknowledge our guests, please, and immediately administer the oath.
Yes, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Please go ahead.
Uh, Your Honors, from the Department of Health, Dr. Francisco T. Duque, Secretary. Along with him are Dr. Leopoldo Vega, Undersecretary of Health for Administration and Finance.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, Director General. May I request all the guests, please, because we are on a Zoom or virtual coverage. I'd like to be able to see you and raise your hand so I can identify you with your name. I respectfully request that that be done, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Dr. From the beginning, Your Honor. Dr. Francisco T. Duque, Secretary, Department of Health. With him are Dr. Leopoldo Vega, Undersecretary of Health for Administration. Dr. Mirna Cabotaje, Undersecretary, Field Implementation and Coordination. Dr. Abdallah Dumama, Undersecretary for Field Implementation and Coordination, Team Visayas and Mindanao. Director Nestor Santiago, Assistant Secretary. Dr. Balboa, Gloria Balboa, Regional Director, Metro Manila. Dr. Valeriano Lopez, Regional Director, Ilocos. Dr. Corazon Flores, Regional Director, Central Luzon. Dr. Eduardo Hanairo, Regional Director, Calabarzon. Dr. Mario Baquilod, Regional Director, Mimaropa. Dr. Ernie Vera, Regional Director, Bicol. Dr. Jose Llacuna, Regional Director, Northern Mindanao. Dr. Annabel Yumang, Regional Director, Davao. Dr. Ruby Constantino, Regional Director, CAR. Also, Dr. Cesar Casion, Regional Director for Caraga. From the Department of Budget and Management, Officer in Charge, Tina Rosemarie Kanda. Along with her are Directors Jane Abella, Gina Brillantes, Ryan Lita, and Gerald Kanda. From the Commission on Audit, Chairperson Michael Aguinaldo. Along with him are Attorney Vivian Dulawan, Attorney 5, Dr. Miss Rodora Ugay, Supervising Auditor, Maria Carmelita Enriquez, Supervising Auditor, Ricardo Rivera, Audit Team Leader, Ethel Superable, Audit Team Leader, Leodora Sua, Audit Team Leader, Olense Josef Primavera, Audit Team Leader, Angelica Ann Ningwa, Audit Team Leader, Cheryl Tabangpura, Ana Lyle Manao, Jeffrey Rui Cerdenia, Carmen H. Ramos, Alimar Natangpop, Raymark de la Cruz, Cheryl Miliano, Zenaida Ablao, all audit team leaders, and Attorney Ridgeway Marabe, Acting Division Chief Legal Affairs Office. And last, Attorney Gloria Hamora, Attorney 5, LAO LSS. We have invited Attorney Geran from the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, but I don't see him yet. From the League of Provinces of the Philippines, National President, Governor, Justice Presbitero J. Velasco Jr. From the League of Cities of the Philippines, Janelle Rabe, representing Mayor Evelio Leonardia. From the Private Hospitals Association of the Philippines, Inc., Dr. Richard Lirio, MHA. From the Filipino Nurses United, Ms. Jocelyn Andamo. From the Alliance of Health Workers, Mr. Robert Mendoza. Along with him are Mr. Benjamin Santos Jr., Karen May Paurilio. From the St. Luke's Medical Center Employees Association, Mr. Hao Clumi. Your Honor, so far those are the persons who are present. May I administer the oath, Your Honor? Your Honor.
Well done. Yes, please proceed.
Those persons I have mentioned, could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear? Please turn on your videos, your cameras, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing?
I do.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, I think it is safe for us to record them as all having said yes, unless they say something else.
All right. I was going to suggest that we take a screenshot face by face so that we know that we have taken everybody. So on the first face, please raise your right hand again. And just for the purposes of the screenshot, go ahead. I'll tell you when to bring your hand down. Okay, thank you very much. Then the second set, please. If you're not in the camera, then we will not be able to count you. So please raise your hand. Raise your right hand, please. All right. And the third set, please. The lady, Joy Cruz, you're raising your left hand. Thank you. Can we do that again, please? Thank you. Go ahead. Next set, please. Can you turn on your video, please, so we can see you? Okay. I think, are we done, Director General? Bingo?
There's a fourth page, Your Honor.
First face?
Fourth page. People are still raising their right hand, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead. I don't see them.
There's Mr. De La Cruz. Kindly raise your right hand. Ms. Attorney Marabe.
Please ask them to turn on their video screen so we can take a screenshot.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Jeffrey Rui. Raise your right hand, please. Mr. B.L. Santos. Raise your right hand, please. Mr. Ali, kindly raise your yes. Yes, Your Honor. A picture may be taken now.
Okay, go ahead. I don't have their screen, their pictures. Can you tell everybody to please put on their video?
Kindly turn on all your cameras, please. Ms. Superable, kindly turn on your camera, please. A picture has been taken, so those who are raising their right hand, you may put them down. Thank you. Thank you.
I assume the broom staff took their pictures. Director General?
I will check, Your Honor, but I assume so, sir. One moment.
Anyway, we will just check it out when they speak because I want to be sure that nobody says the oath was not administered. It's just a minor housekeeping, but it might be said that they did not take their oath and therefore they should not be held liable. This is a very important meeting, and I'd like to make sure that we dot all the I's and cross all the T's. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I proceed, Mr. Senate President and all our fellow senators? With your permission, I'd like to proceed with my prefatory statements. Good morning, everyone. Once again, the world is at war. It is not a war like that in Afghanistan. It's a more insidious war. It is a war where the enemy cannot be seen, where the enemy could be right beside you and the enemy could be in the air that we breathe. It is a war where we ourselves can harm our own families, our own loved ones, and our neighbors and our colleagues in the office and everyone that we get in touch with. It is a war that has occurred 100 years ago, practically, almost, more or less. If you read the book, The Great Influenza, which at that time there was no immunization, but they did have a lot of people that were affected. Almost 50 to 100 million people died in that plague or in that pandemic, which was improperly called the Spanish flu. The world was at war between the Germans, the English, the Americans, and all the other countries, and they didn't want to accept the fact that their soldiers were ill. They did not want to allow anybody to get an advantage. So nobody knew what was going on, and the Spanish, who was a neutral country at that time, admitted that they had the problems, and that's why they called it the Spanish flu. With apologies to the Spanish government, I do not want to call it the Spanish flu because I think it stigmatizes the pandemic. Uh, you can easily call this the Chinese pandemic, but we're not going to do that. A century later, we are at war again, and this time this pathogen is really vituperative and really very deadly. Uh, and it has affected the whole population of the world practically. Worldwide, there have been 4,391,490 people dead, and there are active cases of 17 million as of August 17, 17,297,396. In the Philippines, mercifully, there we have 30,462 people. That's too many. One death is one death too many, and the active cases are 105,787. I do give importance to these figures in the Philippines, but I also caution that we have not done effective testing uh, and effective tracing, and that is my very, very deep concern as a member of the International Red Cross. And we want to be sure that the Department of Health has got a handle on this because, as you know, the Red Cross started the automated testing. We started with RITM, which we're doing manual testing, but with since gone up to almost 4 million tests a day in the Red Cross, plus making it easy by allowing not just swabbing but also saliva testing. In some, we have 3,854,000 by the Red Cross, and of course, the others you can see on the board have done their tests. I believe the Toxicare has about almost 900,000 tests a day as of today. Having said that, the problem now goes to the issue at hand when the COA, in in pursuit of its constitutional duty, and we will not shoot the messenger here. Uh, the COA has to be respected because it balances any possibility of abuse, corruption, or fraud, waste, and abuse. And therefore, before I further on speak, I would like to ask everybody to bow their heads and for a few seconds because one of the members of the investigating committee of COA has died, a fellow by the name of uh, Jake Simafranca, uh, the audit team leader, and was behind the preparation of the annual audit report of the DOH. He died of a heart attack yesterday. He's just 40 years of age. So let's bow our heads down and give a thought and a prayer for this young man, and not about COVID, but certainly the job is very stressful. Thank you. May he rest in peace. May he be in the bosom of our Lord in heaven. In the meantime, the rest of the population remains in danger of infection. with the resurgence of new variants. We already have Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, and on August 15, 2021, it is reported the Philippines already has the Lambda variant. Sounds like the fraternities in UP, the Greek letter fraternities. Uh, and who knows what other variants, perhaps more virulent, will evolve as time passes. In the front lines of our war against COVID-19 are our medical health professionals, our healthcare workers, including the maintenance folks like janitors, wheelchair pushers, as well as gurney handlers and maintenance, the people who wash clothes, etc. And there are quite of them. There are legion. Who, after almost 2 years of our fight and amidst the resurgence of cases brought by the Delta variant, have already grown tired, sick, and demoralized. Napakarami po nila na talagang marami na natamaan. And it is a credit to this Senate that we followed this uh, amendment that we provide $1 million for people who died, our healthcare workers, as well as amelioration by providing uh, financial support for those who got sick. Uh, as a corollary to that, and to expand the fact that the Congress does care for our people who are on the front lines, I want to point out that uh, as of April 2021, at least 80 health workers in the Philippines have lost their lives due to COVID-19, and we're not even sure if this number has captured the real score. Not only are health workers getting sick and dying of COVID-19, they've also started to become demoralized. And this is where our initiatives in the Senate, which is to make sure that uh, our health workers are protected, because we cannot fight a war without the frontliners. And the rationale behind that is that if they get sick or if they walk out or if they get absent, uh, we are less effective, and people who go to the hospital will be certainly extremely more vulnerable. And that is why we pay particular importance to our health workers, including doctors, nurses, other healthcare workers, our people in the lab. And for that, we have issued several legislation, and that is the Special Risk Allowance under Bayanihan 1, Republic Act 11469, March 24, 2020, valid until June 25, 2020. Section 4D thereof ensures that all public health workers are protected. May protection sila, may nabibigyan sila ng tinatawag na Special Risk Allowance sa COVID-19. And in addition to this, the hazard pay granted under the Magna Carta of Public Health Workers or Republic Act number 73 or 5. Ito ay para sa public health workers. At dahil sa marami tayong private nurses at private healthcare workers, dinagdagan natin sa Bayanihan 2 ang tinatawag natin noong September 11, 2020, valid until June 30, 2021. It is extended from December 19, 2020. A provision that provides SRA or special risk allowance by the national government for all public and private health workers directly catering to or in contact with COVID-19 patients. And I call the attention of my fellow senators because this colatilla really provides a lot more confusion. Personally, I feel that pag naandun ka, hindi mo naman malalaman kung ikaw ay nadaanan ng isang taong may COVID. So you are always at risk. So dapat tignan natin yan. For every month that they are serving during the state of national emergency as declared by the President, provided that the COVID-19 special risk allowance of public health workers shall be in addition to the hazard pay granted under Republic Act number 7305 or the Magna Carta of Public Health Workers, and the active hazard duty pay granted under this act, provided further that the COVID-19 special risk allowance for full public and private health workers shall be exempt from income tax. The special risk allowance for private and public health workers the Joint Circular 1, Series of 2021 of the Department of Budget and Management pursuant to Admin Order 42, Series of 2021 and Republic Act number 11494, Bayanihan 2, provides that not more than 5,000 pesos per month to public and private health workers who directly cater to, again, that phrase, directly catered to or in contact with COVID-19 patients. In addition, the grant of the COVID-19 SRA shall be prorated based on the number of days that the public and private health workers physically report for work in a month. So lumalabas yan na nabibigyan sila ng mga benepisyo na tinawag natin na ganyan. Tapos meron tayong benefits of public healthcare workers, public na naman, under Republic Act 7305 or the Magna Carta of Public Healthcare Workers. One, normal hours of work, Section 15 RA 7305. Sinasabi ko lang ito para maintindihan ng mga nanonood at nakikinig. Normal hours of work, the normal hours of work of any public health worker ay hindi lalampas ng 8 oras sa isang araw or 40 hours a week. That is, I think, a dream. But actually, lumalampas ang trabaho ng karamihan ng ating mga healthcare workers, lalo na yung mga nurses at sa mga doktor. Hours work shall include all the time during which a public health worker is required to be on active duty or to be at a prescribed workplace, and be all the time during which a public health worker is suffered or permitted to work, provided the time when a public health worker is placed on call, naka-standby, baka dumami, shall not be considered as hours work, but shall entitle the public health worker to an on-call pay equivalent to 50% of his or her regular wage. On-call status refers to a condition when public health workers are called upon to respond. Nagre-respond din sila sa talagang maseselan at talagang emergency or urgent or immediate need for health, medical assistance or relief work during emergencies, such that he cannot devote the time for his or her own use. Meron din silang overtime work, where the exigencies of the service or require any public health worker may be required to render service beyond the normal 8 hours a day. In such a case, the worker shall be paid an additional compensation in accordance with existing laws and prevailing practices. 3, work during rest day. Where a public health worker ay nagtrabaho during his scheduled rest day, dapat bayaran siya ng additional compensation in accordance with existing laws. B, kung ang public health worker ay nagtrabaho o napilitan magtrabaho on any special holiday, she shall be paid an additional compensation in accordance with existing laws. And where such holiday work falls on the worker's scheduled rest day, she shall be entitled to an additional compensation as may be provided by existing laws. Meron na silang night shift differential kung saan every public health worker shall be paid a night shift differential of 10% of his or her regular wage for each hour of work performed during the night shifts customarily adopted by hospitals. Every health worker ay kailangan magtrabaho on the period covered after his regular schedule shall be entitled to the regular wage plus the regular overtime rate and an additional amount of 10% of such overtime rate for each hour of work performed between 10 o'clock in the evening to 6 o'clock in the evening. 5, hazard allowance. Yan ang tinatawag natin talaga mga delikado. Ito ay covered ang mga public health workers sa mga ospital, sanitaria, rural health units, main health centers, health infirmaries, barangay health stations, clinics, and other health-related establishments located in difficult areas, malalayong lugar, or strife-torn, or yung mga may giyera or embattled areas, distressed or isolated stations, prison camps, mental hospitals, radiation-exposed clinics, laboratories or disease-infested areas, or in areas declared under state of calamity or emergency for the duration thereof, which expose them to grave danger, contagion, radiation, volcanic activity, eruption, occupational risk, or perils to life as determined by the Secretary of Health or the head of the unit with the approval of the Secretary of Health, shall be compensated hazard allowances equivalent to at least 25%, receiving salary grade 19 and below, and 5% for health workers with salary grade 20 and above. Meron pa silang subsistence allowance na binibigay sa kanila to render service within the premises of hospitals, sanitarias, yung sinabi ko na kanina, to full subsistence allowance of 3 meals which may be computed, binibigyan sila ng pagkain in accordance with prevailing circumstances as determined by the Secretary of Health, and in consultation with the management health workers, consultative councils established under Section 33 of this Act provided that representation and travel allowance shall be given to rural health physicians as enjoyed by municipal agriculturists, municipal planning and development officers, and budget officers. 7. Longevity pay. A monthly longevity pay equivalent to 5% of the monthly basic pay shall be paid to a health worker for every 5 years of continuous, efficient, and meritorious services rendered as certified by the Chief of Office concerned, commencing with the service after the approval of this act. And of course, laundry allowance, naka-uniforme sila. Lahat ng public health workers who are required to wear uniforms regularly shall be entitled to laundry allowance equivalent to 125 pesos per month para siguradong malinis at ligtas sa mga mikrobyo yung kanilang ginagamit, provided that this rate shall be reviewed periodically and increased accordingly according to the Secretary of Health in consultation again with the appropriate government agencies concerned. Meron rin silang remote assignment allowance, so malalayong lugar na pagka nandun ka, meron kang equivalent to 50% of their basic pay and shall be entitled to reimbursement of the cost of reasonable transportation to and from such remote post or station upon assuming or leaving such position and during official trips. At meron rin silang housing. Dapat meron silang free living quarters within the hospital, sanitarium or health infirmary, or if such quarters are not available, shall receive quarters allowance as may be determined again by the Secretary of Health and so forth and so on. So, ang overview therefore ay hindi naman naging maramot ang ating pamahalaan at makikita natin na ang talagang principal responsible officer dyan ay ang Department of Health, ang departamento to develop housing projects in its own lands, not otherwise devoted for other uses. Yan para doon sa mga quarters at saka sa lahat ng mga dapat ipamigay sa mga public health workers nakapatong sa responsibilidad ng Secretary of Health and the Department of Health. Now, ang problema natin ngayon ay nagkaroon ng medyo kaguluhan. Nagkaroon tayo ng mess because sa grabe sapagkat maraming Filipino health workers now na gustong mag-resign. Hindi naman siguro buong-buo yan, pero over the lack of benefits or delayed nang uhuli yung benefisyong binibigay nila. Yan ay ayaw natin mangyari, and as a senator and as a public servant, I have long fought for the welfare and benefits of our nurses and other health workers. Ako ay nagtayo ng hospital na 2 beses na at pati sa Red Cross inaalagaan namin lahat ang mga healthcare workers natin dito. Kaya naiintindihan ko ang kalagayan nila. Sa Bayanihan 1 and 2, nasabi ko na ito, na-insert natin yung kanilang required testing of public and private health workers every 15 days. Tinetest namin to ensure their protection and provision of compensation to public and private health workers who have contracted COVID-19 in the line of duty. Para sa ganon ay matutulungan natin sila. Tinulungan rin natin yung provision ng increase in salary of nurses under the 2020 General Appropriations Act. Marami kami mga senador na bumoto dyan, halos lahat, so that government nurses will have a starting salary of grade 15 or 31,545 pesos per month. At nung nagkaroon ng konting aberya dyan, ay pinaalalahan natin na dapat malinawan yon na dapat hindi babawasan yung mga sweldo ng ibang mga nurses natin. Ang question ngayon dito sa ating problema ngayon ay yung overarching philosophy natin na dapat dahil nagbibigay sila, na humaharap sila ng serbisyo sa panahon ng karimlan at sa mga lugar na pwede silang magkasakit. Ini-incentivize natin ang health workers na dahil sa kanilang risk-taking na mabigyan ng kanilang pamilya ng konting panatag na kalooban at risk of illness, death, at ang bansa natin ay magkaroon ng mga tamang tauhan na talagang kung gera o katulad ng pandemya ay may sisipot ang mga nurse katulad ng mga sundalo na kailangan mabigyan rin sila ng ganitong mga combat pay para sa ganoon mapoproteksyon nila ang ating bayan. Ang punto natin ngayon ay ito, nababayaran ba? Kaya ako inuna ito mga kasama sa Senado. Yung iba makukuha natin yan because sabi nga ng iba, dapat preliminary pa lang raw ang COA So, hindi natin dapat sunugin yung messenger ng COA. Alam ko mayroong mga 30 to 60 days para magawa ng paraan yung mga discrepancy o kakulangan na ginawa ng Department of Health. Kaya hindi dapat tayo nagwawala na winarat sila. Sorry, Secretary Duque, I do not agree with your statement na winarat kayo. Ginawa ng COA ang tungkulin nila at kayo ay may pagkakataon na sumagot at ayusin yung mga kusot na nakita sa inyo. Nga lang, siyempre, tayo ay nanimumuhay sa isang demokrasya at may malayang pahayag at siyempre, hindi natin mapigil kumisan ang ating mga namamahayag na ilabas yan at medyo madagdagan at medyo lagyan pa na maanghang at mga statement na pinagre-resign. Hindi naman tama yan sapagkat tayo, we are a government of laws and of men and we judge based on due process. Kung hindi nababayaran, bakit hindi nababayaran? Sino ang dapat managot? Yan ang mga tatanungin rin natin dito. Dapat ba nating baguhin ang batas para isama ang ibang mga tao? Alam ko kasama ang mga janitors na nasa emergency ward. Yung mga vaccinators, kailangan ng isama yan dahil na-expose rin sila. Yung mga ambulance drivers, mga orderlies, yung mga nagtutulak napag-usapan natin yan, pati yung nagtutulak ng wheelchair, yung mahawak ng gurney. This committee hearing, therefore, of the Blue Ribbon is called in aid of legislation to clarify these matters and to provide solutions. There should be uniformity in the application of the law, benefits of nurses and healthcare workers. Red Cross couldn't find nurses in Metro Manila, halimbawa. So, anong nangyari? Nag-recruit pa kami ng mga nurse na hindi nababayaran ng gusto doon sa Iligan na wala pang halos na presyo ng araw. At dinala natin dito at ilagay natin sa emergency field hospitals at nabayaran sila ng 35,000 at may hatid sundo, may hotel accommodation, may pagkain. And during this resurgence, that Southern City is now in dire need of nurses. Kaya dapat tunghayan natin ng ating pansin yung lugar na yan because sumama na ang kalagayan doon sa Mindanao, sa Cagayan de Oro, sa Iligan, sa Davao, at marami pang lugar sa Zamboanga at sa Visayas. Dapat madagdagan. Kaya nga, ang inyong abang lingkod, sinabi ko at sumulat ako at mabuti naman sinagot tayo ng Professional Regulatory Commission na dapat wag nang ipagpaliban yung pag-examine ng mga nurses na ilang beses na, 3 beses pinagliban yung board exams. Natuwa ako na nagawa na nila yung examen noong July at therefore, madadagdagan natin ang mga nurses na kulang at yan ay naganap na at dapat pang bilisan. Huwag na sana maghintay pa sa Disyembre hanggat maaari matuloy na kagad ang examen sapagkat sa November pa ang next examen. Dapat magawa na kagad sa lalong madaling panahon na makapag-examine yung mga nurses at yung mga healthcare workers katulad ng mga medtech at katulad ng iba pang mga dapat mag-examine. Kaya dapat huwag natin i-postpone ang licensure examination for nurses. At ang anunsyo nila ay 5,000 na 8 at about out of 7,746 ang pumasa sa nurses licensure examination given by the Board of Nursing in the cities of Manila, Baguio, Cagayan de Oro, Cebu, Davao, Iloilo, Legazpi, Lucena, Pagadian, Pampanga, Pangasinan, Tacloban, Tuguegarao, and Zamboanga this July 2021. We must also have force multipliers. Ito ay suggestion ng inyong abang lingkod na in our fight against COVID, mag-train tayo ng mga high school graduates or mga college students to vaccinate. It only takes 2 weeks according to General Galvez ng IATF na mag-train ng tinatawag nating medic sa military at we can train 18-year-olds at the very least na magbakuna. And we want as much as possible that the young people are vaccinated. Huwag na tayo maghintay dahil kakapusin na naman tayo sa vaccine sapagkat ang gobyerno natin ay makikipagkompetensya na naman sapagkat ang Amerika ay magdadagdag ng ikatlong vaccine. Ang Israel, nagdagdag na sila ng ikatlong booster shot, which means kukulangin na naman ang supply ng vaccination sa buong mundo. Kaya kailangan isanla natin lahat ang kailangan isanla para I'm just talking euphemistically na i-prioritize natin makakuha tayo ng vaccine sa lalong madaling panahon. To the credit of the government, we have at least 7 or 8 vaccines. Kaya nakaabot tayo ngayon ng almost 30,000. Hindi naman lahat masama. We want as much as possible, therefore, that the young people from 12 years old, katulad sa Amerika, ay mabaksinate At dapat bilisan ng mga senior citizens, huwag na sila maghintay. Kaya kami sa Red Cross at sa ibang mga local governments ngayon ay kumuha ng mga buses para mag-vaccinate sa mga looban para hindi napipila yung matatanda at mabaksunahan yung gusto na magpabakuna sa mga looban. Ang problema, vaccine supply pa rin. Ngayon lang oras na ito, lumalakad na yung mga buses ng Red Cross na aabot ng 10 sa Region 4A at saka sa Central Luzon at meron na tayo sa Cebu at nanghihingi na ngayon pati Davao, nanghihingi na sa ibang lugar ng mga buses yung ibang mga kababayan natin at pipilitin natin kumuha pa ng mga buses. Alam ko kaya ng gobyerno natin gawin niya diyan. We are very disappointed the very little money that we have is not being spent properly. This is the rest of the investigation. Inuna ko lang itong mga healthcare workers because ayaw na, dapat ma-address natin yan. At pangako ko sa inyo lahat, sa aking mga kasama, na tutuloy natin ito para pag nakasagot na kayo, malaman natin kung talaga may kasalanan o walang kasalanan ang Department of Health. Kaya unahin natin itong mga bagay na kaya natin sagutin, katulad itong mga healthcare workers kung nababayaran sila, o di kaya naman may kapabayaan ba na bakit nagkaroon tayo ng 2.9 billion in 1 year na halaga ng expired medicine at taon-taon maraming expired medicine. That is something we cannot afford. Anong sistema ang ginagawa niyo dyan para bago mag-expire, ina-anunsyo nyo na at sinasabi na sa inyo ng mga kawani ninyo o ng local government na binigyan nyo ng medicine na malapit na mag-expire para kunin at ibigay kagad dun sa mga nangangailangan. Biro nyo, ang dami rin mga high blood pressure medicine na nag-expire. At gusto natin sabihin rin dyan na in this hearing, let's first focus on the welfare and benefits. Sabi ko na yan, yung healthcare workers. This is the most urgent issue at hand. And the other questions would be yung mga 700,000 peso computers, yun talagang pampaingay lang yon. I hope this is not the case, but we will have to ask those questions. At saka kailangan rin masabi natin yung mga kailangan natin tunghayan, katulad ng mga tanong, at maraming tanong ang aking mga kasama, sigurado ako na dapat pang tanungin upang sa ganon yung response natin sa COVID-19 ay lalong mas masino. And now that we have said the opening statement out of respect to the Senate President, the Right Honorable Vicente, not Vicente, Senate President Soto, to ask the questions, followed by the Minority Floor Leader. Alam ko magbibigay ng opening statement si Senator Drilon. He has asked me to do so, and before I call on the Senate President, unless he has an opening statement, I will now call on my good friend, Senator Franklin Drilon, the Minority Floor Leader. Go ahead, Mr. Floor Leader, Minority Floor Leader, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. Just an opening statement to put in context the questions that we will raise later on. Mga kasama, Mr. Chairman, nakakalungkot po ang report ng COA sa Department of Health. It is alarming that out of the 77 billion COVID-19 budget of the DOH, the COA has found deficiencies in the management of 67 billion. Napakarami po nating katanungan. Mr. Chairman, to me, the transfer of 42 billion to the procurement service of the Department of Budget and Management without documentation is the most alarming item. It comprises the biggest chunk of the mismanaged 67 billion DOH COVID-19 funds. The COA said the 42 billion fund transfers, quote, were not supported with complete documentary requirements, contrary to law and regulations, and casted doubts on the validity, regularity, and propriety of transactions, end of quote. Ito po ang gusto natin maliwanagan. Sino ba ang nag-utos sa DOH na ipasa ang 42 billion sa procurement service ng DBM? Why is there no memorandum of agreements? Saan ba ginamit yung 42 billion? Ito ba ay nagastos na? Ilan ba ang nabiling PPE test kits at ventilators. Sino ba ang naging supplier o suppliers? Karagdagang katanungan po, kasama ba sa 42 billion yung pinambili ng face mask na ayon sa COA ay binili sa halagang 27 pesos and 22 centavos kada piraso at face shields na nagkakahalaga ng 120 pesos kada piraso? Hindi ba masyadong mahal ang pagkakabili nito? These transfers, Mr. Chairman, raise red flags as these are unaccounted and liquidated transfers. These are most susceptible to corruption as they easily become invisible. Paalaala lang po, the pandemic is not an excuse to disregard procurement laws and transparency in the use of public funds. Another alarming item is the huge unobligated allotment of 11.89 billion pesos. Ano ba ang mga proyekto na nakasama sa 11.89 billion? 975 million for special risk allowance and active hazard duty pay, hindi po nagastos. 388 million for the hiring of emergency workers, hindi po nagastos. 764 million for hiring of human resource for the health personnel of the DOH, hindi po nagastos. 2.6 billion for continuous COVID-19 laboratory testing services and the hiring of human resource health personnel, hindi po nagastos. 1.3 billion for COVID-19 emergency response project, hindi po nagastos. And 3.4 billion for procurement of vaccines, hindi po nagastos. Ang tanong natin, 11.89 billion lang po ba ang hindi ginastos ng DOH? Mr. Chairman, it appears to me that the DOH tried to mask its unobligation rate and its inefficiency by transferring 42 billion to the procurement service of the DBM. In effect, this fund transfer minimized, on paper, the DOH underspending of COVID-19 funds. Mas malaki pa ang hindi nagagastos sa pera ng DOH kung isasama natin yung hindi nagastos sa pundo na ipinasa sa DBM. Sa audit po ng COA sa procurement service ng DBM, nakita ng COA na mahigit 29 billion pa lamang ang nagastos para sa pambili ng PPE, gamot, ventilator, test kits at iba pa. Ibig sabihin, Mr. Chairman, mayroon pang mahigit sa 12 bilyong piso ang nakaparada sa DBM. Kaya sa kabuuan, lumalabas na aabot sa 24 billion o 31.17% ng COVID funds ang hindi nagastos ng DOH. Is it criminal to underspend in the face of a pandemic? Ilan ba ang mabibiling oxygen tank sa halagang 24 billion? Ilang frontliners ba ang mabibigyan ng aumento sa kanilang special risk allowance? Ilang PPE at test kits pa ang mabibili natin sa 24 billion? Mr. Chairman, hindi lang po COA ang nagsabi na may mali sa paggasta ng pera. Nauna na po yung DBM. Ang DBM itself, the DBM itself, has responded to the low disbursement of DOH and has responded with budget cuts, calling out the agency for the visual spending in the previous years. Mr. Chairman, these are just a few questions and observations that we have. And let me take this opportunity to thank the COA, led by its chairman, Mike Aguinaldo, who is present here today, for the report, the work of the Commission on Audit. We thank you for your crucial role in good governance and in ensuring that the people's money is well spent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to my colleagues.
Thank you very much for your very prescient questions, Senator Dillon. Let me just proceed now to Senator Soto, Senate President Soto, if he's around. What? Then Senator De La Rosa is recognized based on arrival. Senator Ronald De La Rosa? If Senator De La Rosa is not yet ready, I will call Senator Hentiveros. Please proceed, Senator Hentiveros.
Mr. President, before you recognize, Mr. Chairman, before we recognize
Yes,
Senator
Mr. Chair.
Risa, with the permission of Senator Risa, how do we? Is this only for opening statements, or we can direct questions already, Mr. Chairman?
These are our colleagues who deserve opening statements.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman.
You're very welcome, Mr. Subiri. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At salamat kaayo, Madjo. Magandang tanghali po sa atin lahat, Mr. Chairman. Lahat po tayo dito ay halos walang tulog. Hindi po ito pa-contest kung sinong ahensya ang may maraming ginagawa o kung sino ang pinakapagod at nakakaawa. Ito po ay usapin ng pananagutan, ng pagtupad sa mga pangako at paggawa ng mga tungkulin ayon sa nakasaad sa batas. Kung may nawarak man ngayong panahon ng pandemya, ang nawarak ay ang kabuhayan at kinabukasan ng milyong-milyong ordinaryong mamamayan. Maging sa pagtitipon natin ngayon, habang hinihimay ang COA report na ito, ginagampanan natin ang ating mga tungkulin sa bayan. For my part, Mr. Chair, nais kong bigyang atensyon ang tatlong malalaking halaga na nasilip ng COA. Una, ang pinakamalaki sa mga gusto kong itanong, ang 42 billion pesos na fund transfer para sa COVID-19 programs, gaya rin ng tinukoy ng Minority Leader. Ang perang ito ay ibinigay sa mga implementing agencies nang walang memorandum of agreement at iba pang mga dokumento. Na-implement ba ang mga programa at paano sila isinagawa? May pera, pero alam ba natin kung saan napunta? Ikalawa, bakit may halos 12 billion pesos na nakalaan para sa mga benepisyo tulad ng Special Risk Allowance at Active Hazard Duty Pay na unobligated o hindi nagamit, gaya ng tinuro ng Chair? Habang may 12 billion pesos na nakatambay lang, yung ating mga healthcare workers ay dumudukot sa sarili nilang bulsa dahil hindi man lang sila naambunan ng hazard pay at risk allowance. Wala rin silang masakyan papunta sa trabaho at pauwi sa kanilang mga tahanan. Ang masama pa, may mga healthcare workers na nagka-COVID pero hindi pa rin nakakatanggap ng compensation kahit kumpleto ang requirements. Paano nangyaring walang napuntang 12 billion pesos samantalang napakalinaw ng pangangailangan ng kanilang sektor? May pera pero hindi ginasta. At ikatlo, ang higit 95 million pesos na halaga ng expired na gamot. Hindi man ito bilyones, ngunit sa gitna ng pinakamalaking krisis pangkalusugan, bakit hinayaang mabulok lang ang mga gamot sa taguan? Matagal ng problema sa DOH itong bulto-bultong supply ng gamot na napapanis sa kanilang mga warehouse at ipinapakita ng COA audit na hindi pa rin nila ito nasusolusyonan. Nakakalungkot sabihin na kung alin pa ang Department of Health, ito pa mismo ang nag-aaksaya ng gamot. Pampagaling na, naging bato pa. May pera, ginasta, may supply, pero hindi naman napakinabangan ng taong bayan. Mr. Chair, mga kasama, At any other time, this report would be standard procedure bilang ang COA ay isang independent at constitutional body. But today is exactly 521 days since community quarantine was first imposed in the Philippines. Sumisirit ang kaso ng COVID dahil sa mga bagong variant. Kulang pa rin ang mga bakuna. Malapit na ang Burr months, pero wala pa rin katiyakan kung kailan ba talaga ang new and better normal. Paano makakapaghanap buhay ang mga Pilipino kung hindi naman mapanagutan ang mga pangakong pangkalusugan? It is against this backdrop of rising uncertainty that cold, hard facts are being revealed about the way the DOH spent or failed to spend the funds appropriated by Congress. Yes, this is a regular audit report, but it calls for a greater sense of urgency on the part of our government. Mr. Chair, this is not the time for business as usual. Salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Hontiveros. We shall now call Senator Kiko Pangilinan. The remarks are appreciated, Senator Hontiveros. Thank you very much. Senator
Thank you.
Pangilinan is recognized.
Magandang tanghali. Maraming salamat to the chair of the Blue Ribbon Committee, Senator Gordon. My opening statement is brief. A year ago, a nurse from Cainta made headlines. In a viral Facebook post, Joy Cruz said that her mom, 47-year-old Maria Teresa Cruz, died before even getting her hazard pay. When Joy was told that the hazard pay was ready weeks after her mother passed, she was expecting at least 30,000 pesos based on DOH public pronouncements of a 500 peso hazard pay per day. Their family, however, received only 7,000. Bukod sa late o nahuli na ang hazard pay, hindi pa po ito sapat upang suklian ang sakripisyo at pag-ubuwis ng buhay ng ating mga kababayan, lalo na ang frontliners na araw-araw hinaharap ang panganib sa pandemya. The story of the Cruz family is but one of many stories behind the scenes of how our frontliners have to wait even weeks or months or wait in vain just to get the hazard pay owed them. In a pandemic where they are part of the country's first line of defense, they had to suffer through many gaps of our healthcare system, from working long hours to not having proper PPEs while not being properly compensated. And this is why we are alarmed over the Commission on Audit Support report, earlier mentioned by our minority leader, by the chair of the committee, and also by Senator Ontiveros. Ayon sa DBM, as of June 30, 2021, nung nag-expire ang Bayanihan 2, 13.8 billion ay unobligated. At dito sa Bayanihan 2, 7.57 billion ay sa DOH. Gagamitin dapat ito sa pag-implementa ng Bayanihan 2 kasama na ang pag-hire ng human resources for health personnel, procurement ng medisina and COVID vaccines, pambayad sa sahod at iba pang benefits ng mga human resource for health at patuloy na COVID-19 laboratory testing. Habang pagod at nagkukumahog ang ating mga doktor at nurses, napapabalita pa ang di umano'y bilyong-bilyong korupsyon sa DOH. Nakaka-demoralize talaga. Nung isang linggo, nagkaroon ng pagpupulong ang ilang mga nurses association, mga empleyado ng iba't ibang mga ospital, kasama ang ating chairman ng komite, kasama si Senator Ontiveros, at pinag-usapan yung bilyong-bilyong halaga na hazard pay na hindi na matatanggap ng mga empleyadong ito dahil nag-expire na ang Bayanihan 2. Ang sagot ng DOH, hindi daw nag-apply itong mga ospital na ito para makuha itong mga benefits na ito. Ay dapat magpaliwanag ang DOH. Tama ba yun? Dahil hindi na lang nag-apply, hindi na rin pinroseso? Hindi ba nagkaroon ng mas masinop na pagpapabigay ng impormasyon para mapabilis itong prosesong ito? Dahil sa pag-expire ng Bayanihan 2 last June 30, hindi na maaaring ma-release ang pondong ito, nabalik na sa Treasury. Kinakailangan ng bagong batas na hindi na ibigay sa services rendered, ika nga, ng ating mga frontliners. In this regard, we have filed rather a Senate bill that has yet to be numbered. I understand it will be numbered on Monday. The Hospitals Frontliners Act to ensure the disbursement and the appropriation of these funds for services already rendered and yet and yet the fund has not been obligated and therefore it has been returned to the Treasury. To ensure prompt and proper distribution of benefits for healthcare workers during the public health emergencies. The proposed measure, we seek to legislate benefits and compensation that was provided but failed to be disbursed under Bayanihan Law 2. We propose 6 permanent benefits for our frontline health workers, special risk allowances for every month in the duration of the national emergency, active hazard pay within 25% of their daily salaries on top of the hazard pay, assumption of all medical expenses of public and private health workers in case of exposure to the disease, compensation for public and private health workers who have contracted the disease in the line of duty equivalent to the following: 15,000 for mild cases or moderate cases, 100,000 for severe cases, and 1 million will be given to direct beneficiaries in case of death. We include free life insurance, accommodation, transportation, and meals under the national state of emergency, and of course, provisions for PPEs and free and regular testing. Hindi pwede ang mabagal kapag emergency. Alam niyan ng ating healthcare workers at dapat alam din ng pamahalaan. We hope our questions can be clarified in this hearing, and we look forward to discussing with you also our Post-Hospital Frontliners Act so that we can provide the necessary support for our frontliners as we face this pandemic. Maraming salamat at magandang araw sa kanila lahat.
Thank you, Senator Pangilinan. I'm glad that we're able to give the overview of what the Senate has done together and our concerns. Now we call Senator Joel Villanueva to make he will be the last one to make an opening statement, and we can proceed to questions right away. Go ahead, Senator Villanueva.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad to see you up and about.
Thank
you. Let me, first of all, congratulate you for calling for this very important hearing. And let me just stress and emphasize what you made mention about the importance of testing and contact tracing, Your Honor, because I think that's our weakest link at this point, still at this point in time. Mr. Chairman, we're here, and I'm going to make this very brief. I will no longer repeat what my colleagues had mentioned a while ago. We are here to listen also to the Department of Health. We want to give them time and opportunity to speak up and explain this information that we have gathered. Also, we wanted to ask COA as to how the audit went, ano ba yung proseso, ano ba yung ginawa nila. I think the bottom line is accountability, Mr. Chairman. Pananagutan. Public office is a public trust. And kung titignan ho natin ang ating mga healthcare workers, understaffed and overwhelmed. Ang ating mga healthcare workers ay pagod na po sa paglaban sa COVID-19. We previously called for a clear plan, Mr. Chair, from the DOH to manage the overburdened healthcare system. Nabanggit po natin ito way back November pa, Mr. Chairman, noong nakaraang taon, na meron pong 14,553 vacant positions sa Office of the Secretary ng Department of Health. Ayon po doon sa 2021 National Expenditure Program yan. Gusto rin natin malaman ilan na po ba yung napunan sa mga bakanteng posisyon na ito. Mr. Chairman, gusto rin nating malaman yung tungkol doon sa SRA na nabanggit niyo po kanina at ng ating mga kasamahan, but particularly out of the 67.3 billion na various deficiencies noted by COA, meron pong nakalagay doon na payment to unqualified recipients. Payment to unqualified recipients, 214 million. Gusto ho natin itong maintindihan at gusto rin nating malaman. At lastly, Mr. Chairman, we also want clarity and transparency from the Department of Health as to where are the benefits due to the public and private healthcare workers, including nga po yung SRA o yung special risk allowance, yung meals, transportation, and accommodation allowances, life insurance coverage, among others. Anong mahika ang nangyari na nagkaroon po ng repurpose, yung nakalagay po doon sa report, no? Nagkaroon ng pag-repurpose ng pondong ito. Yan po yung gusto nating malaman. Again, we just want to know where the taxpayers' hard-earned money, a phrase that holds more water during this period of national emergency, was spent. Paalala po ito sa ating mga ehensya ng ating pamahalaan na hindi atin ang salaping ito. Salapi po yan ng ating taong bayan at bawat piso na nagagastos ay dapat na iitala kung saan napupunta. We also thank COA, Commission on Audit, headed by our chair, Mike Aguinaldo, who is also with us, for committing to your constitutional mandates, for being guardians of the treasury, and for upholding accountability in the use of taxpayers' money. Muli po, maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, and God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Joel, Senator Joel, for your great remarks. I appreciate it. Let me just finally call. This is the final because I think we have to go to the questions already. We have to move on. You cannot just give me questions coming as you come in because maybe some of you can ask the questions so that we can proceed asking the questions to our nurses, to our healthcare workers, and to Secretary Duque and to the COA. So without much ado, the last two people I'm going to call, and that's the last two already, will be Senator Cayetano and Senator Revilla. Senator Cayetano, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. I just like to spread into the record that COA is doing their constitutionally mandated duty. And it is very clear in the Constitution, Article 9, Section 3, that no law shall be passed exempting any entity of the government or its subsidiaries in any guise whatsoever, or any investment of public funds from the jurisdiction of the Commission on Audit. So when we conduct this investigation, and even before the investigation, when COA did their job, it is their duty. There's no going around it. We cannot declare that they should not be doing that. That is what they are mandated to do. What we can do, and I know that the in this is to add clarity to that discussion. I think that is a reasonable expectation from government agencies and from the public, that there is clarity in these findings, because we do know very well that when there are preliminary findings, it may send alarm bells that can easily be explained. And that is what is due to every other agency. And that is what I believe the concern of DOH is. Having said that, again, it is the duty of COA to do what they had to do. And I hope that we can maybe looking forward, come up with guidelines that we can put in place, because many times alarm bells have been rang, and it may be something that can easily be explained in any way, but in the eyes of the public. So we listening to the explanations, and then later on, Mr. Chair, I hope that in the findings of this honorable committee, we can really try to find ways for these very important findings, because they will also help us in the budgetary process. And I chair the Committee on Health's budget. It helps us. So I want to be to explain themselves. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much, Senator Cayetano. Although it was coming in and out, your statements are quite prescient. I'm glad that you cited, like all of us, the constitutional provision on the independence of the COA, on how vital it is. I already said that in my preliminary remarks. And now for the final opening statement, and we call on Senator Bong Revilla. Please go ahead, Senator Bong.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Kasabay po ng mga nakakabahalang patuloy na pagtaas mga kaso ng COVID-19 sa ating bansa ay ang balita patungkol sa di umanong maling paggugol ng pondong na nakalaan para tugunan ang mga ang mga umanong maling paggugol ng pondo na nakalaan para tugunan ng mga problemang dulot ng pandemya. May pondo pero hindi daw ginamit. May pera para sa allowance ng ating mga healthcare workers ngunit tila pinagdamot. May mga gamot ngunit hindi pinamigay o hinayaang mabulok o ma-expire. May mga equipment at materyales na dapat bilhin ngunit hindi pinagtutupansin. Nakakalungkot, nakakagalit, nakakapanglumo. Ngunit hindi ito ang oras para maging emosyonal. We need to be rational. We need to be judicious. In so doing, I hope that through this hearing, we find solutions rather than more problems. And as to the problems unearthed by COA, I would like to review it as a means for DOH to improve itself and an opportunity to better serve the public. I'm rooting for DOH, for its secretary to the lowest ranking DOH employee and all healthcare workers. I know all of you are doing your best and working hard during this pandemic, but instead of being discouraged and demoralized, let's be encouraged and energized to work together. Alam ko pong napakahirap po ng sitwasyon ng bawat sa inyo, lalo na't kung hindi totoo ang mga paratang, ngunit alam ko po may mabibigyan ng linaw ang lahat ng ito. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Revilla. With apologies to my colleagues, Senator Poe claims that she has been raising her hand. Unfortunately, I cannot see her. I will call her out of due respect and because it's my duty to make sure that the senators can be recognized. But again, with the permission of our colleagues, after this, we will proceed to ask questions already. Senator Poe, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for your kind indulgence and for the time. I know that we are in a hurry to move forward, but I would like to bring out something that I feel the others haven't raised yet. It was just last year when Ombudsman Samuel Martinez ordered the preventive suspension of 8 PhilHealth executives and 5 DOH officials for various offenses related to the use of people's money during the pandemic. When asked whether this probe would affect the morale of the health department during the pandemic, the ombudsman refused to budge and instead raised the question for us, are we not as a people also suffering from low morale? The fact that we can't even go out of our homes, are we happy with what is happening? Are the medical frontliners happy with what is happening to them? Somebody must be held accountable. Today, we take it further and raise the question, which still hasn't been answered despite numerous probes in the past. Shouldn't Secretary Duque be suspended by now if we are going to apply the same judgment as what happened to the PhilHealth executives? Mr. President, it's very simple, Mr. Chair. 11.89 billion of unobligated allotment for hazard pay and special risk allowance is unaccounted for, unobligated. Ito po ay hindi lamang kapabayaan, sabi nga ng isa, ito po ay kriminal. So yun lamang po and thank you again for your time, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Senator Poe. Your
Mr.
sentiments
Chairman.
are ours as well.
Yes. Senator Zubiri, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Biri, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just for 2 minutes, just a 2-minute rejoinder with everybody. In defense of the Commission on Appointments, Mr. Chairman, we all know, number one, it's a constitutional body. Number two, its mandate is to be the state auditor for all the funds of the 3 branches of government. Pati tayo sa Senado, Mr. Chairman, meron pong President COA po tayo na nagbabantay sa expenditure ng House of Representatives at ng Senado. It is essential for good governance, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. We just like to put that on record, that it is essential for good governance, and it is in every government all around the world that has a resident auditor to make sure that there is no malfeasance, misfeasance, mismanagement, and poor governance of the funds given by the people to these agencies. And also, Mr. Chairman, I just want to put on record in defense of the Commission on Audit. The Commission on Audit is a great, I'm not saying good, I'm saying great. It is a great deterrent for people who wish to be corrupt, for people who wish to mismanage funds. And I'm not citing just any agency, I'm citing all agencies of government, all branches of government. Without the Commission on Audit there, present in our government and all the governments around the world, without state auditors, then all hell will break loose, Mr. Chairman. As policymakers, ilang taon na po tayong policymakers, Mr. Chairman, you as a senator, me as a congressman and a senator, every time the budget is deliberated, we utilize COA reports to be able to help us, assist us, guide us as a tool to be able to fund the projects and programs properly. Kung tama ba yung absorptive capacity nito mga agencies na ito, kung kaya ba nila. At kung hindi kaya, tanungin natin bakit hindi nila kaya at tulungan natin sila. Hindi po ito para maghanap ng I'd say a witch hunt and we will tear the agency down. No, we're not here to tear the DOH down, Mr. Chairman. We are here to help the DOH. We are here to help guide them, particularly in this coming budget season, on how we can spend the money efficiently, effectively. Tulungan namin po kayo. Kaya wag po kayong mag-alala. Itong mga COA reports, allow them to be used as a tool, as a guide on how we can improve our agency, Mr. Chairman. I just want to put that in the onset so that I don't have to do that as my preliminary statement later when I'm given a time limit for my questions, Mr. President. So yun lamang po, para at least mabigyan natin ang katarungan din po, Mr. Chairman, ng napakaraming health workers na hanggang ngayon hinihintay pa nila ang kanilang ayuda, which we call special risk allowance. Kung nakabigay na po tayo, Mr. Chairman, ng ayuda last week sa milyong-milyong tauhan natin, nakababayan natin dito sa NCR, ano naman lang po ang ilang libong nurses and employees of hospitals that are waiting also for their ayuda. Sila po ang ating mga sundalo laban sa COVID-19. Sinabi ko na ito, hindi natin pwedeng ilagay public school teachers dyan na magmando ng ating mga government hospitals and private hospitals. We cannot use policemen to man these hospitals. It is only our valiant, gallant, heroic nurses, doctors, ambulance drivers, administrative staff, pharmacists that work in these hospitals that are giving their life, limb, and all their efforts, sacrificing for our people. Saludo po ako sa kanila lahat, Mr. Chairman, and please do not feel unappreciated. We appreciate your service. We thank you for your service. Yun lamang po, Mr. Chairman.
Majority Floor Leader for being recognized by the chair after the fact. Thank you. Let me just now proceed to the voice of our people who are affected. As I promised when I opened up this investigation, I am grateful that Senator Pangilinan and Senator Ontiveros were with me when we met with the nurses about a week and a half ago, and they voiced out their concerns to us. And that is what a democracy should be. And because of that today, before we ask questions, I beg the indulgence of everyone. Like I said, ang daming sinabi ni Senator John, lahat kayo, maraming sinabi, pati ako, sasabihin ko sa inyo, maraming pang hindi na filled up na positions ang gobyerno natin ng mga nurses, kailangan paliwanag ng DOH yan, yung mga drugs, yung mga everything, ang dami. Lumilipad ang mga text sa akin ngayon, hindi ko pwedeng sabihin lahat dahil kailangan mayroong attribution. Pero unahin ko muna yung boses ng mga mamamayan natin apektado. Tatawagin natin ngayon ang mga nurses. At meron tayong representative dito, ang Filipino Nurses United United Association, si Miss Maristela Abenohar. Miss Maristela, please, do you have an opening statement? You're recognized. This is a people's forum. This is a people's Senate, may karapatan kayong sumagot, hindi lang kami, at magsalita at sabihin nyo kung ano mga hinaing nyo at kung totoo yung mga sinasabi dito na hindi kayo naabutan ng talagang dapat ibigay sa inyo. Hindi naman yun pang-apak. Yun ay talagang you. Go ahead, please. Miss Maristela Abenojar there. Can you raise your hand, please, so I can see you? Miss Abenojar, are you there? Unmute, please. Unmute.
Ayan. I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Thank
I hope I will be allowed to share my PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, of course. Go ahead and try to be quick and succinct so we can understand it well. Thank you very much. Please proceed. Sige po, tuloy nyo na.
Opo, Mr. Chair. Hindi po na... Sir, ayan, okay po.
May nagsabi sa akin, nakapag-oath na ba ko kayo? Na-swear in ba kayo kanina?
Hindi po ako natawag, Honorable Chair, kanina.
Okay. Pasensya nyo na po ako. Director Kimbo,
Mr. Chair,
please
yes,
swear
we
the
have.
witness.
Yes, Mr. Chair, with your permission, can I call all the latecomers so that the oath can also be administered to all of them?
For so long as you make sure that all these latecomers are properly identified to have been sworn in, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. The latecomers are from the Department of Health, Maria Carolina Vidal Taino, Undersecretary, Mirna Cabotaje, Undersecretary, Dr. Nestor Santiago, Assistant Secretary for Public Health Services, Dr. Maria Soledad Antonio, Director 4 for Bureau of International Health Cooperation, Attorney Paul Gimbarda, Director for Procurement, Dr. Rio Magpantay, Regional Director Cagayan Valley, Dr. Eduardo Hanairo, Regional Director Calabarzon, Dr. Adriano Subaan, Regional Director Western Visayas, Joshua Brillantes, Regional Director Zamboanga Peninsula, Doctors Aristides Tan, Ruby Constantino, and Cesar Casion from Socsargen, Car, and Caraga. From the Department of Budget and Management, Director Jane Abelia, Gina Brillantes, Ryan Lita, and Director Gerald Handa. From the Commission on Audit, Director Milagros de Auna, Attorney Vivian Dulawan, Ms. Rodora Ugay, Ms. Nenette Monica Tadeo, Ms. Ethel Supirable, Leodora Sua, Thessalonica Cabilisa, Brian Perez, Jeffrey Rui Cardena, Raymar de la Cruz, Carolina Medina, Mirna Marcelino, Maria Jocelyn Factora, Ms. Cheryl Miliano, Ramil Obrador, Zenaida Ablao, Ridgeway Marabe, and Gloria Camora. From the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, Dante Guieran. From the League of Cities of the Philippines, Janelle Rabe. From the Philippine Medical Association, Dr. Noemi Sarabia and Dr. Angelito Benjamin Belen. From the Philippine Nurses Association, Governor Melbert Reyes, National President. From the Filipino Nurses United, Maristela Abenojar, National President, along with Jocelyn Andamo, Jamie Guzman, Denick Jan Salvador, Nicolito Oba, Jayford Repaso, Mark Defensor, and Mr. Jesus Obien. From the Alliance of Health Workers, Karen May Faurilio, President All UP Workers Union Manila PGH. Edwin Pacheco, President National Kidney and Transplant Institute Employees Association. And Miss Joey Cruz, the daughter of the nurse who died. That's all, Mr. Chair. May I request those whose names have been mentioned to kindly raise your right hand so that I can administer the oath to you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you. Kindly maintain raising your right hand so that pictures may be taken of you. Thank you. Page 1. Picture. Page 2. Picture. Page 3. Picture. Page 4. Page 4 has not fully loaded yet. Okay. And page 5. Okay. Page 5. Picture. That is all, Your Honor.
Let the record state that all of them have been sworn in. Just for the record, I'd like to state that we invited the Secretary of Health, the Commissioner on Audit, and appropriate officers. My question now is, everybody seems to be here, so who is minding the store in the provinces and in the regions? I think it's an awful waste of money that we have to send everybody here. I believe that the departments concerned can answer their questions without having to bring in a battalion. Hindi nyo kailangan dalhin yung batalyon ng mga tao ninyo. Hindi naman nyo dinala, pero certainly dapat nakatutok na rin sila doon at dapat nakapapakinig nila, pero dapat nakakapagtrabaho rin sila. So medyo humahaba ang ating meeting sa napakarami ng sila dyan, pati ang Commission on Audit. So please proceed, Ms. Maristela Abenojar.
Yes, we greet you. Good afternoon. FNU, or Filipino Nurses United, a national nurses labor association registered under the Department of Labor and Employment. Thank you for the opportunity to share the plight and fight of our nurses during this COVID-19 crisis. FNU salute our Filipino nurses and other health workers who stand at the forefront serving the people amid the pandemic. Since last year, our nurses have risked their lives, with almost 100 health workers having lost their lives due to inadequate protection. Our nurses remained overwhelmed by the risk of contracting COVID-19, secondary to heavy patient load, longer work hours, low pay, and inadequate, if not absence, of benefits provided by the law, such as in Bayanihan 2 or Republic Act number 11494. Many of our nurses have no security of tenure because they are under contractualization scheme. No? The words overwork, underpaid description of nurses still holds true today. Through the tireless struggle of nurses year after year, we have clinched commitment to raise the pay and ensure benefits, albeit in increments. Still, even these commitments remain to be fulfilled, as the implementation of salary grade 15, being the entry salary of nurses, amounting to 33,575 this year, stipulated in the Philippine Nursing Act of 2002, has not been fully implemented. Further complicated by the demotion in rank of senior nurses resulting from the DBM Budget Circular 2020-4. The June 1, 2021 memorandum, signed by the Executive Secretary Salvador Mijaldea, still lacks guidelines for the reverting of senior nurses' position which have been demoted in rank to their former job position. And even the implementation of salary grade 16 for nurse 2 positions have not been implemented. FNU wrote the Office of the Executive Secretary about the need for the said guidelines. But after 3 consecutive follow-up since July 16 of this year, no response has been received. Hence, the motion in rank still exists, especially in local government units. According to the Department of Budget and Management, salary grade 15 is not applicable to contractual nurses. Hence, we still have thousands of contractual nurses receiving salary grade 11 or 23,877, despite the fact that they they have same workload as the regular nurses. As for the private sector, their salary following the 537 per day minimum wage law is equivalent to 11,814 pesos per month. However, due to valid implementation of minimum wage law in the regions, a nurse in the private sector receives an average of 8,000 to 10,000 monthly salary. How could a starving nurse save her or his family from hunger and support their basic survival needs? Worse still, this pandemic has aggravated the chronic understaffing problem in many health facilities that cause severely exhausted
Miss Maristela, we seem to be having a problem with your computer and your ability to project your message. Can you please move your computer not too close, not to move it around, please? Thank you. Go ahead, please.
In other hospitals, additional beds for COVID patients were secured, but not additional nurses were hired. In fact, nurses from non-COVID wards are pulled out to work in COVID wards, especially when many nurses are in quarantine because they too
Excuse me, Miss
got
Abenomar.
infected of COVID.
Sayang ang message nyo eh. You're coming in choppy. Is there a computer beside you or any other device? Or is your table shaking because lumalabas choppy yung inyong message? Can you have somebody help you there where you are? And I will also ask one favor. Gusto ko sana i-address nyo yung hindi nababayaran, yung failure to pay, yung mga dapat bayaran, bago nyo sabihin sa akin yung iba yung mga contractual. Because although that is a problem, we'd like to finish off what is before us, and then we can assure you we will also address the problem, especially with yung mga problema nyo sa contractual obligations, yung contractual hiring, at saka yung mga local government concerns sa inyo na hindi umaabot. So pakisabi lang ho kagad kung umabot ba sa inyo yung mga perang nilaan namin para sa mga nurses ukol dito sa pandemya. And then we will tackle the other concerns. Pero gumagaral-gal pa ho yung inyong boses. Kung pwede makakuha kayo ng ibang computer. Or are there any other representatives from the nursing? Excuse me. Meron ba kayong ibang... hindi namin kayo maintindihan eh. Your internet connection is really bad right now. Meron ba kayong iba? How about si Mercy, yung isang presidente ninyo? Ano nga ba ngayon? Presidente ng Philippine Nurses Association?
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Jocelyn Andamo?
Yes, good afternoon. Honorable Chair,
Yes.
may I be recognized?
Yes. Just a moment. Ms. Abenahar, can you have somebody fix up your connection? And then I'll call you again later. In the meantime, if we can have the same message from Secretary General Jocelyn Andamo. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, Senator Gordon. With us po our members from different hospitals who are experiencing problems with the release or receiving the special risk allowance. We request also our nurse members to be acknowledged so that they can share their specific problems with SRA. We have
Tatawagin po natin yung mga nurses, taas nyo lang ang kamay nyo. Hindi ko kilala lahat yan eh. Pero kung may presentation kayo, hindi namin nakikita. Ito may nakalagay dito, nakikita the plight and fight of the Filipino nurses amidst COVID pandemic. So, do you have one like that? O yung may sinasabi ni Ms. Maristela Abenojar?
okay.
Meron po ba?
I can share po the slides.
Sige po, gawin niyo na po. Sige po, ma'am. You're recognized.
Opo. Nakikita na po ba o hindi pa?
Can you share your presentation?
Ayan, nakikita na po ba?
Blank screen pa po. Siguro palabas na. Ayan na po. Sige po. Go ahead. Mabuhay kayo. Thank you. Nakikita na po.
Ayan po. Malinaw po, naririnig ako.
Malinaw po. Malabo lang yung mata ni Senator Dillon.
Bali po yung nabanggit. Siguro kung pupuntahan na po natin yung tungkol sa problema po sa special risk allowance. Ito po kasi may mga pictures po kami ng situation ng mga nurses po. Gaya nabanggit ni Mama Ristela Benuhar, yung kaso po ng taas ng cases po at saka yung issues po namin sa sahod po ng yung problema po sa contractualization, problema po doon sa compensation, ano po. So ito po yung aming specific na tanong with regards po sa Department of Health. Number one, how was the 2020 1.74 billion pesos earmarked for emergency hiring of healthcare workers spent? How many nurses were hired and where were they deployed? Number two, how was the 2021 16.58 billion pesos earmarked for HRH deployment of 23,364 health workers spent? How many nurses were hired and where were they deployed? Number three.
Excuse me po. Excuse me. I will, with your permission and the permission of my colleagues, pwede bang sagutin ngayon kaagad ni Secretary Duque yan, tapos magpapatuloy uli ang ating
Mama Ristela.
Si Mama Ristela o kayo mismo. Secretary Duque, will you answer the question? Because those are the questions I'd like to have answered. Ang alam ko, meron kayong 42 million andito yan. Yung 42,000 na nakaplantilla sa inyo. Tapos meron pa kayong augmentation na 11,000. 15,000 na augmentation. Can you please answer it, please? Yung sinasabi ngayon sa inyo para masagot ka agad, para mabilis tayo. Secretary Duque, go ahead. You're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I would like that Assistant Secretary Manny Beltran gives a rejoinder to the query number one. What was the 2020 1.74 billion earmarked for emergency hiring? As right now, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to recognize Assistant Beltran.
Secretary Duque, can you please come closer to your microphone because ang layo ninyo, hindi namin narinig. Go ahead.
No, Mr. Chairman, am I okay now?
No, come closer, please.
Yeah, I'm already right almost.
And maybe take off your mask because malayo naman yung mga katabi mo eh.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Chairman, this is better.
Okay, a lot better, pero it can be better. Pero go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Can you recognize Assistant Secretary Beltran to answer to the first question? Thank you, sir.
The question is, how was the 2020 1.74 billion earmarked for emergency hiring of HCW spent? How many nurses were hired and where were they deployed?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, ASEC Beltran has the figures. Can you recognize her? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
ASEC?
Beltran.
Can you please state your name? And take off your mask because napaka-muffled eh. Go ahead. Sino? Can you help me with this? Sino to?
be heard, sir?
Your name, please.
Sir, I'm OIC Assistant Secretary Aileen Beltran.
Lord Santiago.
Nailin Beltran.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go near the microphone. And if you don't have anybody near you, and you can safely take off your mask so it will not be muffled.
I'm here. Coming in here now, sir. Sir, to directly answer the question, can I also be allowed to share our one slide lang po for everybody to appreciate the emergency hiring update po for the Department of Health focusing on nurses so that I can answer po the question raised by FMU. Sir, dito po, I
The
think-
question is very simple.
Yes, sir.
Nagastos nyo ba yung pera? Saan dinala yon?
Okay, sir. I will answer that. Yes, nagastos po
May I ask you to take your mask off? Wala ka naman katabi dyan para malinaw.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Now come closer to the microphone so we can understand you.
Okay, sir. I'm close to the microphone. Okay, sir. Sir, ang sagot po directly to that one is, yes, we have spent the 1.7, and in fact, papakita ko po sana dito sa aming augmentation report, we were able to hire a cadre of nurses, and in fact, we were able to hire 4,332 nurses for as of August 17. And these nurses are deployed to village hospitals and dental treatment and monitoring facilities, Mr. Chair. We have the data. We can share also with all the rest of our guests here. Yun, sir. In short, yes, we were able to spend that 1.7 billion for the hiring of various cadres of health workers, and nurses would be one of them. So again, we have 4,332 nurses deployed in various facilities po, namely village hospitals, temporary treatment and monitoring facilities, and all other health facilities helping us on COVID-19 response. So, thank you po.
Sandali ha. Nakahire kayo ng 4,332 nurses, correct?
Yes, sir.
Ang nakalagay sa inyo, ang vacancy nyo, 43,000. Tapos may augmentation kayo na 15,000. Na-hire nyo ba yun o hindi? At kung hindi nyo na-hire, saan napunta yung pera na yun?
Sir, na-hire po namin, and we can show po yung ating deployment, where health facilities were they deployed to po.
Na-hire nyo yung 43,000? Napuno nyo yung plantilla na vacancy na 43,000?
Sir, this is not, I'm not answering the question po on plantilla positions po, because the question, sir, is on emergency hiring po. So I am in charge po of the whole emergency hiring process under the Department of Health. So ito po yung pinipresent ko, Mr. Chair, is that
Nasa mo lang yung augmentation.
Sir, yes, sir. This is
So yung kailangan 15,000 ay i-hire nyo, ang na-hire nyo 4,332, correct?
Yes, sir. Actually, the total po is the approved positions is 10,330 as of board, sir. And of that, the approved slots for nurses is 4,332. Let me just correct myself, sir. That's the approved slots for hiring of nurses on an emergency basis. Actual
Tinitignan namin itong mo. Nakalagay dito total 10,157. Pero ang augmentation nyo 15,000. Tapos ka 100% ka dyan. Pero nakalagay dyan 10,157. Na-hire nyo lahat yan?
Yung 10,000 po, yun po yung approved slots po for hiring. Yung 15,000 po, that's our target, estimated targets po that we will be needing po, Mr. Chair. So as of this report po, and which is as of yesterday, 10,000, as shown in this report, 10,157 po ang in-approve na po namin slots. And then out of that po, we already have hired 98% of the
Ma'am, I just want to understand kasi ang dami mo sinasabi. Simple lang, sagutin mo lang. Out of the 15,000 na sinasabi mo, ang target nyo 15,000, ang na-hire ninyo, na-approve is 10,157, correct? Yes or no?
Correct, sir.
Correct.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Yung 5,000 hindi na-approve, ganun ba?
As I am explaining, sir, estimated target lang po yun. Pero ang approved slots po ay 10,000. So, to directly answer your question, Mr. Chair, yes, hindi pa po namin na-approve yung 15,000 na total. Instead, 10,000 lang po ang na-approve po namin of the total of 15,000 po.
Napakasimple ng tanong ko, ang haba-haba na sagot mo eh. 15,000 na nga sinabi ko, na-hire nyo 10,000. So may 5,000 pa kayong hindi na-hire, correct?
Correct po.
Oh, ito, walang paligoy-ligoy. So,
Anong gagawin natin pag kain, lunch break, dito?
nagre-request ang DOH to request technical issues. Kaya nyo bang gawin yan, Secretary Duque? Meron kayong technical problems na sa Department of Health?
Yeah, kasi if we can hear you, but it appears that you cannot hear us. So there seems to be a technical problem, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I'll give you 5 minutes to fix it, and I will let the Secretary General of the Nurses Association continue.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it's very low. I
Yeah,
don't know about the other senators.
Will you fix it, Mr. Chairman? 10 minutes.
You might try to use a different device. Go ahead, Madam Secretary General. Go ahead, please.
So, thank you po. Thank you po, Honorable Chair. To continue, ito po yung sa slide na nagpapakita po ng benefits ng mga health workers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Sa Bayanihan 1 and sa Bayanihan, nagka-problema po tayo sa pagbibigay po ng special risk allowance at saka yung active hazard duty pay. So far po, marami pa pong nagre-relay sa amin ng mga messages, emails, messages po. Naghihingi po sila ng tulong sa amin kung paano ipaabot sa pamahalaan ang problema nila na hindi po natatanggap ang kanilang mga special risk allowances at saka yung active hazard duty pay. Ito pong na-collate namin ay ilan lamang po. Ibig sabihin po, hindi pa po ito natatapos, no? Ongoing pa po. Pero actually po, naggawa rin po kami ng online survey. Pero ipakita ko muna po itong table namin na kung saan nakalagay yung health facilities, kung anong region at saka yung remarks. Kagaya po ng ACE Medical Center ng Cebu na walang natanggap mula nung September. Ito po ay sa Region 7, Alcala Municipal Hospital. Sa Region 2 po, sinasabi nila na wala po silang natanggap mula nung September pa, ano po, hanggang sa ngayon. So sa Camiguin General Hospital sa Region 10, wala po silang natanggap mula nung September 10. Sa Chinese General Hospital, dito po mismo sa NCR, at kasama rin po namin sa ngayon, yung presidente ng Union ng Chinese General Hospital, nandito po siya ngayon, kasama namin si Mr. Jess. Sa Cebu Provincial Hospital, Danao City, Region 7. Dagupan, Doctors Villaflor Hospital, Region 1, walang natanggap mula September. De Los Santos Medical Center ng Quezon City, NCR. Hindi lahat ng health workers ay nakatanggap, bagamat meron. Ito po ang nagsasabi yung mga nurse na kahit po sila ay naka-assign sa COVID wards, nag-cater sa mga nag-positive ng COVID, ay wala po silang natanggap. At kahit nag-submit po sila ng requirements sa kanilang hospital management, ay wala po silang natanggap. Sinabi na walang budget. Sa Divine Word Hospital po sa Region 8, wala pong natanggap mula September 2020. Metropolitan Medical Center dito po sa NCR. Only 304 out of 1,300 po na health workers ang naka-receive. Sa Nurse Deployment Program, HRH, sa BARM po ay wala silang natanggap mula noong September 2020. Our Lady of Lourdes Hospital dito po sa NCR ay wala din pong natanggap. District hospitals po ng Cebu, mga outsourced nurses po ng Region 7, wala po silang natanggap mula January to June. At kasama po din natin dito na isama po namin sa inyong indulgence ay si Mr. J. Ford na taga Cebu District Hospital. Pampanga District Hospitals, lahat po sila, sinasabi nila sa amin, sa Region 1, wala po silang natanggap.
Region
Sa
3 po
Pasig
yan.
City po, Region 3.
po.
Opo, sorry po. Pampanga, pero sigurado po kami na Pampanga District Hospitals, lahat po ng nurses nagsabi sa amin na wala po silang natanggap. Pasig City COVID Referral Center po, dito sa NCR, wala po silang natanggap from January to June 2021. San Lazaro Hospital, dito mismo po, katabi ng DOH, NCR, yun pong ilang members natin ay nagsasabi na naghihintay pa po sila ng SRA mula January hanggang June po. Marami pa po sa kanila ang hindi nakatanggap.
All right.
Sa St. Luke's Medical
All right,
Center,
Miss Jocelyn.
CTC.
Obviously, I would like, kung tapos na yung DOH sa kanilang kwan, obviously, nakikita ng mga senador, may problema kayo sa pagpapadala ng pera. Hindi natatanggap ng mga nurses yung kanilang dapat matanggap. Totoo ba yan, Dr. Duque?
Pera, these are all accounted for. Yung po na binabanggit ni ma'am ay yung mga nurses na hindi naman sila direct.
So, ang sinasabi mo, Secretary Duque, yung hindi nagsaserve sa COVID ward, hindi nyo binigyan. Yun lang nag-COVID ward. Ang binigyan nyo. Is that correct, Secretary Duque? Secretary Duque, are you saying that you're only giving to the COVID ward, pero ang sinasabi ni Jocelyn, yung iba walang nakatanggap, pero ito sinasabi nyo, yung COVID ward nakatanggap, yung hindi binibigyan yung COVID, non-COVID ward. Is that correct?
Yes, that is right. As per the provision of the law, yung direct care ng mga COVID patients lamang ang tatanggap nitong SRA. Gusto ko namin bigyan sila lahat eh. Pero alam niyo naman, kulang ang gobyerno sa pondo. Bakit ba ayaw natin sila bigyan? Eh, talaga naman na alam natin na sila mga kinakailangan talagang
You've already answered my question, Secretary Duque. I suppose you're saying, babalikan ko lang muna si Jocelyn, no? Jocelyn, totoo ba yung sinasabi ni Secretary Duque na ang binigyan lang ay yung nasa COVID, pero yung wala, yung talagang hindi binigyan yung nasa non-COVID ward? Totoo ba nabigyan yung mga COVID ward? O merong hindi nabigyan doon?
Honorable Chair, ayon po sa mga nurses na nagpahayag po sa amin, kahit po sila ay nag-cater sa COVID patients, sila po ay hindi nakatanggap. Ito po ay isang malungkot na pangyayari talaga. So, ibig pong sabihin talaga nito, ang mga nurses na deserving at iba pang manggagawang pangkalusugan sa SRA ay hindi po nakakatanggap.
Okay, thank you. Secretary Duque, against this backdrop na ang dami-dami, have you conducted an investigation of your people whether they actually binibigyan ba nila talaga yung mga hospital at dapat paabot doon sa mga nagtrabaho sa COVID ward? And then I will follow up with the question because ang rason mo dyan, sigurado yung sinabi ko sa preliminary statement ko na ang bibigyan nyo lang ay yung directly catering to or in contact with COVID-19 patients.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. You are exactly right, Mr. Chairman. We have the list. We will just submit the list to you of all those who receive their SRA, hospitals and individuals, Your Honor.
But against the answer of Jocelyn Andamo, marami raw nasa COVID ward, hindi rin tumatanggap. Alright?
Mr. Chairman, meron po tayong validation process. So our hospital chiefs need to validate this. Hindi po pwedeng basta't magbigay lang po tayo. So kailangan na talagang validated ng ating pong mga medical center chiefs na talagang sila ay nangalaga direktamente ng mga COVID patients. Thank you, sir.
I understand that, but I will not take your answer in toto. I will not accept it in toto because ang sinasabi mo, directly catering to or in contact with COVID-19 patients. Supposing you're in the hospital, si Jocelyn nandun sa hospital, or janitor ka, or wheelchair ka, nagpasok ka doon sa emergency room, hindi mo naman alam may COVID yun. Hindi ba dapat ang interpretation dyan should be interpreted liberally? Of course, this is a hypothetical case and that's why we intend to do something about it. Dapat alisin yan. Kung nasa hospital ka, in a pandemic situation, ang assumption, you are exposed.
Lahat exposed.
Lahat exposed. They are all in contact.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's why the validation is important. The hospital chief gives a kung sino yung janitors, sino yung mga na-expose doon sa COVID patient. Direct patient contact.
All right. There are 2 points here. Your word that you're giving only to the COVID ward is countermanded by the testimony of Jocelyn that says hindi nyo binibigyan kahit na nasa COVID ward yung iba at lalong hindi nyo binibigyan yung wala sa COVID ward. And then the debate comes in to yung interpretation nyo directly catering to or in contact with COVID-19 patients. That gives you God-like powers. You're God. Because kung halimbawa, nadaanan ka doon unang-una, ang sama-sama ng tracing system natin. At kaya nga tinetest namin lahat ang mga tao sa ospital. Meron pa akong initiative na dapat bakunahan, hindi lamang yung kanilang mga doktor, yung mga nurses, lahat yung nagtatrabaho doon, ngunit pati pamilya bakunahan dahil we don't want to play God. We are assuming, and my colleagues can bear me out on this kung they agree with this, we are assuming that COVID respects no boundaries, respects nobody. Kung madaanan mo, tepo ka, lalo na itong mga bagong variant. Would you agree to that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, kung pwede, lahat na lang ng mga empleyado sa ospital, bayaran natin.
I agree with that. But I think I will now ask COA. Would COA Chairman Aguinaldo, I will ask you point blank, hindi ba dapat under a COVID, and you're a lawyer also, hindi ba dapat pagka-COVID pandemic, talagang hindi mo na pwedeng tukuyin, ito may COVID ba ito? Wala, inimin mo. The general statement should be, pag nasa hospital ka, you are in a dangerous area. Kaya nga, hindi tayo maraming taong namamatay ngayon, hindi na nakakapagpa-check up dahil natatakot pumunta sa hospital. So, di ba dapat ang interpretation, would the COA look with disfavor if they say, we will give you basta nagtatrabaho ka sa hospital at na-expose ka? Anong position ng COA dyan? Chairman Aguinaldo? Did you hear the question, sir? Could you respond if you heard the question? Because ako, ang interpretation ko, kung ako yan, directly catering to, o nagbakuna ka, you're directly catering. Hindi mo alam kung may COVID yun, nagbabakuna ka o nagtetest ka. dapat covered ka. O halimbawa, in contact with COVID-19 patients. Hindi lang naman yung doktor na in contact, dumaan doon sa emergency ward, daan doon, natamaan. Kaya dapat, pag nasa ospital ka at ikaw ay janitor, a wheelchair driver, doktor, nala ka sa COVID o non-COVID ward, you are in a very toxic situation. And I think Secretary Duque agrees with that. Right, Secretary Duque?
Yes, Your Honor. We have
Senator Drilon has a comment to make. Go ahead,
Yes.
Senator Drilon.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just just to put the discussion in context, in my own research, 975 million pesos under Bayanihan 1 for special risk allowance and active hazard duty pay remain unobligated and unspent. I repeat that, sir, 975 million in obligated funds under Bayanihan 1 for special risk allowance and active hazard duty pay. Just to put it in context. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Like mines, Mr. President, Mr. Senator. Drilon, yan ang susunod ko nga unspent nga Ano, hindi na obligate, di ba? Yun ang problema. So, I would like to ask your opinion, your valued opinion, Senator Drilon. Hindi ba toxic yung situation sa ospital? Why are we playing God? Na pagka nandun yung pasyente, nandun yung tao, na doktor natin, nurse natin, kahit na wala sa COVID ward, may expose siya. May expose pati pamilya niya. Dapat ma-cover yun, di ba?
Yes, there should be a liberal interpretation of the benefit because it's a social benefit, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And we have to protect our nurses because nandun sila, whether they like it or not, kaya wala sila sa COVID or non-COVID ward, they are exposed and therefore there should be a liberal interpretation. And this is where a good secretary would automatically make that judgment and recommend that, go into consultation with the president, go into consultation with COA and say, we cannot play God here because this is a very serious pandemic and we would like to pay all these people. Don't you think that would be the right position to take, Secretary Duque?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, in fact, pinaglaban po namin yan ng DOH nung binubuo yung batas. We fought for them because we said that number one, it's very difficult to differentiate healthcare workers who are in direct contact with COVID patients when we know the COVID virus is airborne. So talagang pwedeng umikot-ikot yan at lahat ng tao sa ospital ay talagang pwedeng tamaan.
So tama yung sinasabi ko, difficulty has got nothing to do with it, Mr. Secretary. Once you're inside the hospital, COVID does not recognize whether you're vaccinated. COVID does not recognize whether you're not working in the COVID area. You can get it. And therefore, the rule should be interpreted, Secretary Drilon and I are of the same opinion, liberally construed in favor of the worker. Because even labor laws say, if there is a doubt, the interpretation should be in favor of the worker. I'm sure your lawyers will tell you that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, we agree, and my problem, Mr. Chairman, is that the resources, once shared across many more individuals or healthcare workers, baka naman walang impact yung kanilang makukuha.
Bakit naman walang impact? Kaya nga naglalagay tayo ng taxes. Ang dami nating sin taxes, ang dami nating kinukuha taxes para magawa yan. Ang importante, ayoko naman yung tinatawag na lahat bibigyan mo ng resulta ng taxes natin. Dapat talaga, yung mapoproteksyonan mo, maproteksyonan. Importante talaga na basta nasa hospital ka, covered ka, at dapat tinetest ka para malinaw. That is my position. I mean, I think that is a liberal interpretation based on the law. I still want to hear the opinion of Chairman Aguinaldo.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Susan.
Risa Ontiveros, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up the discussion earlier between the chair and the minority leader, there's a very disturbing debate going on sa chat box natin, Mr. Chair. Kasi nga pinag-uusapan natin itong pangunahing issue ng unpaid benefits of healthcare workers. Dito po sa chat box, nagsusumbong talaga yung mga iba't ibang hospital employees, unions, and associations na hindi sila nakatatanggap ni ng special risk allowance, ni ng mats for meals, accommodations, transportation, and other allowances, including insurance. Sinasagot naman ng DOH na ayon sa kanilang records, na-releasan daw halimbawa ang St. Luke's BGC, St. Luke's Medical QC, De Los Santos Metropolitan Medical Center, Our Lady of Lourdes Hospital, Chinese General Hospital. Pero sinasagot pa rin ng mga ating healthcare worker associations na in truth and in fact, sila mismo hindi nakatatanggap. And finally, Mr. Chair, if we return dun sa table na pinresent kanina ni Secretary Jocelyn ng Filipino Nurses United, na pinakita po nila sa atin from Regions 1 to BARM, yung feedback ng mga nurses na hindi sila nakatatanggap. So, something's got to give, Mr. Chair. Ano ba talaga ang totoo? DOH says it released these certain millions of funds to specific hospitals, but on the other end, sinasabi ng mga nurse, hindi nila nakatatanggap. So, there's a problem somewhere, Mr. Chair, and I'm really hoping that our committee, with the leadership of the chair, will be able to solve that. Kasi dapat yung outcome is makarating yung mga funds na yan that we in Congress appropriated to our healthcare workers, Mr.
We
Chair.
are on the
Salamat
same
po.
page. We are on the same page. As far as I'm concerned, kaya kagabi, nung pinag-uusapan natin ng staff ko ito, the underlying principle is to protect our soldiers or our nurses in the battlefield. Because if they get sick, lalong mahihirapan ang mga kababayan natin. Simple lang yan. You have to have nurses, you have to have the health workers operating, and if you don't pay them, hindi mag-a-appear o sisibat yan. Kaya nga lahat, holistic yan. Dagdagan mo ang nurses para kung kakapusin, aalis dahil may baba ang sweldo, hindi nakakakuha, pupunta abroad, kailangan paalisin mo yan. Kaya dapat bilisan natin yung board exam. Kaya nga ginagawa yan. Ako, ang finding ko rito, based on some of the senators already and what I see, and I'm also getting text messages even from my hometown. Hindi raw nakatanggap yung Gordon Memorial Hospital ng SRA. Marami pa ako natanggap dito na iba't ibang mga hospital na hindi sila nakakatanggap. Pero nyo hanggang Mindanao, hindi nakakatanggap, mas malayo. Tapos, the glaring example na sinabi namin ni Senator Dillon na maraming obligated na hindi binibigay yung pera. Aba, saan nyo dinadala yung pera? Ubusin nyo yan para sa susunod na budget. Kung kailangan natin dagdagan yan, talagang lalabanan natin itong COVID, talagang either they kill us or we kill them. Di ba? That's the way it is. We have no choice. We have to protect our people. And the bottom line is we have to protect those who protect our people so that our people will survive. And it is a cacophony or rather so many things like yung priority, yung kanilang dapat protocols, yung dapat na maghigpit tayo na yung lalabas, yung talagang kompleto. Ako nga ngayon, dati hindi ako isa lang ang aking mask at dinadalawa ko. Dati hindi ako nagpe-face mask, nagpe-face mask ako. Ayoko makabigat ayoko makasakit. Ayoko magkasakit yung mga nasa tabi ko. So napakasimple lang nito, Secretary Duque. If you agree to that, we will, dapat, klaro, you recommend na bayaran nyo yan. At you face the music. We will back you up. Kung sasabihin ng COA, bawal yan. Then if we have to change the law and clarify it, we will do that. I think the other senators would agree to that effect, right? Unless there is any negative opinion here. I don't see any senator who would say no to that. I can see Secretary Dillon raising his thumb. I can see Senator Risa saying that. So we have to make a decision. Tama yung nurses. Hindi dapat papabayaan ang nurse, ang worker, ang janitor, ang clerk. Dapat lahat yan protektado because yan ang nagpo-protection sa publiko. At hindi lang sa hospital. Pati nga yung mga kumadrona, nagpapaanak yan dapat may proteksyon yan. Basta nagpaanak, dapat may proteksyon. Ganun rin yung barangay health workers. Dadami talaga yan. Pero kailangan maghanap tayo ng pera. Kailangan magtipid tayo. Hindi pwede yung Biro nyo, 62 billion, 42 billion yung, ano yun, ang budget ng Department of Agriculture. 52 billion, tapos hindi nagastos yung pera ng gobyerno, ng DOH. Equal lang, hindi nagastos. Eh, sayang ang pera. Saan dinadala ang pera? Eh, di wag na tayo magbigay ng pera kung di nyo gagastusin. Ayan, no? Ang allotment ninyo, 59 billion. Eh, yun rin ang allotment ng agriculture, ba't hindi nyo ginastos? Ang unspent ninyo, napakalaki. So, I will go on. Jocelyn Andamo, ano pa ang problema? So, I think we agree with you na dapat bayaran yan at talagang hindi nababayaran. Sa dami ng tumatawag dito, obvious hindi nababayaran yan. And of course, subject also na maimbestiga yan at pag nagsinungaling na nabayaran tapos sinasabi hindi nabayaran, eh dapat panusahan yan. Meron naman tayong protection. Yes, Senator Dillon, go ahead.
Again, just to put it in context, in our research, Mr. Chairman, 24 billion of the COVID funds have not been spent by the DOH. That's in my research. It could be more, but at least 24 billion for COVID-19 funds was not spent by the DOH, including those for hazard pay, etc. But that's 24 billion for the record.
And my conclusion as a former local executive, you have to watch your numbers. You have to watch your people. Dapat meron kang fuel tank o nagastos ba natin yan? Ba't hindi natin nagagastos yan? Eh tingnan nyo kung bakit hindi nagagastos. Huwag nyo hintayin ng COA, mahuli kayo na hindi nyo ginagastos. Dahil kami na in control of the power of the purse, we'll just say, hindi nyo ginagastos yan, hindi kayo dapat bigyan ng budget o dapat palitan kayo. Ako, you've never heard me ask for resignation because I think it's hard enough as it is. But kailangan glaring, if you do not spend the money, then there's something wrong with your people. It's not only Secretary Duque, who in the Department of Health is not doing or are not doing their job. Can you pinpoint that, Secretary Duque?
Certainly, we will look at the documents and we continue to first complete the requirements from COA. That's giving us 60 days to give our actions on the recommendation and also our rejoinders to each one of those findings. And from there, we will see if in the final audit decision, may notice of disallowance, then that will already trigger the necessary investigation or the process to exact accountability on negligent individuals.
Well, let me cut to the chase. Supposing tomorrow, nag-walk out lahat ng nurses, anong gagawin nyo ng COA? Anong gagawin nyo sa DBM? Anong gagawin nyo dyan sa DOH? Dahil hindi nyo ginastos yung pera, may pera, alam nila, hindi nyo ginagastos. Anong gagawin natin ngayon? Nakatunga nga tayo. You have to look at those realities. We have to take care of our people who are risking their lives. Hindi ako nagpapagwapo dyan. Mahal ko talaga ang mga nagtatrabaho sa ospital. Eh, kahit na nasa Makati Medical Center ko, talagang mabait ako sa kanila talaga. Sabi ko, napakaswerte ko. Yung mga kababayan natin, hindi ganito ang nabibigay na servisyo. Yung mga nurse natin, naka-expose. Doon sa Makati, covered sila talaga. Kompleto ang gamit. Eh, paano doon sa probinsya kung wala silang PPE, wala silang mask, wala silang binabayad na SRA? Eh, talagang mawawala ng gana yung mga yan. So we have to decide this. I still have not heard from the chairman of COA. Mike Aguinaldo, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My apologies. My system naghang po kanina, so I couldn't respond right away.
Go ahead.
But yeah, normally when you do issue a law and it provides for certain benefits for employees, the implementing guidelines are usually prepared by the DOH. So it's, I guess, within the power of the DOH to a certain extent, you know, to provide who should be considered covered. And if there are areas of interpretation, like when you say those, if you use the word, say, at risk, then, you know, they do have some leeway in determining who can be covered by defining what is meant by at risk. And, you know, if you look at the the current COVID pandemic, it's possible that your definition of at-risk could have evolved as well, because nung una, I think the common consensus then was hindi naman siya nagiging airborne, or it was airborne in very specific instances. Now, it seems to be a more accepted scientific fact, perhaps, that it is generally airborne. And therefore, pag ganun po, syempre, yung definition mo ng at-risk, nag-evolve na. Hindi na siya limited dun sa ano. And I want to assure DOH also and the good secretary, na, if they have some doubts also in the interpretation, specifically na baka magka-problema with the audit, that they can write us naman and present that. No? We have entertained similar queries in the past. And kung talaga naman pwede, bakit naman hindi po? Of course, if we see that baka may problema nga, baka kailangan ng legislative intervention or perhaps intervention from the office of the president, sasabihin po naman namin. But this is something we're very much willing to and open to work with DOH on. No?
Thank you, Chairman Mike. Now let me go direct to the point and cut to the chase. I think tama ka na dapat mas malinaw ito. Pero we are in a pandemic situation and the virus has become airborne. In fact, dito sa pinagkakalaguran, binabubuksan ko yung bintana. Sa kotse, binubuksan yung bintana dahil you can get it anywhere. Yung sinasabing phrase na pinagkakalabanan dito, yung directly catering to, walang problema yan. Ang problema ko, halimbawa, sir, nagbabakuna o nagtetest, directly catering to yon, dapat covered yon. Walang problema yon, correct? Walang problema yan. Now, ang susunod, or in contact with COVID-19 patients. Now, you're faced with a COVID virus that's all over the place. That's all over the place. You don't know where you're gonna be hit. You don't know yung katabi mo. You don't know yung air na binibreathe mo. That's why they require yung tinatawag nating yung air yung mga
Air ventilation, cyclops,
sa ambulansya natin yung negative pressure. Negative pressure. Because precisely, even without the virus being airborne, even in the wards, let's say Makati Medical, may negative pressure. Yung ambulansya ng Red Cross daanin, may negative pressure because ayaw natin mahawa yung driver. Halimbawa, walang negative pressure yan. Yung ambulance natin karamihan, walang negative pressure. Pag nagsakay ka doon, yung nurse na nagsakay doon, tatamaan. Oh, Chairman Mike, hindi ba dapat liberal lang interpretation yung in contact with COVID-19 patients? You cannot identify them until they're tested. So dapat yan, yung mga nurses natin, maproteksyonan talaga until we invent a better mousetrap. In the meantime, ang sinasabi ko, ang napipinto, alimbawa, they get tired of us, they walk out, kawawa tayo. I'm not willing to be held hostage naman. Hindi naman ako papayag yung hostage tayo ng mga nurses because ang mangyayari niya, pati mga magkukon dyan, pati mga sundalo natin, mapupuwersa magsilbi dyan. Pero hindi na trabaho yan. But the point is, we have to make a decision. We cannot shrink from defining kung ano ang dapat bayaran at hindi bayaran dito. So, Chairman Mike, would you be willing to answer the query of the Blue Ribbon Committee on the interpretation of this catering to or in contact with para mabayaran yung mga nurses natin para wala ng duda? And then we have to answer, Chairman Aguinaldo, ang dami-dami rito hindi raw umaabot. Yun ay fraud. Yun ay corruption. Kung hindi umaabot, saan napupunta yung pera? Wala pa tayo sa compensation, ha? Meron ba kayong mga gift certificates na sinasabi dyan na gusto ko malaman ba't may gift certificate? Kaya kailangan malaman yan. So, is the DOH ready now to come out with your answers? Because siguro nagawa nyo na yung inyong computers. But I just first want to get the view of Chairman Aguinaldo. I don't think it's going to be anathema to address, knowing what you just said yourself, na the airborne nature of the disease makes everybody susceptible to getting the disease, especially the frontliners.
Yes po, pwede mo, the term in contact. Okay, in contact. I think yun nga, medyo nag-evolve na yung meaning nun with respect to COVID. Because ideally, maybe originally, ang iniisip is yung talagang may face-to-face contact or nearby. But now, you're really looking at a situation where in contact might be someone with risk of exposure, which is probably more general in terms, no? Insofar as yung pwede kang mahawa o hindi. I mean, I guess by analogy, if you look at hazard pay, if you're in a hospital, you are entitled to generally hazard pay, even if you're not directly exposed to patients and the like. In fact, I know for a time may mga auditors that were also being given hazard pay because they were stationed in hospitals. So if you use that by analogy, pwede naman siguro because we're dealing with something we haven't really seen before. And when you say in contact, you have to look at it in the context of what the disease or the virus is all about. And it's obvious that right now the science is that everyone is in contact, because it's airborne and in a hospital facility where you have COVID patients. Obviously, in as much as a lot of protocols are being used and precautions are being taken, it's inevitable that talagang, your exposure, your constant exposure, you're really at risk. And so I think that kind of interpretation, if it's supported by DOH and they can explain it, why in contact means that today, then tingin ko wala naman pong problema yon.
Thank you very much, Chairman Aguinaldo. You really put fresh air into the room. Let me just point out also na nandito tayo ngayon sa situation na hindi ka pwede mag-time out eh. Ginawa itong batas, assuming you want to take a conservative interpretation of that. When this law was fixed, wala pa yung nasa air yung virus. No? Hindi ka pwedeng tumawag ngayon, sandali lang, time out muna, mag-emergency special session kami, gagawin namin yan. In the meantime, many have already been afflicted by it. For an example, here is a question from the chat box from Karen May Paurillo, President, All UP Workers Union, Manila, to everyone. Directly catering to or in contact with. We are not being tested. Therefore, we do not know who among our ranks is infected. Aside pa from patients and watchers, more than 3,000 health workers of PGH has no SRA from December 20, 2020 until June 30, 2021. We are a COVID referral facility. Yan yung makikita yung problema eh. It's slapping us in front of our faces. So we really have to make a decision. The decisions will have to be made. It's hard, but we just have to do it. So I think we
Mr.
can move on.
Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Marites, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Risa Ontiveros, sir.
Oh, Risa, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow on your the chair's discussion with COA Chair Aguinaldo, tingin ko po talaga we should err on the side of a more liberal interpretation kesa restrictive dahil yun na nga po yung naging problema in the last 1.5 years. Kahit na otherwise mandated by law, nagkaroon ng mga exclusion. Maraming private hospital employees hindi na benepisyohan ng kahit ng bayanihan 2 at pati yung mga kababayan natin sa mga public hospitals ay nagsasabing may mga gaps pa rin sa kanilang pagbebenepisyo. And as the chair was discussing with COA Chair Aguinaldo, our health experts led by DOH have taught us that kung saan closed, air-conditioned, high viral load environment, dun pinaka-vulnerable. And those descriptions fit hospitals more than any other setting. So talagang dapat lahat ng hospital employees as much as possible ay mabebenepisyohan doon, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I've been seeing Kawili Pulya of the Alliance of Filipino Workers. Mga union po yan, Mr. Chair, na mga private hospitals who was wanting to raise a point to the chair if the chair could could acknowledge him. Salamat po, Mr.
Just a
Chair.
moment. Let's quit while we're ahead. I think we have a very clear opinion already by the COA. Panalo na tayo dun sa issue na liberal interpretation. Ang tatanungin ko ngayon, eto sa DBM naman. Paano ngayon, natapos na yan, paano ngayon yung hindi nabayaran? Yung hindi nagastos sa pera, sinodi sa inyo, paano ngayon yan? Paano natin naayusin yung problema? Anybody from DBM?
Sir,
Please sound off.
yes sir. We need a law sir kasi reverted na yan under Bayanihan 2. We
This
released
is Secretary Kanda, right? Acting Secretary Kanda?
officer in charge lang sir.
Ayaw mo ba maging secretary ka? Secretary ka na para magawa na yan. Okay, go ahead.
Sir, we released 9.02 for SRA in I think June of this year, and they reverted an amount. Unfortunately, without a law, we cannot provide any amount for the SRA at the moment. There are
But you have to find a solution, ma'am. Di ba pwedeng special SARO?
No, wala na yan. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator
Mr.
De Leon.
Chairman. Yes, yes, the DBM is correct. Their authority expired, and therefore they cannot release. My suggestion is that we include this in the forthcoming budget of 2022. Total, nandyan na yan eh. Hindi na, we can just make an amendment to the 2022 General Appropriations Act. We're just talking about 5 months. As soon as we pass the budget, it should be available because the DBM is correct. Their authority to release expired with the expiration of the law.
I agree with you. I'm just trying to makakalusot, ilulusot ko yun kung may kasasaro. But unfortunately, pag nag-budget tayo, Senator De Leon, matatagalan na naman yan. I-release siya sa 2022. Huling-huli na. Baka may mga namatay ng mga nurses dyan. Yun ang problema ko. Katulad nga ng pinakita kanina ni Secretary ni Senator Pangilinan, andyan siya, si Maria Teresa Cruz, yung anak ni Joy Cruz. Tumanggap siya, namatay na yung nanay niya. Wala siya natanggap at nung dumating, ang binatanggap niya 600 pesos lang ata, samantalang ang dapat tanggapin ay 30,000. Di ba, Senator Pangilinan? Andyan yung litrato niya. May lalabas ko. Ayan yan. Oh.
7,000 ang natanggap. But we want to also know, meron pa ba siyang natanggap na iba? But yung unang report of the expected 30,000, the 7,000 lang ang natanggap.
Mr. Chairman.
So there really is a problem, and I'm not one, and I'm sure all of you are not one to say, okay, we will let this simper. No, we will have to hold the bull by the horns and make decisions, because in behalf of our nurses and behalf of our health system, we cannot allow it to get broken.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, Joel, Senator Villanueva, you have a question?
Mr. Chair, it's
Not really a
I'm
question,
sorry,
but-
Senator Mix is first. I'm sorry. Hindi ko nakilala, puti na ang buke. Go ahead, Senator Mix.
Parang mas matanda na ako sa iyo, Chairman.
I will give way to the older.
Thank you. Just quickly, Mr. Chairman, last week when we locked down for ECQ and NCR, we had released almost 15 to 20 billion pesos worth of ayuda.
How are you doing? Okay.
There is no more Bayanihan 2 in effect. So may I ask the DBM Acting Secretary, Secretary Kanda, Ma'am, paano nila na-release yung ayuda na bilyon-bilyon sa taong bayan? Bakit hindi natin ma-release yung mga nurses na pinangako na natin yan sa Bayanihan 1 and 2? Secretary, how could we have released that fund to the IU to give to our people, which I'm happy they received it, I'm happy we released it. And these are not obligated. There was no law to obligate this fund. So why can't we do the same for the nurses, Secretary?
Sir, yung sa mga yung may funding source po kasi yung sa ayuda. There are two specific sources which we use to fund the ayuda for Metro Manila, NCR, and then for Laguna and Bataan. We use specifically the savings coming from 2020 appropriations, no, from agencies. And
Correct,
second,
Secretary. So what you're saying is you were able to identify funds, utilize that funds for an item which is not in any law at the moment. Kasi
Oh, it is there.
ginawa lang, ano to eh, tapos na yung bayanihan 2. So pwedeng gawin, ma'am. Pwedeng hanapan ng fund source yan at pwede
yes.
pong ibigayan, Secretary. Just like what you did last week.
Yun hong sa yung ginamit po diyan is covered by Administrative Order 41 ano po. 12.1 billion ho yun, naubos na ho yun dahil nga pinamigay para sa ayuda. Yung sa SRA naman po na yan, pwede pong ang gamitin dyan is yung savings na identified under DOH specifically. Kasi meron pa naman po sila sa 2020, kung yun po available pa at walang paggagamitan, pwede rin ho yun for the SRA just in case.
O pwede pala, Secretary. What you're saying is we don't need to pass a law because if we pass a law, it will take at least a couple of weeks before signing of the President. Baka abutin ng October yan. We don't need to wait for the 2022 budget. Pwede nyo pong gawin, Secretary.
No, sir. Ang gagawa po niyaan at mag-identify ng funding source specifically will be DOH. Meron kami record ng kanilang appropriation tsaka yung mga balances. But then again, we are not sure whether this has been earmarked already by DOH for its priority projects and programs.
But at least we'd like to put that on record, Chairman. Meron pong paraan. Kung gusto mo talaga ng paraan, may paraan. Mr. Chairman, because they gave ayuda last week without having with the Bayanihan 2 already expired. So, yun po, Mr. Chair, for the record, hanapan natin ng paraan dito sa savings ng DOH.
Kaya kung may savings ang DOH mix, let's ask Senator Subiri, let's ask Secretary Duque, may savings ba kayo?
Mr. Chairman, just a short intervention.
Sa DBM, di ba savings yun?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Angara, the Committee on Finance.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just like to contribute to a very important point raised by the chairman and our majority leader regarding the Bayanihan 2 funds, because that's the statutory basis or legal basis for dun sa pagbigay ng mga benepisyo sa ating mga health workers. And the Bayanihan 2 law, although the majority of the provisions have lapsed as of June 30, but the provision on health benefits to our health workers specifically states that it shall subsist or pwede pa rin ibigay yon so long as yung national emergency as declared by the President is in force, Mr. President. So I think that's an important point that as long as that national emergency is there and it has not been withdrawn by the President, then there is legal basis under Bayanihan 2 to give those benefits, Mr. President. Yun lang the problem identified by our colleagues as to funding source subsists. And yung savings, pwede yun i-realign po from other sources. Just wanted to add to the discussion, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for allowing it.
I quite agree with the distinguished gentleman from Aurora. And certainly, kung may savings ka, this is a state of emergency. People are dying. Parang in articulum mortis na yung mga tao natin. Kailangan talaga, bigyan na natin talaga ng tulong kagad dyan. Dahil una-una, sabi ko nga, kung suddenly we wake up, wala na tayong nurse, ayaw na pumasok. Dahil lalo na ngayon, alam nyo, magpapaalam ako 100 beses sa asawa ko bago lumabas dahil natatakot dito sa lakas nitong dahil my wife is, as you know, may autoimmune syndrome yan. So talagang delikado. Dahil lalo naman na yung nurse, kawawa naman. Like when there was a fire in PGH, I went there. Nasusunog yung PGH, galit na galit sa akin ang staff ko, ba't ka pumapasok dyan? Affected na rin ako dun dapat, di ba? Affected na rin yung mga tao ko sa Red Cross na nagpapatay ng sunog, naglilinis ng ospital. Yun ang sinasabi ko. Hindi tayo pwede mag-quibble dyan because lives are at stake. And maybe Senator Angara, we can, with the help of everybody here, tayo, we can find a way to see our way clear na magamit yung pera kagad at ma-address na yung problema yan. Not a maybe, but let's find a way.
I fully agree with you, Mr. Chair.
So my question still remains with Secretary Duque, do you have savings na mapagkukunan natin? Secretary Duque?
Yes, can you hear me, Chairman? Can you hear me?
Loud
Can
and
you hear
clear.
me?
Loud and
Can you hear
clear.
me? Okay, thank you, sir. Yes, certainly. We will look into freeing up some of the funds, no? Since today there are still ongoing procurement, no? So ayusin namin. I cannot give you the clear answer right now because we have to look into it. Kung magkano yung pwede natin i-realign.
Okay, we will have another hearing anyway. Can you please proceed post-haste into finding your savings that if we can use that?
Yes, today I'm going to order an immediate determination of that amount, Your Honor.
Wonderful. I'm willing to call another hearing this afternoon if you can do it by this morning or this afternoon or even at night if you like para lang matapos itong problema ito because we cannot put this to sleep and all of us go to sleep comfortably while we do have a very big problem among our nurses and our workers, our ambulance drivers, our ambulance people. Kailangan talaga ina-address natin yan. That is the kind of government we have. A respectable government, a government that cares.
Mr.
So I'm
Chair.
glad that you're open to that.
Mr. Chair.
Let me just call before I call Secretary Villanueva, with your permission, Joel, I think it's an act of humanitarian and charitable attitude. I'd like to call a personal experience of Joy Cruz, whose mother died. May nakuha ba kayo, Joy? Are you there? Joy Cruz. Pakita niyo ngayon nagtatanong na. Yung nanay niya nagtrabaho sa Cainta Hospital, namatay tapos ang nakuha 60 pesos daily hazard pay and dies of COVID before receiving it at umabot lang halos ng 600 pesos lang ata. Joy, can you answer that? I believe in letting everybody air her grievance if there is any grievance at all. Joy Cruz? Ayan ba siya? Tawagan nyo nga. Telepono ko na dyan. All right. In the meantime, while we're waiting for Joy, thank you for your patience, Senator Villanueva. Please go ahead and proceed to ask your question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Well, at first, I would just like to interject with the ongoing discussions with regard to the special risk allowance, Mr. Chairman. I think all of us are very clear in the beginning of the hearing that we are here for clarity and transparency. I was about to mention the emergency situation shared by our chair of the Committee on Finance, but naibanggit na po ito ng maayos at clearly. But Mr. Chairman, I think what I wanted to point out clearly is the fact that hindi ho talaga nagamit yung pondo because the DBM is saying na sinosoli na, hindi ho nagamit. So again, yung FNU, binanggit ho kanina, at may mga ospital ho doon na very close sa atin, dito sa ating probinsya, dami-dami na hong namamatay dito at maging mga healthcare workers, hindi pa rin sila nakakatanggap. Ang DOH sinasabi, nirelease nila pero hindi ho nila ginamit, obviously, dahil yun ang sinasabi ng DBM. Again, we're here for accountability. Hindi talaga nagamit. Hindi ko talaga naibigay yung special risk allowance. At yung iba ho, 6 months na hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin sila nakakatanggap. So, ang call lang natin is, ano yung catch-up plan? Baka po pwedeng ngayon pa lang malaman na natin ano yung catch-up plan ng department.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. I'll ask again, Secretary Duque. Dapat one-on-one na lang tayo rito. Pwede ba mo?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Secretary Duque, pwede bang pakihanap mo doon sa department mo kung sino ang pumapalpak dyan na hindi pinapaabot yung pera at i-report mo sa amin dito? Dapat
Yes, sir. Pero may presentation kami, sir. May presentation kami to show kung saan pumunta yung mga pondo. Malinaw kung saan napunta. So we will present that now. If we can share the screen, Mr. Chairman.
I will allow you to do that. Ang hindi ko maintindihan, you have a tidal wave of people from all across the country saying they were not able to receive. If you make that presentation, if they maintain na hindi sila nakaka-receive, may problema tayo. Kaya kung talaga hindi nakaka-receive, katulad ng sinabi ni Senator Villanueva, which is really very, very appealing to me na dapat ano ang catch-up plan, dapat malaman natin, sino ba sa department mo? Hindi ako marunong manisi. Alam ko, malaki ang problema mo, malaki ang problema ng bayan. Hindi naman pwede isisilat sa iyo yan. Gusto kong malaman, sino saan pumapalpak? Because we are here in aid of legislation. We need to know, saan pumapalpak yan? Nahuli ba ang dating ng pera? Kaya hindi nyo umabot? Meron bang nagtamad-tamad yan? Meron bang iniwan sa regional director, hindi pinaabot dun sa syudad o sa bayan na kailangan bigyan ng pera? Yun ang gusto kong malaman para ma-solve natin, para hindi na mangyayari itong problema ito. Kaya nyo ba yun?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, yes. We can present that now. Can we share the screen? Para lang ho malinaw sa lahat for
I
transparency.
hope you can do that because I will really be very upset kung ipapasyal nyo kami because yun ang hinahanap ko. Sino talaga ang isala?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Ito, sir. Can we now share the...
You're recognized. Senator Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Yes, before the secretary answers, just so that he can cover also this point that I'd like to raise in relation to the point raised by the chair and Senator Villanueva.
I will recognize you then Senator Cayetano just to make sure that everybody's
Yes. Yes, dito kasi sa chat box sinasabi nung Director Badeo ba ito? Na yung mga ospital daw nakatanggap. De Los Santos received 8.9 million. MM Center 5.8 million. Lourdes 4.2 million. Director Gloria Balboa was posting it here. Pero yung sulat naman ng ating mga frontliners sinasabi sa atin na ang sagot daw ng Center for Health Development hindi daw nag-apply yung mga private hospitals. So iba yung sinasabi nitong Director Balboa, iba naman yung sinasabi ng Center for Health Development. In terms of, sinasabi ni Director Balboa, nabigay yung pera. Sinasabi naman ng Center for Health Development, hindi daw nag-apply yung private hospitals. At sinasabi ng frontliners, wala sila natatanggap. So, baka pwede isama doon sa sagot. Ano ba talaga ang totoo? Nasaan ba yung pondo? Just to reiterate, yung point raised earlier.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Kiko. Yung si Director Gloria Balboa is the director of the Center for Health Development. So, isa lang po yung kanyang sinasabi. Yung mga ospital ng mga private entities, no, na mga ito, sila ang actually may accountability. Dahil sila po ang nakakakilala doon sa kanilang mga healthcare workers. So, may proseso ho sila dyan. Meron silang human resource office to properly identify who should be the legitimate recipients of these benefits. And again, if I may ask the good chairperson to recognize Director Gloria Balboa of NCRCHD. She has a lot to say on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
One moment before I do that, I have a policy that all the senators, this is very freewheeling right now. I'm not respecting 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I just want to be sure, kung may question, you will add to the discussion, come in right away. So Senator Cayetano, you have a question, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to put in the legislative history as I was the one who sponsored Bayanihan 1 and was very active in Bayanihan 2, and I chaired the budget of the Department of Health, because this legislative history will help guide us to determine what exactly is the policy when it comes to the payment of the special risk allowance. So to start with, Bayanihan 1 very specifically provided for a special risk allowance only for public health workers, okay? And then we passed Bayanihan 2 because the clamor was to include private health workers. So under Bayanihan 2, we expanded the definition and we included private. However, the provision on catering to and directly catering to or in contact with COVID-19 patients was also inserted. And that was upon the request of the administration. So we need to get clarity from both DOH and DBM as to who they were intending to cover when they asked us to include those provisions. Because my recollection is, they specifically said, hindi pwedeng ganun ka-broad dahil ganito kalaki yung halagang yan at hindi kaya. Meron talagang record yan, Mr. Chair. So we need to address that because otherwise, we are basically not confronting that reality that we were dealing with at that time last year. So what is that amount? We need DBM and DOH to tell us what was that amount that they were saying that is too broad. Because kaya may provision ganun. So basically what we are saying is, we are basically saying that either we take out those defining phrases, or we're, as you said, we are expanding it and giving it a very liberal interpretation. But the bottom line is, it goes back to that original figure that they were telling us that hindi nila kaya. So I don't want this hearing to end, tapos later on, saka tayo sasabihan na hindi pwede to. Ngayon na, sabihin na nila lahat. So yun lang naman yung point ko, Mr. Chair, because there was a reason na ganun yung wording nun. We in Congress wanted to cover all of those that had somehow had some exposure. But what was that limiting factors that they were envisions, and what is that amount that we are talking about? Thank you.
Senator Pia, that was settled more or less by the chairman of COA, in that we will adopt. He's in favor, and we are all in favor of having a liberal attitude. Na in connection with the phrase, in connection with COVID-19
Yeah.
patients, because it's airborne, dapat bayaran. Anyway, let's
Noted, Mr. Chair, pero my point is, si DBM naman yung magbabayad, yung maglalabas po ng pondo. I noted his honor, the chairman's reaction to that, and I'm good with that. But I'm saying, ilalabas ba ng DBM yun? Kasi otherwise, this hearing will end, and hindi pa rin ilalabas ng DBM yung amount na yun.
No, but that's why I asked the Secretary of Health, Senator Cayetano, kung meron siyang savings upon the advice of the Secretary of DBM or the Acting Secretary or the OIC, na sinasabi niya na kung may savings, at sinabi rin ni Senator Angara, emergency situation on, and I said that already in my preliminary remarks, and that there is a problem to be solved and we cannot wait, na we can go ahead and rely on those savings, if any. And if those savings are not there, we should immediately call a special session if that is necessary to call it and make and clarify all those, di ba? So let us listen to what Secretary Duque has to say. Kanina pa niya sinasabi na pagsalitain raw yung kanilang explanation. Because pag tinignan nyo ito, ang dami talaga nagagalit na tao na sinasabi hindi sila nabibigyan. So tingnan natin ang sagot ng DOH.
Yes. Can we share the screen to be presented by ASEC Beltran?
ASEC Maylin Beltran po ulit, Mr. Chair. Am I coming in loud and clear po? I'll be presenting po the general picture of how much have we received for all the benefits. Can I have that slide, please? Sir, again, as mandated by RA 11494, we were able to provide benefits for this period. Ito po, honorable senators, Mr. Chair, and colleagues in the government, we were able to provide for September 15 to December 19, 2020, the benefit for actual hazard duty pay, we were able to obligate 3,357,000,000 po for 384,159 healthcare workers. Na this, of course, according to batas po, ito ay bibigyan lang po yung mga public healthcare workers po natin. For the special risk allowance, we have also obligated 3,211,000,000 for a total number of public and private healthcare workers na 306,314. And then for the provision of accommodation, meals, transportation, we were able to obligate 1,260,000,000 pesos for a total of 103,096 healthcare workers. Again, both public and private po. And then we were also able to enroll 32,281 public-private healthcare workers for an obligation of 16,300,000 po. Opo. So that's it for September 15 to December 19, 2020. Noting po that the Bayanihan Act 2 expired on December 19, 2020. However po, we know very well that that this was extended up to June 30, and we were only allowed by law because of that extension the granting of the special risk allowance, and therefore this covered the period December 19 to June 30 in the amount of 7,129,000,000 po. Again, for a total number of public and private healthcare workers na 379,117. So we have the list po. We can share and we can submit po according to regions by virtue of the data submitted by our regional directors po.
Excuse me.
Sir.
Excuse
Yes,
me,
sir.
Gloria, excuse me. Ano ang base figure niyang AHDP? Accommodation yan, di ba? Yan yung mga pamasahe. Ano yung SRA? Ano yung base figure na 306,000? Ilan yung bibigyan nyo? Ilan percent yung nabigyan nyo?
Okay, sir, ang AHDP po ay hazard duty pay po. Again, this is for purposes of giving benefits to people to healthcare workers, sir, who are exposed to.
I understand that. All I'm asking is simple. Listen to the question. The question is, ano ang base ng 384,000? Ano yung percentage ng kabuuan? Ano yung kabuuan yan?
Sir, let me share with you an initial estimate for planning po. As mentioned by Congresswoman Kimbo, we have submitted to the Senate, to Congress, a total of 517,356 eligible healthcare workers po. But this is really the total number of licensed health professionals all throughout the country, which would then not be all involved in COVID response. So ito po, sir, na-reduce po siya sa actual figure na ho namin na 384,159 because this figure po came from the master list coming down the ground po per health facility for each of our regions po. And these were submitted and consolidated by our regional offices. Yun na po, sir. So the actual number of health personnel who are, of course, public because it's
Maylin, sandali lang, Maylin.
Yes, sir.
Yung 384,000 nyo, ang target nyo is really 538,000. Ikaw mo?
517,356 po. Yung na-submit po namin.
Hindi nyo naibigay lahat yun dahil ang binigyan nyo lang yung nasa exposed sa COVID. Tama?
Yes, sir. Tama po
Pero
yun.
how do you explain na maraming mga nurses na nakikinig sa atin na nanonood na sinasabi hindi totoo yan. Hindi sila nabibigyan. Hanggang sa San Lazaro Hospital, tabi nyo na yan. Sinasabi yan. St. Luke's, Lourdes, lahat sinasabi yan. How do you explain that?
Sir, can we also show you right now, with your permission, sir, the list of hospitals po and facilities for NCR?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, sino yan?
Villanueva, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Villanueva, go ahead.
Yes, I'm afraid I don't want to miss that opportunity of that particular slide that she was showing us, Mr. Chair. If we can ask her to, because she's moving forward, I don't want to miss that, Mr. Chair, because in that particular slide, it says 7.1 billion was obligated. It was obligated. The total funding is 9 billion, Mr. Chair. So there's 1.9 billion unobligated. Bakit hindi na obligate ito? And also, Mr. Chair, let's point it out na obligated lang ito, hindi po ito disbursed.
Correct.
That means to say, hindi ito nagamit. Hindi ibig sabihin ng obligated nagamit. Is that correct?
With your permission, sir. Yes, sir. That's obligated. Ang nagamit po talaga disbursed according to our records is 6.93 billion po.
Okay, 6.93 billion ang nagamit talaga. But the total budget is 9 something billion. Is that correct?
9.0.
Yes, sir.
Hindi nagamit. That's why it's kind of a tricky with that particular slide that you showed us. When you said, for example, you enrolled 32,281 dun sa life insurance. And I'm assuming nagamit po yun, na-enroll talaga sila doon. But dun sa sinasabi, obligated, hindi talaga nagamit. The fund is 9 billion. Ang nagamit is 6 billion. And this is emergency funds. I just want to point that out, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yes, tama yun. But again, hinahabol ko pa rin yung base figure na sinasabi niya. Dahil it collides with everybody that we're saying na Ultimo San Lazaro Hospital, hindi natanggap lahat. PGH, sinabi, hindi sila nakatanggap. Sino nagsasabi ng totoo dito? Kaya nga sinasabi ko kay Secretary Duque, alamin niya kung anong punot dulo nung sinasabi sa kanya, baka may nagsisinungaling sa kanya at hindi sinasabi ng totoo, di ba? Di ba?
Maylin po. Maylin, sir.
O, hindi ba, Maylin?
Yes, sir. Opo, 9 billion
Collision
po.
kayo eh. Merong disagreement ng tao eh.
Yes, sir. Sir, yes, we were allotted 9.7 billion for this. We were given this amount released to us through ASARO on June 25. And we had to spend the whole 9.7 billion supposedly until June 30 po. So, ilang araw lang po yun. May mga kailangan ho kaming isettle na mga MOA, kailangan ho namin kausapin yung mga private sector, kailangan ho namin kausapin yung mga iba't ibang LGU hospitals po.
Yan ang sinasabi ko kanina kay Secretary Duque. Ang sabi ko, baka nahuling binigay yung pera, kaya hindi nyo nagastos. Now, na-realize na. Ibig sabihin, mabagal yung pag-release ng pera. By the time you na-release yung pera, hindi nyo na maghabol dahil hahanapin nyo pa yung mga tao o tumaas na yung presyo kung may bibiling kayo, kaya nagkakaloko-loko. Tama ba yun?
Yes, sir. Tama po yun.
Binigay yung pera sa inyo June 25?
Yes,
tapos
sir.
kailangan magagastos nyo in 5 days, magagastos nyo yun?
Yes,
hindi
sir.
Hindi kaya yan. So, yan ang rason. So, sino yun? DBM?
Yes. Friday, ha?
Yes, sir. Sir, June 25 was a Friday. We had to immediately talk to our partners Saturday, Sunday po, nationwide. And of course, we had to spend this kasi po, sabi nga ho na ng batas, obligated and disbursed by June 30.
Precisely.
Yes,
So,
sir.
the inefficiency is within intra-government. Hindi mo nabibigyan ng DBM on time, tapos pipilit kayong tapusin nyo on a weekend pa, gagastusin nyo at i-obligate nyo in 5 days na may weekend pa. Tama ba yan?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Malinaw na sa akin yan. O sige, tuloy mo iba. Kasi ang hindi mo maipaliwanag sa akin, Ayun nagsasalita ang mga tao, matapang na ngayon, sinasabi nila, uy, hindi kami nakakatanggap dyan. UP, hindi nakakatanggap. Gordon Memorial sa Olongapo, hindi nakakatanggap. Sa Baguio, di ba pa, hindi kami nakakatanggap. Eh, that collides with what you're saying. Kaya gusto ko malaman sino nagsasabi ng totoo. That's why I asked Secretary Duque, paliwanag mo kung saan magkakaroon ng pagkakamali. Please, go ahead. Tuloy mo na.
Tuloy mo na, I will do that, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. So, sir, yan po yung kabuuan ng ating benepisyo na naibigay noong September 15 to December 19, 2020, and then December 19, 2020 to June 30, kung saan SRA na lang, sir, ang pwedeng maibigay. Yun po, sir. Sir, can I have an additional slide po just to show that we have ano po, some details po for Metro Manila Center for Health Development. So ito po yung
Excuse me lang, Mary, no? You don't
Yes, sir.
expect us to take your word for it that just because nakalagay yan dyan, totoo ang nangyari yan. Kailangan patunayan nyo sa amin na naibigay talaga doon sa mga tao yan. Kasi maraming
Yes po.
konti sa sinasabi nyo.
Yes, sir. Sir, may mga memorandum of agreements po tayo with all of the private health facilities. And of course, certification coming from the chief of the health facility po, sir. So with your permission, sir, kasi this is a data coming from CHD Metro Manila. Nabanggit na rin naman ho si Dr. Glo Balboa kanina, Gloria Balboa po. Siya ho ang explain po nito, sir.
Just a moment, I see Senator Recto just came in.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Senator Recto. We will allow Mylene to continue, but you have a question in connection with what she's saying?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you for recognizing this representation. But on the same issue, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, we are talking about the benefits given to health workers, no? There are 8 benefits. So maybe when the DOH makes a presentation, let us complete the picture. There are 8 benefits under the law for our health workers. And we all know that the most important component in our fight against COVID is our human resources. Okay? And that's why we put in Bayanihan 1, Bayanihan 2, and in the budget for 2020 and 2021, more or less ang budget ng DOH is 540 billion. 2020, Bayanihan 1, Bayanihan 2, and general appropriations for 2021, Mr. President. No? So what are the 8 benefits? Para kompleto sana yung presentation ng DOH. One, napag-usapan dito yung actual hazard duty pay. Okay? The second is the special risk allowance. So yan, napag-usapan na rin yan. But then we put under the law also mandatory testing for our health workers. No? We also have tax-free compensation for public and private health workers who have contracted COVID-19, 1 million for disease, and I think that was incorporated because of Senator Gordon, 100,000 for severe and critical, 15,000 for mild and moderate. So ilan ba yung tinamaan ng health workers natin at nabibigay ba ito? No? Free hospitalization for public health workers. And then, of course, provision of PPE for all our health workers, life insurance, accommodation, transfer for public and private during state of national emergency, and so on. So, basically, there are 8 benefits. No? Yan ba naibigay natin lahat sa ating mga health workers? So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ralph, thank you, Senator Recto. Now, very important. I want, Mylene, no? Pagpatawad mo. Pag tinanong ko ang nurse ngayon, pag tinanong ko si Jocelyn, pag tinanong ko, sino pa yung iba mga gusto magsalita? Ano sasabihin nyo ngayon pag sinabi lang hindi totoo yan? Sige na, talangin natin. Jocelyn, totoo ba yung sinasabi? Umabot ba sa inyo yung sinasabi ni Mylene?
Yun nga po ang problema. Yun nga po ang problema, Honorable Chair. Napakarami po po ang mga nurses at iba pang manggagawang pangkalusugan ang hindi po talaga nakatanggap ng mga benepisyong mga nabanggit. SRA, Active Hazard Duty Pay, hanggang sa ngayon. Nandito po kasama natin ang Pangulo ng Alliance of Health Workers, si Mr. Robert Mendoza.
Okay, Robert Mendoza, you're recognized. Anong sasabihin mo?
Okay, maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair, at saka sa lahat ng mga nandito po sa ating webinar po. Pwede kong i-present yung sa lahat ng mga hospital sa government na kung sino yung nakatanggap ng SRA, kung sino ang hindi, para pwede kong i-share po itong ating PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, may pinakita kanina yung hindi nakatanggap eh. Pero pakinggan mo, Maylin, ha, para tama yung sinasabi mo. Go ahead. Make it quick, please.
Hindi po. Paano kaya i-share to? Wait lang po. I-share ko lang po. Lang po ha. Mag-share lang po ako.
Sir, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
May po ulit, sir. Sir, hindi pa ako tapos mag-present. Can I still be given the opportunity to present siguro 2 more slides, sir? Before Mr. Robert will show his...
I will allow you to do that. But sige, in fairness to you, we will listen to you and show it. And then Robert, yan
Yes,
daw, hindi ka pa naman ready do sa ipipresent mo. I-ready mo na kagad. Go ahead, Mylene.
Maraming salamat po ulit, Mr. Chair. Sir, ito yung gusto ko lang hong i-present yung timeline. I think these are very important dates that we need to share with everyone. Na-point out na rin ho kanina na may lags ho in some areas. And I take note po of Senator Recto's comment po on the 8 benefits, but I'm just zeroing in ho doon sa 4 po, plus ikalima ho yung compensation na slide ko ho mamaya. So this is the timeline po for the granting of healthcare workers benefits that's due for granting September 15 to December 19, 2020. So with the indulgence of everyone, I will walk you through some important dates. September 11, the RA was signed, and DOH requested for 32,369,000,000 po to cover our health-related responses po, including the granting of healthcare workers benefits. On September 17 po, we were given an approved appropriation of only around 13,401,000,000 for health-related response, including healthcare workers benefits. So kung titignan po natin, honorable senators, we have a difference of around 18,732,000,000 from our requested funding of 32.3 billion po. And then on September 25, we were able to meet with DBM on the submitted details of the breakdown of the 13.5 billion, wherein DBM also presented their own proposal po for SRA and AHDP. And then on October 27 po, we received a letter from DBM on the advice of SARO amounting to 20,575,000,000. The 13.5 billion of which is part of this po for health-related responses, including granting of healthcare workers benefits. And on November 16, 2020, there was an issuance coming from OP on AO 35, again for hazard pay, and AO 36 on special risk allowance. And then on November 25, DBM DOH issued a joint circular number 1 and 2, so as we will be guided by we will be guided on the implementation of all these healthcare workers benefits. And on November 26 to 27, we have already downloaded funds to our various centers for health development, DOH hospitals, and other concerns. Noting po that the Bayanihan Act 2 at that time would be expiring on December 19, 2020 po. And then another slide po, Sir Chair. Again, this is the timeline for our healthcare workers benefits that are due for granting from December 2020 to June 30, 2021, again by virtue of the extension of the Bayanihan Act 2. So on April 8, sir, as you can see sa slide po, we sent a letter request to DBM for funds for SRA and active hazard duty pay funding for the provision of these benefits amounting to 16 billion pesos po. And then May 5, we received a letter from DBM denying the request for funds for these benefits due to lack of legal basis daw po. So forcing the DOH to appeal to the Office of the President to issue policy on the continuous granting of these benefits po, particularly SRA and AHDP po. And then on June 1, 2021, AO42 on the special risk allowance was released by the Office of the President on June 16, 2 weeks after po, DBM and DOH had to issue a joint circular prescribing the amended guidelines on the continued grant of the COVID-19 SRA to public and private health workers directly catering to or in contact with COVID-19 patients during the state of national emergency. So again, naayon ho sa batas po yun, Mr. Chair, na gaya ng sinabi ho nyo kanina. And then on June 25, that same day, June 25, we received the SARO po from DBM and only for 9 billion pesos for special risk allowance. Again, our request was 16 billion to cover both EHDP and SRA, but we were given, of course, 9 billion for SRA only. And then right on that same date, we processed sub-allotment guidelines. We talked, syempre po sa lahat ng various heads of our health facilities, our regional directors. On June 25, the same day po, and this was a Friday, we signed sub-allotment guidelines and we disseminated for guidance to all our health facilities, to our regional offices. And that during this time, June 25, we were still receiving po, Mr. Chair, additional requests for additional benefits for some health facilities po na hindi pa ho nakakapaggawa ng MOA, Memorandum of Agreement. Again, sir, if we have to transfer funds to a private health facility or to an LGU facility, we have to have Memorandum of Agreement per our auditing and budgeting guidelines, sir. And then on June 25, we processed sub-allotment advice and disseminated to all health facilities. And noting that on June 30, the law will expire. So lahat ho na makakaya ho namin, ginawa ho namin para ma-disburse and makarating po talaga sa healthcare worker yung karampatang SRA ho na dapat nilang ma-receive. So that's why yung explanation ho din kanina po, na 9 billion, 9.7 exactly, 9 billion, 7 million was given to us as an allotment. However, again, due to time constraints po, we were only able to disburse with healthcare workers receiving SRAs amounting to 6.7 billion po. And that was done in a matter of 3 days, actually, sir, from Friday. Yun po, sir. And then, sir, one more slide, sandali lang po. For the compensation, again, this is one of the compensations due a healthcare worker. So dito po, ng honorable senators and our government officials, we were able to provide these benefits under Bayanihan 1, again, sickness and death benefit compensation, which is part of our RA 11494, from March 24 to June 24, 2020, we were able to provide 114 public and private healthcare workers who got sick, who died of this of COVID in the amount of 62.7 million po. And then Bayanihan 2 from September 15 to August 16, last Monday lang po. We were able to provide compensation to 23,331 healthcare workers amounting to 493.9 million po. Again, for a total of 556.6 million. Yun po, Mr. Chair, maraming salamat po sa pagkakataon na to. Thank you po.
I will recognize Senator Marcos shortly, and then of course, Mr. Mendoza. But ang sinasabi mo, Mylene, binibigyan kayo, huli na nga, kulang pa. Tama?
Sir, opo sir.
At ang pinagmamalaki mo, hindi naman insulting yon, sinasabi ko lang, pinagmamalaki mo, pinapaabot yung pilit, pero hindi nyo matapos dahil sa kakulangan ng panahon.
Tama po sir. Sir, hindi ko naman po pinagmamalaki po. Stating facts
Sorry,
lang po. sir.
I chose the wrong word. I apologize. Ang
Okay,
sinasabi
thank
mo,
you, sir.
hindi nyo matapos, di ba? Hindi nyo
Yes,
matapos
sir.
dahil kulang na. Tapos, ang problema pa, you are relying on the bureaucracy na kailangan may mga muwa pa kayo, di ba? Para mabigyan yung private sector, right?
Yes, sir. Tama po yun, sir.
Kaya you are dragging anchors. Kumbaga kung may dala kayong angkla sa leeg ninyo. Hindi nyo mapigilan.
Yes, sir.
Ha?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Because we know we're using people's money and we want to be very diligent in the use of all these funds po.
No, you are very diligent because COA will go after you if you do not do that.
And yes, we know that also, sir. We also know that, sir.
Alam ko yan. Alam ko, galing ako sa gobyerno. Sa local government. So, ang point ko ngayon dito is, lahat ng sinasabi mo magandang pakinggan, pero ang kailangan masagot sa committee, bakit hindi umaabot yung pera, sabi ng mga nurses sa kanila. Yan ang gusto ko malaman at mamaya mangingi ako ng advice sa lahat ng senador at saka sa COA kung paano natin malalaman yan. Ako, I have an idea. But in the meantime, bago ko tawagin Secretary Mendoza, si Mr. Mendoza, Secretary Marcos, are you going to pursue the point? Or if it's another point, I will ask you to wait and let Mr. Mendoza answer the point.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman Gordon. I'm going to proceed to another point, which is why please go ahead and ask
with
Mr.
your permission,
Mr. Chair,
Mendoza,
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
if
sir.
I may just
Ingay ko
10
muna
seconds,
Mr.
Mr.
Mendoza
Chair,
sandali,
10
ha?
seconds.
Para hindi tayo nahihiwalay, okay? And then you will have your point and then we will pursue that point. Okay? Now,
10 seconds.
Mr. Mendoza, go ahead. Joel, do you have something to say? Senator
Yes, 10 seconds, Mr. Chair. 10 seconds lang.
Okay. 10 seconds to shoot.
Yes, Mr. Chair, maganda ho yung sinasabi na presentation ng DOH. I just want to point out and spread into the records, ang bayanihan to ho past September 11, 2020. So, if we are ready about it, nagawa na natin yun, naayos na natin, naplansya na natin yung mga dapat natin. I just want to point that out kasi hindi naman totoo na parang 5 days lang yung preparation at ayusin at i-disburse itong 9.02 billion pesos. I don't agree with that. Just want to put that on record, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Well, those were my sentiments exactly, and I'm sure that's the sentiment of, I was looking at the COA chief. Talagang imposible talaga yan. Mission impossible. Di ba?
And we work hard for it, Mr. Chairman. We work
Correct. Ibig sabihin, meron talagang inefficiency at kulang sa vision. Ang DBM, kulang sa vision rin. Ang Department of Health, dapat pinupukpuk nila yan. Oy, matatapos na, hindi nyo binibigay. Now, let's listen to Mr. Mendoza because kanina pa rin na gusto magsalita niyan. Gusto ko marinig natin ang nurses para pag natapos natin to, yung iba tatalakayan na natin, yung ibang mga kakulangan para hindi na masama ang loob ni Secretary Duque at malalaman natin kung guilty or not guilty siya. Okay?
Sige
Mr.
po.
Mendoza, go ahead.
Okay, ano ba yun?
Go ahead. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yes.
Sana yung ano.
Sana yun. Ready ka tapos hinahanap mo.
Okay po yung ano, audio ko, sir?
Sige po.
Okay. Ito po yung mga nasa government hospitals na lahat ng mga hospital ay merong nakatanggap, merong hindi po. So, pag-usapan natin yung special rest allowance na dapat 5,000 for 22 days. Other hospitals, kasi kinausap ng ating mga unions, ang mga director, na dapat lahat sana ay makatanggap kasi alam natin na high risk ang hospitals. Ito yung pinag-uusapan kanina. So, ang ginawa ng ating mga directors, diniklara nila na ang kanilang mga hospital ay high risk. Kaya lahat ng empleyado ng hospital ay nakatanggap ng SRA. Maliban lang sa ibang mga director na talagang sinundan niya yung batas, parang exclusive lang talaga daw, kagaya ng San Lazaro Hospital po, ano, ang kanilang director talagang hindi binigyan ng SRA yung mga other health workers, except lang yung mga nasa COVID area. Pero dapat ginastify niya dahil infectious yung kanilang hospital, dapat ginastify niya na pwedeng lahat ng health workers ay pwedeng bigyan. So, kung isa-isahin natin ang mga hospital sa specialist allowance ay mayroon from ang PGH po, ang sinabi kanina ay ang kanilang area ng nabigyan ay yung COVID area lang. So, ang ibinigay sa kanila ay binigay sa kanila yung COVID area lang from September to June lang po sa COVID area. Pero yung September to December 20 ay naibigay sa non-COVID areas. Tapos, ang kanilang active hazard duty pay ay hindi pa ibinigay. Ang ibinigay lang ay September to December 2020. Ang kulang pa ng Department of Health ay from January to June 2021. So, ito yung mga kakulangan din po. And then, ang karamihan sa ating mga health workers ang may kulang pang Department of Health dahil 3 days after na ni-release yung budget para sa mga hospital para sa meal, accommodation, transportation, ay binawi ito ng Department of Health kahit hindi pa nagamit ng mga hospital yung kanilang meal allowance, accommodation, transportation. Like for example, yung si Reyes ay binawi ang kanilang budget for MAT, 56 million, ang Fabella ay binawi ay 59 million, ang Tondo Medical Center 20 million, ang National Center for Mental Health 62 million, at marami pang mga hospital na binawi po nila yung nirelease nilang budget. Kasi kailangan daw yan sa mga paggagamit, meron pa daw silang paggagamitan sa Department of Health ng mga para doon sa COVID response. Pero nung nakita natin ang COA findings, marami pa palang pera ang Department of Health at saka dapat ibinalik ito ng buo doon sa mga hospital po. Kasi ang ibinalik lang nila nung nanghihinap tayo ay 30% lang doon sa AIDS, doon sa kinuha nila sa mga hospital, itong mga budget na ito. Kaya ito yung mga kakulangan na talagang may kulang pa talaga ang Department of Health doon sa pagbibigay ng meal, transportation at accommodation allowance. Kasi ang ibinigay lang sa kanila ay 30%. Saan napunta yung 70% for the accommodation transportation? So, nung siningil na natin ng Department of Health, sinabi nila, nagamit na ito para doon sa COVID-19 response. So, ito yung mga, kaya nga dito sa unang pagbibigay po, nagkalituhan ng mga director kasi hindi rin malinaw ang department order ng ating Department of Health kung paano ba ibibigay itong meals, accommodation, transportation. So, ang iba ay nagbigay ng groceries, nagbigay po ng cash gift, gift check. Tapos nung ating pangungulit with the Department of Health ay sumulat ang Department of Health sa Office of the President. At ito ngayon, noong June 1, naglabas na ang Office of the President na gawin ng cash equivalent. Kaya yung iba, nabigyan sila ng cash. Yung pinakahuli na po, lalong-lalo na yung mga nasa GOCC kasi obligated na yung kanilang mga pondo at natira pa. So ito yung hinanakit ngayon ng mga health workers kasi hanggang ngayon, dahil alam natin na may pandemya pa naman sa kasalukuyan, hindi pa rin nabibigay sa lahat yung kanilang mga meal, accommodation, and transportation from January to June 30. Ito yung sinasabi ng ating Department of Health na nag-request sila sana ay tuloy-tuloy sana ang mga benepisyo ng ating mga health workers. Kaya ito rin yung inaantay ng ating mga health workers from the public sector na dapat dahil may pandemya na, may Delta variant na, may Lambda na, sana mabigay ng tuloy-tuloy yung benepisyo ng ating mga health workers. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat.
Let me ask you a simple question before I go to Senator Marcos. Tama yung sinasabi mo, kulang ang binibigay, hindi pa umaabot, kaya maraming hindi nabibigyan. Tama?
Yes, tama po yan, Mr. Chair.
Alam ko ang problema ng DOH, gusto lang ibigay, kulang rin at hindi sapat. Tama?
Tama po.
At hindi nila mahabol dahil huli na binibigay. Ang tatis ninyo ngayon, hindi ba pwede, Secretary Duque, yung mga tao mo at saka ito mga asosasyon ng mga hospital nurses at yung mga tao yan, meron kayo talagang committee para sabayin yung ginagawa para walang malalampasan. Hindi yung ngayon na lahat nagke-claim hindi sila nabigyan. Hindi natin malaman ngayon kung ilan talaga hindi nabigyan. Dahil kung kasama nyo lahat yung association, madali nating malaman kung sino ang nabibigyan at hindi nabibigyan. Pwede ba yun? Sir, sa inyo side, Mr. Mendoza.
Yeah, tama po yun. Dapat kasama sa mga pag-uusap yung ating mga hospital unions kasi alam naman natin na part tayo doon sa kabuuan, mas malaki ang ating kasama sa rank and file. Dapat kinukonsulta din dapat ang mga hospital.
Hindi kinukonsulta. Ito, sabihin sa inyo, ito ang pera namin. Kasama kayo dyan, ito ang bibigyan. ito mabibigyan, ito hindi mabibigyan. So alam nyo na kagad, magpapaliwanag na kayo. Pwede nyo i-prioritize. Saka na muna yung hindi kailangan, yung laundry or whatever, unahin natin itong maibibigay para meron kahit na paano. Pwede ba yun?
Pwede po yan para mas maganda po yung ano, yung daloy ng pagbibigay ng mga benepisyo sa mga health workers. Baka pwede, Mr. Chair, baka pwedeng magsalita si Ma'am Karen from PGH po.
Yes, of course. Teka muna, kayo tinatanong ko, ikaw nagsalita eh. At tatanungin ko ngayon, Mylene at saka si Secretary Duque, have you tried working with the nurses para hindi kayo na nakakagalitan at hindi kayo nasisiraan? Dahil kung kayo, kinakausap nyo sila, malayo pa, nakikita nyo na yung problema na hindi umaabot, di ba? Hindi nasisiraan ang tiwala ng tao sa gobyerno dahil alam nyo, yung bibigyan nyo, kasama nyo, at alam ng mga tao nila na ginagawa nyo lahat ng paraan na malalaman nila kung kulang talaga yung pera. Tama ba yun, Secretary Duque? Pwede ba yun?
Tama naman yun, Mr. Chairman. In fact, doon nga sa provision ng meals, no? Ako po ang sumangguni sa Office of the President na nakipag-meeting ako sa Alliance of Healthcare Workers para kumbinsihin ang OP na yung provision of meals, hindi lang yung pagkain. Kasi napapanisan nga nabubulok. Siyempre, duty sila. Ang tagal-tagal nila sa mga trabaho. Tapos, pagka hinanda yung pagkain nila, kawawa naman po sila. Kaya,
Secretary Duque, you're straying. All I'm saying is have a working relationship so that the people that you're supposed to serve, malalaman nila dahil may representative sila doon, nag-uusap kayo, hindi nagko-consult ha. Alam nila, itong pera, itong darating, kailan darating, at kulang ang binigay para hindi masisisi lahat kayo. Para kung kapos sa DBM, yun ang hahabulin. Tama ba yan?
You're right, Mr. Chairman. Nakikipag-meeting naman po yung akin Chief of Staff, si Undersecretary Bong Vega and Assistant Secretary Romy Ong. So pinapaliwanagan naman po sila tuwing andito sila sa harap ng Department of Health at kinakausap po sila at pinapaliwanagan po sa kanila kung ano po yung talaga mga kakulangan.
Hindi nga, pagbigay alam nila at masasabi nila sa mga miyembro nila. Anong tataka ako? Bakit sasabihin ng San Lazaro, katabi nyo lang yan, hindi nabigyan? Totoo ba yan?
Nabigyan, we have the document to prove that San Lazaro received their SRA, their benefits, no? So we can just send you all the documents in the list of those who accepted or received.
I strongly suggest, tawagin nyo sila, yung mga San Lazaro, at paliwanag nyo sa kanila, marinig namin, ito, nabigyan na kayo niyan. Ayan. Para malalaman. Marami yan magkakaroon. We don't have the time to do that, but you really have to make sure that you do your homework and they do their homework para hindi mabigyan, mahahabol natin kagad. Alam natin kung sino hindi nabigyan. Tama ba yan, Mr. Mendoza? Okay ba yun?
Tama po yun. Meron po tayong nurse from San Lazaro. Baka pwede siya magsabi. Si Ma'am Jamie.
Sabi mo, sino yan?
Po. Ma'am Jamie de Guzman.
Jenny de Guzman, please speak up. You're on mute. You're on mute, Jenny.
Naka-mute.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead po.
Yes po. From San Lazaro Hospital, meron pa po kami as of now naka-pending na request, additional budget for the SRA, especially sa mga nurses namin na nabigyan yung iba pero small amount, hindi yung complete amount ng SRA ang natanggap nila. And wala pa pong balita kung ano ang status nun from DOH, kung maibibigay pa ba siya o hindi. So, malinaw po kasi na napakaliit ng time po na binigay.
Jamie, kung 100 ang nurse doon, ilan ang nabigyan sa tingin mo? At kulang pa?
Yung percentage po, let's say maybe 80% ng nurses, 20, or let's say 90% out of the 400 plus na mga nurses, yun yung mga nakatanggap lang.
So nakatanggap,
kasi
so 10% na lang
so much, Sir, Your Honor, kasi ang dami po talagang attachment and it made us difficult to justify. Ang hirap po na humingi ng benepisyo nakalagay sa batas pero ang dami pong dapat ipaliwanag na kailangan pang i-justify namin na i-justify kung bakit kailangan makatanggap when it is obvious na talagang sa patient care naman yung mga nurses. And aside from that, yung nabanggit niyo po, Sir Gordon, yung sa ambulance driver po, wala pong nakatanggap na mga taga-ambulance driver. Talagang piling-pili lang.
Kaya nga
The director was
sinasabi
afraid to justify.
Kaya nga sinasabi ko po, mag-usap kayong maigi para pag ito na yung pera, masasalansan na yan at kung sino mabibigyan, malalaman natin kagad at bakit hindi nabigyan yung hindi nabigyan.
Mr.
Would
Chair.
that be okay with
I
you?
agree po, Senator. At saka sana po yung pakikipag-usap namin sa DOH, hindi yung laging kami yung nagre-request ng dialogue dahil meron kaming reklamo. Tama po yung suggestion nyo na prior to that, na bago pa magkaroon ng issue, sana po may consultation na, may committee na members ang mga health workers para meron na kami agad say.
Yung in the period of the pandemic, meron ka talagang office na araw-araw nakikipag-usap dyan sa mga, yan na hindi na sila makikipag-appointment. Di ba, Secretary?
Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, sir. We will do that. We will make sure that there will be a regular meetings and consultations with the
bukas palagi para kung may magko-complain na andun, malalaman ka agad and then re-reviewin ng alliance kung sinong hindi nabibigyan. At masasabi ngayon formally sa inyo na hindi kami nabibigyan, yung mga drivers namin hindi nabibigyan. Yes, Senator Pangilinan?
Yes, very quickly before we proceed to another item, may dalawa kasing hindi nasagot sa tanong ko at meron pang isang tanong on that matter. Siguro yung unang tanong, can the DBM confirm and explain bakit June 25 nila binigay yung hinihingi sa DOH? Ipaliwanag po nila bakit ganun. Do they confirm that and explain why? Second, so hindi totoong hindi nag-apply yung mga private hospitals. Hindi pala totoo yun. Ang totoo, nagbigay pero hindi kompleto o hindi o kulang yung ibinigay na sinasabi ni Ms. Director Blando na 5.8 million, 7.2 million. Tama po ba yun? Clarify lang. Kasi sinasabi nung ating mga yung alyansa ng health workers, ang paliwanag, kaya daw wala, ay dahil hindi nag-apply yung mga private hospitals for these benefits.
Sir, may the chair allow me?
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Just to clarify the previous timelines that the ASEC from DOH mentioned, the AO, actually, sir, yung 13.5 billion lang ang release out of the request. Yun po kasi yung nakalagay sa batas. So we are limited by the law itself. So we release what was included in the law. So 13.5 billion po yun, ni-release po namin buo yung 13.5 billion. After that, sir, nagkaroon ng AO because may limitation yung pagbigay ng SRA. So nasubmit po yun ng June 1 at nailabas po yun ng DBM, nailabas po ng June 1 from the Office of the President. June 3 ho, natanggap ng DBM yon. At pinirmahan din ho nung araw na yon nung aming previous secretary. Umabot po ng June 16 sa DOH, pirmahan yung joint circular. Pagkatapos po nun, ang submission po nila ng request is June 23. So, hindi naman ho kami pwedeng mag-release without the request. So, ililinaw ko lang ho yun dahil yun ang kulang dun sa pagsasaad ng kwento ng taga-DOH that they submitted the request on June 23. Being a holiday, June 24, we released the document but it was antedated to June 25. So, yun lang po yung kulang dun sa kwento, just to put things in the proper perspective. Thank you, Your Honor.
But obviously, you're all victimized by bureaucracy.
Yeah.
That can be solved.
Yeah.
That can be solved, right, Madam Secretary, Future
Yes,
Secretary?
Yes, sir. Opo.
You can avoid that, right?
Yes, sir.
At
Okay.
yung pangalawang tanong lang, Mr. Chair, yung ano ba talaga yung dahilan? Iba-iba yung sinabi kasi ng alyansa na hindi daw nag-apply yung private hospitals para dun sa special risk o yung allowance, pero sinasabi may ni-release naman daw, sabi ng DOH. So ano ba ang totoo is hindi nag-apply, nag-release?
With the permission of everyone, may I be given 5 minutes to withdraw for a while? I just have to have a commitment in my office. And can you handle it, Senator Kiko? unless you want me to suspend, can you continue with the hearing para hindi tayo masayang?
Yes, please. With the permission of our other colleagues. Anyway, the majority leader is here. He can preside.
Senator Angara is my vice chairman.
Pico is a lawyer. I think he'd be aptly capable of running the Blue Ribbon Committee, of course, while waiting for the chairperson.
We
Maybe
will
I recognize the Mr. Chairman, presiding officer.
we will take over for 5 minutes as requested by the Blue Ribbon Chair.
I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Please don't forget to recognize Senator Marcos because I'm sure
yes.
such a good point.
Same
So, thank
issue
you.
lang. Chairman, on the same issue lang.
Go ahead, Senator Zubiri.
Yeah, thank you for for everybody's information. I was able to get a letter from a friend of mine, Dr. Jose Rene de Grano, the president of the Private Hospitals Association, chairman. And I had asked him, we spoke for a long time last Monday evening, and he wrote to me. I asked him to write me formally. And this is the result of his interviews with all the private hospitals. So he says here, when Secretary Duque mentioned in his interview that the benefits of healthcare workers are already with the different hospitals, I tried to ask, and I'm quoting, I tried to ask some of our members in the different regions if it is true. I found that in Region 1 and 2, a lot of hospitals have already received their SRAs, in fairness. Second tranche, although some were not able to apply for the first tranche. In Region 3, and I think Senator Villanueva would be interested in this, in Region 3, Bulacan hospitals have not yet received their SRAs, according to his survey. A lot of them were not also aware of the benefits. And then in Calabarzon area, most of our Region 4 hospitals, if not all, in Batangas, Quezon, and Laguna, have not received their special risk allowance, mainly because these are being held in the DOA regions or provincial offices and have to pass through the LGUs before being distributed to private hospitals. Dadaan pa ng LGU. Some hospitals in Samar and Leyte have not received also their special risk allowance, Region 8 particular, while some hospitals in Region 6, Iloilo area, have received first tranche and second, no report on Region 7. Although we've spoken to people in Panay Island and they still have problems there. In Mindanao, Region 12, hospitals, according to Dr. De Grano, also have not received their SRAs, and they say it is still with the DOH region or provincial offices. And they were informed that the checks were ready for distribution. Same is true with Zamboanga hospitals. So clearly, it's a bureaucratic mess, Chairman. And finally, the last two paragraphs. Most of the government facilities and hospitals have received their SRAs, especially in the NCR. So sa gobyerno ng hospital, nabigay na po daw itong mga SRAs, according to the dear doctor. Most of the hospitals in NCR have also received their SRAs, although we saw the complaint given by the St. Luke's union. The question is, why does the SRA, the special risk allowance, have to pass through the LGUs? According to the doctor, imagine the LGUs have to make a board resolution. In other words, I guess it's a council resolution, and another MOA, with the private hospitals before releasing the SRAs to them, notwithstanding that the MOAs that we are giving the DOH provincial offices. So some hospitals have been waiting for weeks for the LGU to act on the SRA, special risk allowance. The funding comes from the DPM, and the question is, why does it have to pass through the LGU and not directly to the DOH, to the private hospitals?
Okay.
So siguro yun ang tanong, Secretary Duque and Mr. Chairman, why do the funds have to be also given to the LGUs when they can go directly to the private hospitals? May we ask that question, Mr. Chairman, to the
We
department?
have the secretary or his representative who may be able to answer that, those series of points raised by the majority leader. And my question also, that they did not apply, or these private hospitals did not apply. That's why they did not get the allocation. Can that be clarified, please?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. May I ask that you please recognize Director Gloria Balboa of NCR CHD to answer your question, and then the next one will be Director 4E, Director Ed Hanairo. So si Gloria Balboa po na, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po.
Go ahead, Director Balboa.
Yes po. Good afternoon po to everyone, Mr. Chair, and of course, Sec Duque. For NCR po, for the second tranche, we were able to release to 90 private and public hospitals po and laboratories. Out of this po, 69 are from the private hospitals, and then 4 private laboratories, and all our local government unit hospitals are able to receive in cash po on June 30. So nabigay na po lahat yon, including those that I've mentioned in the chat box. And we were able to release a total of 901 million plus po in a matter of 3 days. Okay, now it is, let me just emphasize that a list of beneficiaries came from the health facilities, from the hospitals. Sila po ang nag-submit sino yung mga eligible beneficiaries based on the guidelines of DOH and DBM. So whatever they submitted to us as the number of health workers together with the corresponding amount, yun po in full binigay po namin. So it is possible that those who are saying that they have not received, hindi po kasama doon sa list that was submitted to us. But we provided that money to their hospital. Okay. And then meron din pong mga hindi po nag-submit on time because the deadline was June 30. So there are still 16 facilities that we requested additional funding kasi nag-lapse na nga po from DOH and DBM. And also, there are still 5 facilities which have already received but have requested additional dahil meron daw idadagdag doon sa list. And just the same, we have requested that to DOH Central Office and to be submitted then sa DBM. So hinihintay pa po namin yun, sir. So that's what happened po sa NCR.
Thank you, Director
And just to
Balboa.
add, ang sakop po ng NCR are of course the local government units under NCR, 17 po yun, together with all their LGU hospitals and all the private hospitals. So yun naman pong DOH hospitals ay sa kwan po sa DOH Central Office po. So yun po, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Balboa. Just very quickly, the next one to present would be direct for the rest of the country. Yung questions raised by Majority Leader. Who is the director again? Who is the next director? Okay, go ahead.
Actually, directly answering your question or issue, we can only transfer funds from the national government to the local government through a memorandum of agreement. But the problem there, they have to go under a process na sanggunian ang they will have to allow the governor, kasi sila yung may-ari ng mga district hospital eh. So they have to allow the governor to sign. So that's one. Now, with the private hospital,
Chairman, just for clarity, Mr. Chairman, Director, the funds that we're talking about are for private hospitals. I understand there are government, local government-run facilities, just like Bukidnon, meron po kami marami. But I'm talking about the private hospitals here. And they're wondering why, bakit pa dadaan sa local? Is it true? First, if you can answer the question, is it true for the provinces that the funds for the private hospitals are given to the local government units for disbursement? These are for privately owned hospitals?
It's not happening in Calabarzon. We go directly to the private hospital memorandum of agreement. And still, they have to undergo a lot of process also before they can agree with us.
Okay, Director, nobody yet is answering my question about the LGU. So in Calabarzon, what you're saying, Director, kayo sa Calabarzon DOH ang pondo, binibigay nyo sa private hospital directly. Tama?
Directly, right.
And whether it's LGU run or private hospital. Bakit yung complaint ng ating presidente ng ating private hospitals, Private Association of Hospitals of the Philippines, say that in other regions, particularly the far-flung regions which I mentioned earlier, the Mindanao regions, together with Region 8 and other regions, it's still with the local government units. So who can answer that, Secretary?
Secretary, go ahead. What is?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. May I request that Director Annabel Yumang answer that question. Director Annabel Yumang, Please recognize Mr.
What is her
Chairman.
designation? Just so that we know.
Regional Director, sir.
Region 11.
Region 11.
Yes, but we're
Mr.
talking of all these regions, not just Region 11. We're talking of the entire country. We cannot have every region explain their policy. What is the national policy, Secretary?
That's why nga, Mr. Chairman, we just want to ask the Secretary what the policy is because in some regions, apparently from the regional office direct to the private hospitals, kaya mabilis ang proseso. Pero meron po mga regions, apparently, na pinapadaan pa, and you can confirm or deny this, but the people from the Private Hospital Association are saying na dumadaan pa sila sa LGU, kaya dumadaan sa butas ng karayom kasi kailangan pa daw ng of course, the LGU will have to come up with the board resolution, whether it's the provincial board or the city board. So,
Yes.
I think to us, tama ba yan proseso
Mr.
na yan?
Chairman.
Can we just have the Secretary clarify? What is the policy? Should DOH funding for private hospitals go through the LGUs or not?
No, Mr. Chairman, no. Have to go straight to the private hospitals, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so if that's the case, then you have to check with your field offices because there are reports that some areas, the DOH downloads it first to the LGU or requires the LGU's participation when the funds are allocated for private hospitals. I think that is the simple action that should be taken, and therefore maybe a directive be made to ensure that all private hospitals need not go through local government memorandum of agreements when it comes to funding private hospitals with respect to the special risk allowance. Tama po ba yon, Secretary?
Tama po kayo. Tama po kayo. At malinaw po yung aming policy dyan. They don't need to go through the LGU. Diretso. Wala namang katutunan yung pagdaan mo pa sa LGU.
Kumare, and with the permission of the majority leader, perhaps he can turn over the letter of the president of the Private Hospitals Association so that maliwanag, kwentas claras. Kasi ni-report na eh.
Yes, sir.
Yes, na lang ng Office of the Secretary.
Immediately to the committee and to the Secretary, Mr. Chairman, as well as just to add to what the Regional Director of the DOH Region 4, sabi niya sa Calabarzon, wala daw silang problema. I just want to put on record, a doctor friend of mine texted me last night and says, without naming names anymore who it is, I'm a practicing doctor here at Tanawan City, Batangas. We operate a small 45-bed capacity level in the city, sir. I presently stand as medical director. We have, just for the record, Mr. Senator, we have not received a single special allowance from local government or DOH po, sir. All the best to you and your family. Please, I hope you can help us with this. So yan. Kaya nga, ang gulo, he said, she said eh. Diba? Nasa news na sila, umiiyak na sila. Ano ba talaga ang totoo? Can we get the, we will have another hearing. We will get to the bottom of this. If they want sworn statements from this hospital, let's produce sworn statements. And obviously, there is an inefficiency of the delivery of these allowances. There must be something wrong in the process. Imagine the president of the Private Hospital Association complaining na dadaan pa ng LGU. Ibig sabihin talaga yan ang proseso sa ibang hospital na siguro hindi alam ni Secretary. Diba? So, Mr. Secretary, maybe you can look into this. And in the next hearing, we can come up with a clarity on the situation. Maybe that's the reason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, maybe that's the reason for the delay. It's not your fault, Secretary, but maybe because of this so many due process. Diba? I'm the author of the Ease of Doing Business. Because of all of these layers and layers, kang kawawa yung mga nurses. Talagang kawawa po sila. Abot ng buwan bago dumating sa kanila. So thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Majority Leader. We will now recognize Senator Marcos, who has been waiting quite some time. Unless she's willing to yield to our other colleagues who might be raising points on the issues earlier raised. I will.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, Senator Marcos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to wind up this subject matter because what's most alarming financially is the fact that this unobligated amount of 11.89 billion is not only nationally funded. Inutang pa natin yan. a big part of that is constituted by foreign loans. So perhaps what we need to do para tahakin natin yung way forward, alamin natin ano ba talaga ang mga amounts na yan. Because there's a laundry list provided in the executive summary of the COA report, as well as random listings from DOH from the special risk allowance and then the hiring, pero meron pang PPE, magulo siya, may ventilator, may mga HFEP, halo-halo, masalimuot. Can we request, in as much as there's going to be another hearing in any case, that we get a proper listing and a breakdown of the composition of said funds and also the status presently. Kasi hindi matatapos ang usapin nito. May utang tayo sa lahat ng health workers, katakot-takot. So yun nga, i-meeting na yung mga health workers kung magkano talaga ang ine-expect nila at gawing maliwanag at transparent yung proseso. At sa kabila nun, alamin nga natin dun sa 11.89 billion na flinag ng COA, magkano pa ba talaga ang natitira? Para alam nila na may pera naman. Huwag na natin sagutin na kulang yung pera, magulo yung proseso, nade-delay. Hindi ba pwedeng tapusin na natin yung usapin na yan, hingin sa DOH at sa DBM, magkano yung perang natitira dyan sa mga unobligated na funds na yan, and at the same time, magkano ba talaga ang kiniklaim ng ating mga hospital at health workers?
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
with that manifestation, we are asking the Secretary of Health,
Mr. Chairman, we will
coordinate with the
comply.
Secretariat. Just let me complete so that the breakdown of the 11.85 billion is submitted, and we will be requesting that be answered in the next hearing that will be conducted, together with the DBM. So the DBM and the DOH will confer prior to the next hearing and submit to the committee. We are requesting them to submit to the committee the breakdown of this 11.85 billion as earlier manifested by Senator Marcos.
We will comply, Your Honor. We will comply, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator Ontiveros and then Senator Villanueva.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add my voice to that question previously posed by Sen. Aimee, no, ano ba talaga yung current status ng close to 12 billion pesos na yan appropriated for the special risk allowance at saka hazard pay ng ating mga health workers? Kaya pa ba itong i-obligate or hintayin pa ba natin ang budget season uli? And there's a particular urgency to this question, common question sa atin na Mr. Chair dito sa committee ito, because nababalitaan natin na out of desperation, no, yung kanilang desperate situation, may napipinto tayong mga kababayang healthcare workers who have not received what is due them, na nasa bingit na ng pagbibitiw or kaya lockout or parang pagwewelga, simply because they're almost at their wits' end. Kahit dito po sa chat group, Mr. Chair, napaka-poignant na mga ine-express nila. Halimbawa, yung sobrang distorted na ang buhay nila bilang healthcare workers, pati yung usapin ng work-life balance. Kaya particularly urgent, Mr. Chair, malinaw sa atin ng DBM at DOH ang status ng halos 12 billion na iyan at kung posibleng ma-mobilize yan in timely fashion as in ngayon para simulang i-meet yung obligations ng national government sa ating health workers, healthcare workers. Baka para sa ilan sa kanila, that might spell the difference between taking that last desperate step or being able to survive at mag-survive ang kanilang mga pamilya a little more, Mr. Chair. Salamat po.
Yes, hihirit lang ako kay Senator Risa. Just like our chairman, Angara of Finance, I'm of the belief that said amounts can be available for use throughout 2021 and as long as the pandemic persists. Habang may emergency, pwedeng gamitin at i-access yan. Hindi totoo na naglalaps lahat at wala nang gagamitin pagkatapos ng June 30. Palagay ko, tuloy-tuloy yan kasi hindi naman rini-rescind o rini-revoke ni Presidente ang status ng emergency.
Thank you, thank you. We now yield the floor. The chair, Senator Gordon is back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Brad Kiko. Thank you very much. And thank you, Amy. That was a very good suggestion. If I understand you correctly, dapat ka tuloy-tuloy na itong law na ito para hindi na tayo pabalik-balik. Kung kinakapos, tuloy-tuloy na dahil ayaw natin nabibitin yung mga tao, di ba? Dapat meron tayong revolving fund. We'll see what we can do about the aid in legislation.
To ask my questions, ha?
Go ahead, Amy. Go ahead, Senator Amy. Go ahead, please.
Joel yata. Okay lang. All right. Well, it's still about the special risk allowance.
Yes.
Yeah. Last hear it na lang.
I'm supposed to be next after Lisa, but it's okay.
Okay.
I can give way.
Sige, sige. Go ahead, Joel.
Don't worry, Joel. You're a gentleman of the purest and highest order. You'll get your time right away. Thank you.
I will wait.
Michael Jordan din.
I'm your Scottie Pippen, Mr. Jordan. Please, Madam.
Yes, Joel, go ahead, please.
Oh, I'll go ahead. Okay. Mr. Chair, just to point out, as I have been mentioning earlier, I agree with our colleagues. Senator Angara, Senator Amy made mention about this. Our chair made mention about this, that we are still in an emergency situation, and so that we will be able to do something and use these funds for our SRA, Mr. Chair. However, I would like to also point out, as we have heard from DBM, we have heard from DOH about the timeline. For instance, DOH made mention that the request was made April 8, Mr. Chairman. Bayanihan 2 again was passed September 11, 2020, but the timeline shows from the DOH that the request only came in at April 8. With the time of denial of the request on May 5, the request was made and released only by the end of June. Yun ho yung binanggit. But having said that, babanggitin ko lang din po yung kaninang issue na ni-raise ni Robert tungkol po doon sa meals, transportation, and accommodation. There were reports po kasi that funds intended for the meals, transportation, and accommodation of health workers were repurposed and returned to the Quick Response Fund. These are the yung gamit yata ito for test kits, etc. No? So gusto ko lang malaman, Mr. Chair, how much was the amount repurposed and where was it spent? Can the DOH, the department, provide a breakdown also of the repurposing of these funds para mas maliwanagan po tayo? Hindi naman kailangan ngayon, Mr. Chair, but at the proper time, okay lang din po. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ma'am Amy.
Mr. Chairman, we will prepare the breakdown as instructed. We will do that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary.
I just have one question, Mr. Secretary. There's an item here that says 275 million operating unit distribution of meals allowances in the form of cash allowances, gift certificates, and grocery items. Bakit may gift certificates? Kaya lang ako nakarinig niya na, ba't kailangan may gift certificate? Hindi ko alam kung paano pumasok yung gift certificate. Usually, binibigay yan pagka kinakasal yung mga inaanak ni Joel. Di ba?
Baka parang coupon. Grocery coupon.
Ang pera kailangan ng tao. Bakit gift certificate ay bibigay? I don't understand that, please.
Mr. Chairman, can I request that Yusek Vega responds to the question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Gordon, and the members of the Senate. Yes, very true that the COA actually observed that the operating units distribution of meals benefits in the form of cash allowances, gift certificates, and grocery items, and these were all unauthorized. The main reason for this, sir, is the bill only, or the DOH circular together with the DBM, only allows meal provision, and many of the hospital chiefs and the different implementing agencies, operating units, interpreted this as meals provision, meaning they can give vouchers, grocery items, and even cash allowances. So there were, I think, 814 million disallowances because this was interpreted by COA that this is only for meal provision. So we decided to we talked with the COA, and they suggested to us that we write the Office of the President and talk to the President if this meal provision can be cash equivalent benefits to the workers. And so this was OP actually listened to us and provided this form of benefits to cover cash equivalents and not just meal provision. That's the other, Your Honor.
Kind of weird that you're going to give checks at the time of pandemic. Parang frivolous yung term, no? Sa akin frivolous, saka parang hindi bagay, no? But sino nakatanggap ng cash gift na yan, ng gift check na yan?
Operating units of the Department of Health, sir, the hospitals.
Yeah, but that's a very nebulous term. Yung bang chief ng hospital nakatanggap ng cash gift, ng gift check?
No, sir.
Pagkatanggap ka ng gift check, obligated na, tapos na, nagastos na yun. Hindi, wala ka na yung papaliwanag kung pinayagan yan. Madaling magbulsa ng gift ng pera pagka ganyan. Hindi naman ako nagsususpesya. Tumataas lang ang kilay ko dahil bakit magbibigay tayo ng gift check at this time at parang palusot.
Yeah, yes, sir. This is the allocated funds given to the operating units, mostly hospitals, for the meal provision, but they had a very liberal way of interpreting meal provision to even involve gift items, grocery items, and or the equivalent. So this was the issue that was seen by COA. And this is the reason why we asked OP to make sure that the interpretation in the operating units also be cash equivalent, so that the healthcare workers would benefit.
Well, I really don't quite agree with the term gift check in the middle of a pandemic. Right away, it will raise questions because while it is a very novel way of spending the money quickly, still you must give us a list of the people who got gift checks and what they did with it, di ba? At kung natanggap ba yung gift checks na, saan pupunta yun? Iba in the form of cash or in the form of magsha-shopping sila sa Rustans, makakainom sila sa Starbucks o iba ginagawa nun?
Mr. Chair, Robert po, from HW.
Yes, Sir Robert Mendoza, yes.
Okay. Mr. Chair, kasi nung unang nilabas po ng Department of Health itong memorandum na ito ay may kanya-kanyang interpretasyon ng mga director doon sa pagkain na ito, sa meal allowance na ito. Kaya other directors, dahil sinasabi naman ng Department Order na quality meals in accordance with the nutritional guidelines for Filipinos. Kasi nung ibinigay po itong budget na ito ay late na po, December 15, at nagsasabi na dapat makonsume mo ang budget talaga dito is 38,000 pinaka-maximum per health worker. So sinasabi ng order na ubusin mo ito, yung 38,000 hanggang December 30. Imagine, December 15 lumabas ang budget, pinapakaubos ng December 30. So, paano mo ubusin yung 38,000 na budget per health worker kung gano'n ang nangyari? So, ang ginawa ng interpretasyon ng ibang mga director ay through gift check, vouchers, pero nakabatay lang sa groceries, sa mga pagkain ng mga health workers. Pero ang sana namin nito, dapat ibigay na siya, kausap namin si Senator Ralph Recto, si Senator Angara, ibigay ito ng cash kasi parang napagsilbihan na ito ng mga health workers, parang retroactive na lang ito, ibigay ng cash kasi mas alam ng mga health workers kung ano yung gusto nilang bilhin. So, noong June 1, dahil sa kausap natin ng Department of Health, nag-request na dapat ibigay na lang ito ng cash equivalents. At pinayagan naman ng Malacanang na through cash equivalents. That's why yung mga GOCC na nandyan pa yung kanilang mga pera na obligated, ibinigay ito as cash doon sa mga health workers.
You agree with it? The gift check, you agree with it?
Dahil ibinigay ito ng gift check at equivalent naman sa pambili rin ng ng grocery items sa merong MOA with the Pure Gold with other malls. So naibili po ito nila. Pero yung iba lang problema dito, Mr. Chair, yung ibang hospital na binigyan ng budget ay pinabalik ng Department of Health kasi gagamitin daw nila ito sa iba pang pangangailangan ng COVID response. Like for example, Jose Reyes, nagbigay ng 56 million, binalik ang 56 million. Ang Fadella, binalik ang kanilang 59 million. Ang problema lang nung naglabas ng Malacanang ng cash equivalents, kinukuha na sana namin yung ibinalik. So hindi na maibalik yung iba kasi nagamit na daw po pambili ng vaccine, pambayad sa mga health workers. Ang ibinigay nila almost 30% na lang ang ibinalik sa mga hospital. Kaya yung 38,000 na budget per health workers ay nabawasan na siya. So ang hinahanap mo yun ng mga nasa NCR at mga DOH hospital, asa na yung 70% kasi 30% lang ang ibinalik nila. Sana punta yung accommodation at saka transportation. Yun lang naman ang hinahanap ng mga health workers sa ngayon. At the same time, yung sana mabigyan pa rin sila ng budget for January to June na meal, accommodation, and transportation. Kasi habang may pandemya pa ngayon at dapat may bigay pa rin sa kanila. Yung active hazard duty pay, kasabay po yan ng SRA. Ang problema lang, sabi ng Department of Health, nag-request sila for active hazard duty pay, pero hindi nag-release ng budget ang ating DBM. Kaya naglabas ng order ang DOH, ginawa na lang nila based on savings na ng mga hospital yung active hazard duty pay. Paano kung wala kang savings sa hospital, paano makakakuha yung mga health workers? That's why yung ibang health workers sa kasalukuyan, wala silang active hazard duty pay na natanggap. Yun lang po, Your Honor.
Before I go to another question, I will just ask, at the rate we're going, this is just to find out, are you happy with the answers of DOH? Yan ang tatanungin ko sa inyo. Are you happy with it?
Kaya nga, Mr. Chair, hihingi na lang ako ng information. I-submit na lang nila kung di masagot sa ngayon.
Nangako na sila, isasubmit nila yun. Pero yung mga nakarinig ng sagot, do you think it's cogent? Do you think it is credible? Yan ang gusto ko matanong sa mga nurses.
At saka kulang-kulang yung sagot.
Chair, pwede po ako magsalita. Joe Plumia po sa presidente po ng St. Luke's Medical Center Employees Association.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Crumia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In additional po dun sa sinasabi ni Pangulong Robert Mendoza ng HW, ang alam ko po kasi, pagkakaalam po namin, mayroong 53.48 billion allocated for the healthcare workers na budget po ito na dapat ibigay. Ang sinasabi nga po ni Secretary Duque kanina, kulang nga daw po yung pondo. Bakit nagbalik pa po kayo ng 18 billion sa DBM? So ano po yung sinasabi din po ni Yosek Vega, ang sinasabi po niya na kami sa mga private health workers, merong natanggap, yun nga po yung sinasabi ni Director Balboa, ang nakakatanggap lang po yung Novaliches General Hospital, yung Chinese General Hospital at saka Philippine Red Cross. So kami po dito sa yung 10 ospital dito sa NCR, hindi po kami na nakakatanggap po nung sinasabi po na yung meals, accommodation and transportation allowance. So yun po, pagiging klaro po tayo kasi kung hanggat pa ulit-ulit niyo po yun sasabihin sa amin, hindi po namin yung tatanggapin dahil wala nga po kaming natanggap ni kahit 5 duling. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Sir, Maylin po ulit. Maylin Beltran po, sir. Can I just directly respond po, Mr. Chair, to Jao? Whom we have also met. Sir, yes, we were able to provide St. Luke's Global City around 19 million po for SRA. And then for Quezon City, we were able to provide 18.8 million po through our regional director po. Regional office, CHD Metro Manila po. For the record lang, sir.
Okay, for the record yun, ang tanong ko kay Mr. Clomia, natanggap ba ninyo yan? Kasi sinasabi, pag umabot ba sa regional director, sigurado na kayo umabot na sa St. Luke's? Ha, Mylene?
Uh,
Ayoko yung sagot na yun eh.
Sir,
Ang sagot ni Secretary
Yes, sir.
Duque, binigay ko doon sa regional director, bahala na si Batman. Hindi niya sinabing bahala na si Batman. Yun ang dating sa akin. Umabot ba
Hindi,
yung
sir,
pera yun doon sa pagbibigyan ng pera? Yun ang tinatanong ko. Umabot ba sa St. Luke's?
Yes, sir. Again, this was given directly to St. Luke's, again through the Center for Health Development, Metro Manila, sir.
Mr.
So
Pina, do you agree?
again, sir, again, I would like to manifest also that, of course, yung provision directly to the healthcare worker is already care of the management of the hospital. For example, here, sir, St. Luke's management should, well, of course, should have given their people their corresponding SRA po. Thank you, sir.
Ano sagot mo doon? Mukhang babalik nyo sa St. Luke's. Magpapaliwanag sa inyo yung management ng St. Luke's. Roldan, ano sagot mo doon? Roldan,
ito po yung sinasabi, no? Lagi po kayo nakadiin doon sa SRA. Sinasabi ko nga po, may natanggap naman po yung mga nurses. Ang sinasabi ko po dito, paulit-ulit po tayo nag-uusap, Director Balboa, ASEC kakarating. Ilang beses na po tayo nag-uusap. Ang sinasabi po namin, nasaan po yung ayuda sa amin para doon sa MAT? Lagi nyo pong dinadala doon sa SRA. Hindi po yun ang doon po tinutukan namin eh. Actually, nasagot na po yung kanina, sabi nga po ni Senador Gordon, dapat po mabigay na sa lahat kasi piling-pili po yung mga binibigyan nyo ng SRA. Maraming salamat po. Additional pala, hindi po kayo nakikipag-usap hanggang sa ngayon sa management kung paano po ang requirements para doon sa MAT. Maraming salamat po.
Sino management ng St. Luke's?
Yes, sa 10 ospital po, Mr. Chair. Ito po yung mga ospital, Cardinal Santos, St. Luke's QC, St. Luke's GC, yung Chinese General Hospital, Medical City, Infant Jesus, ganun po. Yan po yung mga, yung 10 ano po.
Hindi ba pwedeng ma-confirm yun mismo, Roldan? Tatanungin nyo, nabigay ba sa inyo? Ba't di nyo binibigay sa amin yung MAT? Meal allowance?
Nakausap na po namin ng aming management, Your Honor. So, hindi po ako magsasalita dito dahil baka malibel po ako, takot po ako sa ganyan, mahirap na po akong tao. Kaya po, lahat po ng sinasabi ko po dito, kanina po nanumpa ako at yan po ay paninindigan ko po lahat ng aking sinasabi. Maraming salamat po.
Sinasabi hindi umaabot sa inyo yung binigay sa St. Luke's.
Ito po yung hindi wala po talagang natatanggap ang dalawang St. Luke's po.
Okay, then it is up to the government to make sure that you ask because talo naman palagi yung laborer pagkausap na yung big management, yung big company, dapat kayo ang magproteksyon sa labor. Na sinasabi lang, hindi lang natanggap. Sulatan nyo ang St. Luke's at sabihin nyo, sinasabi dito, hindi sila nakatanggap. Anong ginawa nyo sa pera? Tama ba yan, Secretary Duque?
Mr. Chair, very quickly.
Yun, dapat sulatan nyo ang St. Luke's na sinasabi ng mga manggagawa, hindi nila natanggap. Siyempre, pag sila magtatanong, baka maipit pa sila sa trabaho. So, that gawin nyo yun. Yes, Senator Pangilinan.
My understanding with Director Balboa is that they are not, they admit that the meal allowances have not been given to these private hospitals, or at least a big chunk of it. But what they're saying is the special risk allowance has been given. At ina-acknowledge naman yan ng St. Luke's na natanggap yung special risk allowance. Yung hindi natanggap ay yung meal allowance. So si Director Balboa admits to giving, saying and acknowledging na binigay yung SRP pero yung MAT hindi na ibigay. Tama po ba yun, Director Balboa? Yung MAT hindi na ibigay. Kasi nga nagkulang na yung pondo o nag-expire na.
Okay. Sir, Can I respond? Okay. Sir, yung sa MAT po, Meals Accommodation and Transportation, yung na-release lang po sa amin na pondo is 10 million. And it is for 3 private hospitals and 4 LGU hospitals. So yun po yung aming ni-release.
Sa mga tweet, hindi kayo nabigyan ng sapat na pera. Bakit hindi nyo ilista yan para isabit nyo sa amin? At bakit hindi sinusunod ng gobyerno yung inutos ng Kongreso? Gloria?
Sir, yes, can I answer?
May I defer kay
Gloria, you're the one who made the statement.
Asset Mylene?
Yes, sir. Si Maylene po ito, sir. Sir, totoo po na wala pa hong naibibigay sa St. Luke's Medical Center. Ang nauna ho kasing nabigyan, na gaya ng sinabi ho ni Director Balboa, are those few hospitals na nag-request ho agad-agad. So yun ho ang pinunduhan ho natin ng 10 million. Because sir, for all the meal allowances, we were only given again 215 million pesos po.
That is not an excuse to me.
Okay,
Funds
sir.
allocated by Congress and DBM must enforce the law. So you are part of the executive arm and you say there is a statutory obligation, kailangan sundin natin yan, kundi napapahiya kayo, naiipit ang DOH, nasisisi kayong lahat, at pero ang may kasalanan, ang DBM, kulang ang binibigay sa inyo. Tumpak ba yun? Sagot.
Tama po. Tama po, sir. We request for this
Kompletohin mo yung
amount.
sentence. Ayoko yung tama po. Tama po, hindi kami nabibigyan ng
Tama
DBP.
po na Sir, tama po na nagre-request ho kami ng higher amount and then DBM is also giving us an amount lower than what we requested po.
Yeah, so that means DBM, Madam Secretary, Madam OIC, Madam Acting Secretary, anong sagot po doon?
Kung kulang ho yun, ba't sila nagbabalik?
Oy, maganda sagot yun. Yan.
They had, just for the record, Your Honor, they had 1.6 billion for 2020, which is still with them, and they have not utilized it. They have not requested for authority to use that for whatever purpose. It's with them.
Yan, lumaki na sunog ngayon. O nasa inyo pala yung pera. Una, ba't kayo nagbabalik? Tapos hindi nyo ginagamit yung natirang pera sa inyo. Anong sagot? Secretary Duque.
We will look into it.
Can we have Director Wen Laura to answer the question?
Senator Pangilinan, you can never be Secretary Duque. Go ahead, answer please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. So, I would like to clarify regarding po dito sa meals allowance po na ito.
Who is speaking?
Sorry po, sir. This is OIC Director Rowena Laura of Finance Service po ng Central Office.
No, wait a minute. I'm not asking a question. I want Secretary Duque to answer that. Meron na kayong 100 plus million. Nagsauli pa kayo ng 18 billion at tayo. Bakit sinasauli nyo? Dapat mabayaran niya. Kaya hindi nabayaran, nagsauli pa kayo.
To clarify, sir.
Who's going to clarify? Is that the voice of Secretary Duque? That's the voice of a woman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will have to look into this. I have to be honest that these figures that is being mentioned, I will have to go over the notes. But we will get back to you on this, Mr. Chairman. My apologies.
Mr. Secretary, I have been in the government also, and I know how it works. And it's a question of assertion. Anybody who works with me knows that the big A word with Dick Gordon is assertion, not arousal. All right? This country wants to arouse everybody, nagagalit, pinag-aaway-away. Ang kailangan natin, you're the secretary, you were given a budget, dapat kunin mo, assert it, because ang nangyayari, nababawasan ang credibility ni President Duterte. Dahil pinangako yan, hindi nabibigay, that makes you look irresponsible, that makes you look negligent, That makes you look inefficient. That makes you look like somebody who doesn't care about the plight of the people who are working, risking their lives, yung mga ating mga mga empleyadong pangkalusugan. You cannot fault that logic.
We will, as I've said, Mr. Senator, I'll look into this right now. Give me just a few minutes, and I'll get back to this, Your Honor. Just a few
Yes.
minutes. Look into it right now.
There is a well-centered Supreme Court and bank case, Arroyo versus Aquino III. All right? And it says allotments which authorize an agency to enter into obligations are issued by the DBM. Allotments are lesser in scope than appropriations, in that the latter embrace the general legislative authority to spend. Allotments may be released in two forms: through a comprehensive agency budget matrix, ABM, or individually by SARO. Armed with either the ABM or the SARO, ang bilis-bilis ng SARO, natatandaan ko sa Dengvaxia, wala naman nakalagay dun sa yung listahan ng mga babakunahan na release. Kung gusto, maraming paraan. Agencies become authorized to incur obligations on behalf of the government in order to implement their program, activity, and project PAPS. Obligations may be incurred in various ways, like hiring of personnel, entering into a contract for the supply of goods and services, and using utilities. So, very, very clear is the rule na pag may pera, kailangan gastusin yan at sundan natin para hindi magagalit ang tao. Hindi ako aalis dito na nakabitin yung mga nurse. Kawawa naman sila na nakabitin. Kaya tayo nag-meeting. Don't waste our time. Kailangan magkaroon tayo ng closure dito. Hindi ba Acting Secretary, OIC, and Future Secretary of DBM? Tama po ba yan, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
You sound like a very responsible public official, and I'm very impressed, quite frankly. I hope that it's not a case of first impression turned sour, but that to me is the government, the business of government is to make it work. If it doesn't work, then the people will get
Ano ba yan? Naggulo na yung utak ko. Hindi ko na alam ko.
Marami kayong psychiatrist dyan sa DOH. Pagamot ka muna sa psychiatrist sa DOH. Meron kami dito mga psychosocial support dito. I know it's very stressful to work in the government, so please make sure that you get it done. I consider you a friend, but I have to be my loyalty is to my country first before my loyalty to my friend. It's called accountability. It's a significant phase of the budget cycle because it ensures that the government funds have been effectively and efficiently utilized to achieve the state's socio-economic goals. Yan. Diba? An agency's accountability may be examined and evaluated through performance targets and outcomes. Ayan. Walang outcome. Hindi na gastos yung pera. Hindi na pakain. Hindi na bigay yung meal allowance. Moral goes down. And then, magagalit ang tao. And then later on, baka magwelga pa. Hindi natin gusto magwelga. Ayoko yan. I will not encourage it. Budget accountability reports, review of agency performance, audit conducted by the Commission on Audit. Yan ang mga dumadating na paraan. So kailangan ayusin natin yan. We are willing to help, but you have to help yourself. God helps those who help themselves. Yes, Commission on Audit, Commissioner Chairman. Are you raising your hand, Mike?
Hindi po.
Sorry. Na-fake mo ko doon
Po ng Secretary General po ng Alliance of Health Workers. Sir.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, medyo mahaba na po yung ating pag-uusapan at nararating ay nasa 2,000 po mahigit ang mga health workers na sumusubaybay po sa atin sa araw na ito. At clarification lang po, ang sinasabi po nila, base po sa napag-uusapan natin, ay mababayaran po ba raw yung mga kakulangan ng mga benefits na hindi pa naibigay sa ating mga health workers at kailan po nila ito maaasahan. Marami po salamat, Mr. Chair.
Sagot ko dyan, mababayaran yan kung gustong bayaran ng gobyerno. Anong sagot ng Department of Budget and Management? Anong sagot ng Department of Health? Please answer. Hello?
Mr. Chairman, yun lang kanina kung pwede lang po. I am told yung sinasabi ng DBM na binalik namin na 1.6 billion. Hindi namin makita. We would like to sit down with DBM to reconcile because we couldn't see this 1.6 billion. So please give us a chance to sit down with the DBM and find out what this 1.6 billion is. We need to characterize this particular fund, Mr. Chairman. So we will sit down and reconcile with DBM right away, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Unutilized raw yun, Pinkoy. 1.6 billion unutilized. Is that correct, Secretary? Ang DBM? Tina?
She's on mute po.
Tina, ang pangalan nyo? Kando, no? Kanda. Palitan na natin. Can do.
Sir, yung 1.6 billion, sir, remains unobligated for 2020. And it's in the financial report submitted by DOH.
Yeah, only 1.8 billion was obligated with a balance of 1.6. I think Tina and I are looking at the same thing.
Yes, sir.
Ayun pala naman, Secretary Duque.
Can we look at the SARO, Mr. Chairman? Can we be given the SARO?
3.4 in total for the procurement of ventilators, X-rays, and PPEs.
So we're
Secretary
looking at
naman,
the-
may kopya ako, kayo pa.
Ang lutong nung sabi ni Senator Marcos, ang lutong.
Gutom kasi. Pasensya.
Hindi kami natutuwa na napupundi na kami sa totoo lang. Pwede ba sagutin mo yan?
Mr. Chairman, capital outlay pala yan eh. Yan ang pinag-usapan, capital outlay. Kung mga equipment, hindi naman pwede natin na basta-basta hugutan yan.
Pero kung hindi nagamit, pwede i-realign, di ba? So long as it's within the same department, right?
Correct, sir.
Di ba?
Correct.
Siyempre, kaya
Say
pa.
it's within the same department, you can realign it, sir.
Yes, we will. I'm sure that we have asked. I will talk to my finance people to see if there was a letter of request for realignment. Normally, they do it that way.
Normally, it's the secretary who will ask for realignment, not your finance director.
Yeah, I sign it.
Kailangan kayo yun.
Yes,
I really want to have the government succeed. I'm not an enemy of the state or the government. Pero kailangan mag-succeed tayo dito because ang daming namamatay. Kailangan magamit natin lahat ng pera. Inukol natin yan. Lalo na sa mga legislative, sa mga health workers natin. We owe it to them.
Yes, sir. We agree. We share with you that sentiment. Thank you.
Agreeing with me and not paying them are two different things. So you have to pay them. Kaya ako kaya ko sagutin. It must be paid because it's appropriated, approved, dapat bayaran. So find a way. At the next hearing, when we call the next hearing, I hope that you will be ready. And I'm putting a note here, not just a mental note. I'm putting a written note to make sure that when we hold the next hearing, it will be there. And I don't intend to call the next hearing on September 1 as my staff is suggesting it. We will do it even before we start on August the 25.
Yes, Your Honor. We will prepare.
Please do. I do not want to leave this meeting.
Correction lang, Mr. Chairman.
Workers, Ayoko yan. Ayoko yan. Hindi ko trabaho yan. Pagka tinrabaho natin, dapat tapos. Malinis. Okay po?
Mr. Chairman, there's just a bit of a clarification.
Sir, bumalik ko ako si Maylin Beltran ho ulit. Sir, let me
Unahin
just
ko
take
muna yung
this
secretary mo. Secretary ko, speak up.
Yes, sir. Ako po si Maylin po ulit. Sir,
Ang bagong secretary, naghingi ng permission Secretary Duque.
Mr. Chairman, may I respectfully request that you recognize ASEC Beltran?
Okay, all right. Sabi mo eh. Sige, Secretary, Assistant Secretary Beltran, alias
Yes, sir.
Secretary Duque. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you po. Maraming salamat po. Sir, let me just take this opportunity to correct what I said on the targeted number of healthcare workers earlier. Kasi na-quote ko ho wrongly si Congresswoman Kimbo. So the correct figure is, for the record po, 526,000 healthcare workers ang initial estimate po namin. For the record.
Di ba yan ang sinabi mo? Sinabi mo,
Sir,
yan ang base figure, di ba?
Yes, sir. Pero iba ho yung na-quote kong figure po, sir. So the correct
Alright.
figure po is 526,000 po. For
That's
the
all right.
record po.
I am just an ordinary mortal. Only God can forgive you, but I will forgive you.
Thank you po.
You're welcome. I have a few more questions before we adjourn, unless Secretary Senator Amy is raising her hand.
Yes,
I
Mr.
cannot
Chair,
refuse
since we have
lovely woman. Go ahead, Secretary
Thank
Amy.
you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Since we haven't had much luck trying to derive information regarding the special risk or hazard allowances or even the meal allowances, perhaps we can go to another subject, which is the largest amount cited by COA, and that is the
Excuse me lang, Amy. I don't think we need luck. I think we have gotten a lot already from them. And that's why when they come back, they will have to verify that. I am not going to allow luck to intervene. We are going to use our skill to get it out. Go ahead, please.
There we go. Perhaps we will require that for an even bigger sum. We're only discussing the 11.89 billion, not all of it being
Wala pa tayo doon sa ibang malalaki. Go ahead.
do with healthcare workers. Abala ako dito sa 42.4 billion, which is the fund transfer that COA cited for lacking documentary requirements and being unliquidated in the balances. An amount of 42.4 billion in total was transferred by DOH to DBM PS. Is that not correct? When did this occur and for what purpose? Was this a single tranche? Perhaps the DOH or DBM could answer.
Can I, Mr. Chairman, initially give my rejoinder? The 42.4 billion, out of this, 41.4 billion was downloaded to the PSDBM, and the COA has flagged that this was done in the absence of a memorandum of agreement. Our rejoinder,
I understand the explanation. I would just like to know what happened to the missing 1 billion? You seem to have different figures from the COA, Mr. Secretary.
Well, our figure is a total of 42.4, broken down as follows: 41.4 billion. 41.4. Yes, sir.
Malaki-laki po yung butal kasi 42.4 ang sa COA. Yung unang sabi ninyo, 41.4. Mali po ba ang aking pagdinig? Talaga ba 42.4?
There are three items. I was going to break it down, Your Honor. The second one is 659 million, and then the third one is 288 million. So the total. Walang pangalan, no?
Hindi, ano po yan, meron pong letter siya.
Yes. Mr. Secretary, may I ask also, and perhaps the USEC Tina can also confirm, may I inquire, why did DOH transfer this to DBMPS? The explanation I've heard in the media that you provided was that big ticket items are given to the purchasing agent of the government, which is DBMPS, or alternatively, DTI-PITC. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, may I respond to the question of Senator Marcos?
Yes, please.
Yeah. DOH transferred these amounts, ma'am, last year because at that time it was the height of the pandemic, and the majority of the employees, I would assume, of DOH was from work from home, and they were also busy with the pandemic. So at that point, they thought it more practical and practicable to transfer the fund to PSDBM. But the flag of the COA that there is no MOA is, I think, a little bit parang stricto naman, ma'am, yung interpretation kasi hindi po kailangan ng MOA para sa mga common use equipment.
Correct.
Hindi pong i-transfer yan ng DOH at any given
Wala
point.
pa ako dun sa MOA, please. Ang itatanong ko lang, kung big ticket item at masyadong busy yung DOH, hindi ba sunod-sunod na procurement last year ang ginawa nila? na nasa 6.8 billion. Nagkaroon rin ng bidding para sa 4 billion. Nakailang bidding yan para sa face mask at PPE. Laging dinadaing yan sa amin dito sa Senate. Kasi syempre yung mga losing bidder na lokal, galit at hindi sila nakakuha. Bakit yun? Kinayanan ng DOH. Bakit ito? Napaka-espesyal, napakalaki. Kailangan bigay sa DBMPS. Kaya naman nila halos buwan-buwan may bidding dyan What are the parameters of bidding within the department versus spinning out the funds to DBMPS? Mr. Secretary, are there guidelines for this? Is there a ceiling amount, for example?
Mr. Chairman, may I request that Director Paul Gimbarda of the procurement supply service to please give his rejoinder. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Paul Gimbarda.
Granted. Please hurry up and answer.
No, Mr. Chair, kasi ang pagkaalam ko, pag tinotal mo naman yung mga pinapabid ng DOH, di hamak na mas malaki na sa 41 billion. Bakit biglang hindi nila kayang gawin to?
Yes. Good afternoon to all the honorable members of the House of the Senate and to all present in this hearing. This is Attorney Paul Gimbarda po, responding for the DOH. So the first question was why the legal basis on the procurement of the DOH with the PSDBM. The procurement was conducted by the DOH in accordance with the Public Act 9184 or the Government Procurement Reform Act.
It was negotiated. That's not correct, Attorney. With all due respect, the record states that these were negotiated.
Yes, madam. And then doon po sa sinasabi po ng batas, madam.
Conducted according to procurement law? No, you availed of an exception.
Okay, yes, that's correct po. There is a letter of instruction that mandates all national government agencies to procure through common use supplies and equipment to the PSDBM, Madam Senator.
Gusto ko lang maintindihan, bakit kung minsan kaya ninyong i-bid yung mga ventilator, PPE, mga kung ano-ano, nabibid naman ninyo. Bakit biglang-bigla, kinailangan pa dalhin sa DBMPS?
Ang pinakamagandang sagot po dyan, Madam Senator, is that there is a legal requirement that all government agencies must observe. No? If we're going to procure po yung CSEs natin, then we will need to exhaust muna to source this from the PSDBM as mandated po by the letter of instruction number 755, which was signed by the former President Marcos.
Alam ko rin yung common use. Pero bakit kung minsan mas okay kaya ng DOH, bakit kung minsan ituturo ninyo yung DBMPS? Dahil ba puro private supply contracts ito?
Mandatory po kasi, Madam Senator, na dapat exhaust po muna natin yung sinasabing CSE list po, no? Kapag po yung bibilin po ng DOH is nasa listahan po ng CSE, nasa listahan po ng PSDBM, then we will have to procure to the said agency.
Very ordinary naman yung binili ninyo Hindi naman talaga mawawala sa listahan ng face mask at face shield. Wala naman kayong binibili na very complicated, highly technical industrial equipment. Wala namang ganun face shield lang at face mask. Bakit naman kakailanganin na pupunta pa sa specialized agency?
Aside from the mandatory nature po ng letter of instruction, Madam Senator, also for the purpose po ng practicality po, no, since these items are readily available sa PSDBM list sa kanila pong listahan sa kanilang website, kaya po nag-procure tayo since these items man po are within the technical specification required by the
Attorney Paul, sinasabi mo sa akin ang DOH kailanman hindi nag-procure ng face mask at ng face shield?
Meron po tayo mga procurement.
Babalik kayo sa DBMPS? O talagang napaka-importante at espesyal nitong mga kontratang to?
Yun po kasing requirement, ma'am, ng yung first observation po ng COA that MOA needs to be executed. That was already clarified by the PSDBM legal, ma'am, na hindi po kailangan talaga ng MOA when a government agency is procuring through PSDBM's
Yes,
CNC
pareho
po.
kami ni Yusek Tina eh. Yung
Opo,
mga
yes.
COA na yan, eh, kung minsan required, kung minsan hindi required. Nagtatalo din dyan ng DBM at COA. Yan, tagal-tagal kong governor. Alam ko yan, nakakasakit ng
Pero
ulo.
ma'am, opo, gumawa pa ako ng due diligence, Madam Senator. I asked personally po yung ating PSDBM legal, and they replied to me August 15 then, that was Sunday, and then informing me na talaga pong they will, as based on their policy po, by the legal division of the PSDBM, they do not require the execution of MOA, Madam Senator.
Boss, kailanman hindi ako nagtanong tungkol sa MOA. Gets na namin yan ni Yusek Tina. Hindi ako nagtatanong sa MOA. Tinatanong ko, bakit biglang pinalit ninyo at linagay bigla dito sa DBMPS? Ano ba dyan sa DBMPS? Para bang DTI din yan, na PITC, na kung ano-anong kababalaghan ang nangyayari? Dahil kasi, ang kababalaghan na sinasabi ko, ang binili ninyong face mask dyan sa DBMPS ay 27.22 pesos at nag-expire pa kasi hindi na maibigay. Pagkatapos nun, umabot ng 120 pesos ang kada face shield. Sobra naman yatang specialized itong DBMPS at itong re-require ninyo na napakamamahal. Sabihin na natin na very tight ang supply at that point. Pero saksakan na yata ng overprice.
Okay, ma'am. So, based po dun sa pipigil po sa aking information, Madam Senator, is that the Central Office Bids and Award Committee po really tried their best to procure these items, no? Unfortunately, because of
They have on more than one occasion, on repeated rounds of awards and tender, they have bought many, many millions of face shields, billions of face masks. Boss, isa pa, itatanong ko, ayoko mag-take up ng time, late na po, mainit na ulo namin. Hindi ho ba negotiated bid to at kapag buy in bulk ang gobyerno, we have a right to discounts?
Okay, ito pong procurement natin through PSDBM CSA list po, no? These are readily available in their catalog po. The technical descriptions are there for the procuring entities to.
Tinatanong ko yung overprice eh.
So, nakalagay po.
Mr. Chairman, if I may be allowed, can the
Mr. Chairman,
Undersecretary can answer this. Undersecretary Carol Taino.
Senator Gallon is recognized. Excuse me, Secretary. Senator Gallon is recognized. Go ahead, Senator Frank.
yes, just as a follow-up to Senator Imy's very valid questions, and I raised the matter of the overpriced face mask before, and I raised it again today. That's why the questions of Senator Imy must be answered. Firstly, is the overpriced face mask and face shields part of the 42 billion which was moved over to the to PS DBM from the Department of Health?
Yes po.
First, just answer me. Yes, Mr. Whatever you, yes. BS.
Yes, Senator. Opo. So these are two different observations that was.
Can you remove your, hindi kita po maintindihan, pakialis yan.
So these are two different observations, Your Honor, that was noted by PSD, by the COA, no? So regarding po doon sa overpriced procurement, this pertains to the 2.48 billion that was noted by the COA for the procurement made by the Central Office, no? Central Office Bids and Awards Committee. Well, to answer that, Your Honor, during the time of our procurement, the time, no, the SRPs for these items were not yet valid. So when we conducted the procurements for these PPEs, no, we were looking at the reasonable price that existing at that time. And because of the global demands and the shortage of this, we need to, since these items are really important to the DOH, we have no recourse but to to avail those that's being offered by yes.
Sir, but if you look at the facts, it is so obvious that there was an overprice. First, you purchased this mask at 27 pesos and 72 centavos per piece, and the face shields at 120 pesos per piece. Ang sinasabot niyo po kasi limited pa ang supply noon, kaya masyado mataas ang presyo. Ngunit noong nagkaroon na ng enough supply siguro, noong September 20, DOH released a memorandum providing suggested retail prices for these items. 2 to 4 pesos per piece of face mask and 26 pesos to 50 pesos per piece of face shield. If you compare this to your statement that mataas dahilan sa hindi pa bago pa lang nun, ang laki naman po ng diferensya. Ang laki ng overpricing. Sino ba po ang head ng PS DBM noong panahon na yon? Hindi pa naman ikaw, hindi ba? Hindi pa kayo?
Sir, I'm with the procurement service po of
Sagutin mo muna ako. Who was the head of the PS at that time? PS.
Mr. Chair, I will answer.
Sino? Yes.
It was USEC Christopher Lloyd Lau.
Christopher
Lloyd
Lau?
Lau. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is he still around? Is he still in PS DBM?
No more, sir. He resigned, I think, 2 months ago. I'm not sure.
About June? He resigned about June? Why did he resign?
I am not aware, sir. I did not ask why he resigned.
Is there a lot of talk going around when he resigned?
He wanted to be an ombudsman deputy.
Ombudsman, di ba? Ombudsman candidate.
No.
Ombudsman, deputy ombudsman candidate.
No. He tried, he applied, but he withdrew. Can you imagine? He applied as a deputy ombudsman.
Anyway.
But anyway, yes. So was it Mr. Lau who managed to buy these face masks and face shields at a very suspicious price, very high. Again, I would repeat, for 2 to 4 pesos for the face mask, as contained in the memorandum of DOH itself, umabot ng magkano? 27.22 ang bili, but yet later on it was found out to be only from 2 to 4 pesos. And for the face shield, the suggested retail price from the DOH itself was 26 pesos to 50 centavos per face shield. Ang bili mo ng PSDBM ay 120 pesos. Hindi po ba nakakapagtaka ito? Sino po ang bumili nito?
Under po yan nung time po na yon, under Secretary Lau.
Secretary Lau.
Last year, I think it was last year. I think it was already the subject of a previous investigation. I am not aware what actually happened last
Who
year.
conducted the investigation, ma'am?
I think it was also the subject of a Senate investigation, Your Honor. I'm not so sure.
Testing kits yun, tsaka laboratory equipment, but not the mask. Sorry for that.
Yes. Thank you, Francis. So he was investigated for some other overpricing.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Iba pang kaso po.
Iba pang kaso. Marami bang kaso itong si Christopher Lau?
Ay, hindi ko po alam. We are not very close.
Bakit kayo tumatawa? You know, my colleagues found it funny when I asked the question if Mr. Lau had a lot of cases. But anyway, I'll have questions later, Mr. Chair. I just supported the questions of Senator Amy. I'll ask for the floor later for some other questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
A very quick intervention, Mr.
Senator Pangilinan, go ahead.
Thank you. The DBMPS, is there a board? Is this a board, or is it a agency with a existing board? Maybe clarify.
Mr. Chair, I'm not aware. I think it does not have a board. It's just an attached agency of the Department of Budget and Management. Does not depend on the national government for financial support. It functions like a government corporation, but it's not. It's not a private.
Does the Secretary of Budget have any role in the DBMPS management?
Yes, Your Honor. He actually has the hiring and firing authority over the procurement service.
Okay, so he resigns in June. Christopher Lau resigns also in June. Well, anyway, very interesting.
USEC.
Interesting. Just the preliminary questions on Mr. Lao. Mr. Chair, can you recognize Mr. Chair?
Of course, I can recognize you. Thank you, Frank. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, may I ask the DBM if it is true that these face masks and face shields were supplied by a company named Pharmaceutical Corporation?
I am not aware, Your Honor, if that is the company that supplied it. I just knew at that time that it was all from China because we had a meeting on it. And if I recall, we actually questioned, the executive committee asked the question on whether the amounts for the face shields, face masks, and other PPE would be defensible, because some people from the private sector were saying that it's expensive. So that was the question I recall, na yun po yung tinanong namin noon kay Yusek Lau. And he said at that point na because there were limited items in the local market, the amounts that he presented were defensible. So I left it at that. I did not ask more questions, Your Honor. I wasn't really, pardon the word, I wasn't interested in the procurement going
Yes,
on.
for purposes of further questions on this point, can Yusek Kanda provide the committee with the last known address of Mr. Lau so we can invite him, if necessary, to this hearing?
I will ask those who are close to him, Your Honor. I can definitely provide you.
Yes, please. Anyway, while we're on the subject, may we know from the chairman, Senator Gordon, if the Philippine Red Cross would also purchase face shields and face masks?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm astounded, quite frankly. 120 pesos for a face shield, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, Mr. Frank, Mr. Senate President. Yes. 120 pesos. We bought it at 15 pesos.
Can you repeat that, Mr. Senator?
We bought
in
the
Philippine Red Cross,
15 pesos, sila 120 pesos.
and the government purchased it under the PS DBM. The price was 120 pesos.
From what I heard from you, yes. And then I heard that the price of the face mask is 27.22 for the government.
That's for the face mask. How much did the PRC buy the same?
5 pesos then, and it's lower now.
How much?
5 pesos namin binili at that time in the beginning, and it's now very low, lower now.
Nasa 2
About
pesos.
the same time, Mr. Chairman, about the same time as the DBMPS purchased their masks, about the same time.
We purchased ours from the very beginning, so it should have been very expensive, but we got it at a low rate.
1/5. 1/5.
Yes, and following the leadership of my good friend, the Minority Floor Leader, I would like the Secretary or the Acting Secretary of the Budget to send us all the records of all the transactions involving this Mr. Lau. Lau ba yun? Lau?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
All the records so we can follow and pursue all the transactions so we can check kung tama yung ginagawa dyan.
Okay, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
the
Yes.
process of
Risa Ontiveros,
deriving
Mr. Chair.
information.
Just a moment. I think Senator Marcos would like to finish her point. Go ahead,
Yes, no,
Senator Marcos.
since we're already going to be asking for information, if it's okay, and in deference to Senator Risa later on, may I just inquire if it is possible also to derive from DBMPS copies, perhaps, of the articles of incorporation, because I understand these companies, the Pharmaly Pharmacy as well as Philippine Blue Cross Biotech, were newly formed companies with no financial or medical track record. And we would like to know also, because the board or the directors do not seem to have any background either in the supply area. Kung pwedeng mabigay niyo yung sektina, yung record itong mga kumpanya, kasi hindi lang naman ito ang pinanalunan nila, kundi iba't iba pang mga kontrata.
I would assume, Mr. Chair, I would like to answer.
Yes, Yusek Kanda, can you
Yes.
supply Senator Gordon, the committee, with
Yes.
all the documents?
I would assume that we have documents with our procurement service, because
Yes.
when they go into bidding, they do have, they retain copies.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I will reserve my questions then until we examine the documents.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sorry, Senator Risa?
It's all right. Mr. Chair, may I? Mr. Chair, naka-mute po kayo.
Secretary Ontiveros is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Sen. Amy, and for promoting me as a secretary, Mr. Chair. Salamat po. Just particular to the point kanina, nabanggit po ni Acting Secretary Kanda in relation to former Yusek Lau. I do remember that time na merong mga pinrocure na karamihan mga China-made at lahat overpriced na PPEs, despite the fact, at ito po under the watch then of Yusek Lau sa PSDBM, despite the fact na meron pong mga Filipino manufacturers ng quality PPEs, pasado sa quality standards ng DOH. Ito po yung mga CPMP, Confederation of Philippine Manufacturers of PPEs, at saka CONWEP, I forget the whole name. Pero nagreklamo sila na on the request of government itself, ni-retrofit nila yung kanilang garments industries in order to produce medical grade PPEs. At di hamak na hindi lang competitive pero mas mababa yung price nila. And they could not for the life of them understand bakit yung PSDBM under then Yusek Lau instead procured more expensive and some subpar, sub-quality, mostly China-made PPEs rather than from them. So just to refresh our memory on that, Mr. Chair, habang pinag-uusapan itong mga misteryoso or hindi maintindihang mga procurements. So in addition to the masks and the face shields, pati nga po PPEs. And these have been subject of previous resolutions of ours in the Senate, Mr. Chair. Hindi pa lang lahat nadidinig pa. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Yes, that's right. Laging dinadaing ng ating local exporters that they could have generated upwards of 25,000 jobs and thousands and thousands of surgical USDA grade face masks, of which none of these were hospital approved. In any case, I would just like to round off with the question to perhaps you, Sectina. May sinasabi na pagkatapos i-download ng DOH yung pera nila, kasi pera ng DOH yan, di ba? Ibabagsak sa DBMPS yung 42.4. Pagkatapos, ang dinadahilan nila dun sa COA report, hindi daw nila mabenta. They were unable to sell the masks and the shields to DOH, to the LGUs, and to the hospitals. Is that the procedure? Ibebenta pa? Pera naman nila. Parang nalito yata ako doon. Yun kasi ang explanation sa COA report.
Madam, Mr. Chair, I would like to answer. The DOH does not have the mandate to sell. There are certain government agencies that has that mandate, but DOH does not have the mandate to sell.
No, it's the other way around, right? DBMPS, having taken the money of DOH at 42.4, ibebenta yung face mask and face shield balik sa DOH. Ganun ba talaga?
Hindi po, Your Honor. Ang proseso po, ang PS ang procuring, ang head of the procuring entity ang pipirma po ng kontrata. So it's just the procedure, parang niche market yan ang ginagawa ng procurement service. So sila po ang nagpo-procure. Ang ultimate na signatory nito will be DOH, meaning they agree to the specs, they agree with the terms of reference, they agree with the price. So pagkatapos po nun, ibibigay sa DOH. Ang DOH hindi ho ibebenta ito sa local government units. Ang understanding po, this will be the requirements of the total health sector. So they will give it for free. And they will give it for free including to the private sector because at that point last year, there was a severe shortage. Hindi naman po inaasahan itong pandemyang ito.
Oo naman.
May pangangailangan yung face shield, face mask at PPE including yung buo, pati ulo at saka paa. Kasama po yun. Ibibigay po nilang free of charge yan. That is what is supposed to happen. Hindi po nila dapat ibenta yon.
Pero yung DBM, ibebenta daw sa DOH kasi daw ganun ang sinasabi ni, nandiyan pala, si Director Paul Gimbarda, yung kanina. Sabi niya sa House Committee kahapon niya tama ba yung pagka-report, na yung DOH ayaw daw bilhin sa DBMPS pagkat yung bulk procurement overpriced na, delayed pa.
The rule actually is that agencies and departments are supposed to buy common use equipment from from PSDBM.
Yes.
The event that PS does not have a stock of these items, the procurement service will issue a document saying that they cannot supply. And on that basis, the government agencies, ma'am, will procure it from other sources. The assumption here is the cost for the bulk purchases would make the items lower. No, mas mababa po ang presyo kasi bulk purchase. So, yun po yung rationale
ba yung narrative na naintindihan ko? They gave the money to DBMPS because they were too busy, in spite of the fact that they were actually awarding all kinds of contracts in the meantime. So they dumped it. And then at the end, when DBMPS had procured it, DOH refused to take it kasi yun ang sabi nila sa COA, kaya sila hindi makapag-liquidate, kaya hindi sila makapag-produce ng mga dokumento kasi ayaw daw nilang kunin sa DBMPS.
Pero hindi po nila pwedeng gawin yon dahil once they transfer the fund, that is considered obligated, liquidated. So hindi po nila pwedeng at the last minute sasabihin nilang hindi nila tatanggapin. In the first place po, the DOH also signed as party to the contract itself. Opo. Tama po kayo doon.
Baka naman may paliwanag ang DOH. Kanina, sino ba yun? Oo, yung nagpaliwanag.
Yusek Carol Tainyo, Mr. Chairman. Yusek Carol Tainyo, please be recognized, Mr. Chairman.
Yung procurement director, si Paul Gimbarda, yung nandito kanina, secretary, nandyan pa ba?
Yes,
kasi
yes, madam.
Di ba, kahapon?
Okay.
Ang sabi mo na itong common use nga, ayaw ninyong tanggapin. You are not willing to buy it back. Yun pang terminology. Nalito ko lalo pera naman ninyo yun, bakit ninyo bibilhin back?
Yes, Madam Senator, no, parang I apologize, but I did not recall uttering the said statement yesterday during the lower house hearing po. As a matter of fact, I was only given I was only recognized by the secretary to respond on the needed execution of the MOA between PSDBM and the DOH po, Senator, Madam Senator.
Okay,
So,
I think the secretary was pointing to someone else to reply regarding this failure to liquidate.
Yeah, this is Yusek Carol Tainyo, the head of the Procurement Supply Chain Management Office. Yusek Carol Tainyo, Mr. Chairman.
Nakamute po kayo.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Your Honors. Yeah. With regards po dun sa sinasabi na bumibili ang DOH, aside from what we have procured through PSDBM,
It's true that the PSDBM do have a surplus of these PPEs in their virtual store. So they offered it to DOH if we can procure it. That is aside from what we have
Teka
transfer.
ma'am, teka muna. Sabi mo may oversupply sa bodega ng BBMPS, right? Oversupply. Tama? So,
yeah, that's what they're saying as ma'am.
may oversupply sa BBMPS.
So they offer it to us to procure.
Mag-expire na ba yung franchise ng
Pera ninyo ang pinambili nun. Ba't ninyo bibilhin ulit sa DBMPS?
Hindi po. According to PSDBM,
buy it back. Pera naman ninyo ang pinambili nun.
Yeah. Two different po ngayon eh. Meron kasi nag-request kami for them to procure for us, but bilang stock on hand sa kanila. So aside from the fund transfer na ibinigay natin sa kanila, they are offering their stocks po na bilhin namin. Kasi yung binigay po naming pera sa kanila, they also do the procurement for that eh.
Ang sinasabi ninyo, may namuhunan sa DBMPS, nagkapitalista, nagpasok na sangkatutak ng face mask at face shield galing sa China, at ngayon, pinapas sa inyo DOH? Yung ba ang sinasabi mo nangyari? Kasi bakit oversupply, punong-puno ang bodega, hindi pa nagkakabayaran?
Basta I do not know, but we were informed that they have the stocks for us to, if we would like to buy it through their virtual store.
Why will you buy it? May 42.4 billion
Yes,
na
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That is over and above.
Pag-aari.
Yeah, that is over and above the procurement that we transfer to them, but hindi po naman namin kinuha.
Mr. Chair, the mind boggles. May naintindihan po ba kayo, Senator Kiko, Senator Risa?
This is a long and winding road leading to nowhere. It's confuse the enemy. With your permission, Senator Marcos, I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Secretary, Acting Secretary, I really am beginning to be a fan of you, Tina Rose Marie. Do you have a person there by the name of Attorney Jason? Uwayan?
Yes, Mr. Chair. He was recently appointed to replace Yusek Lau.
So is he in this he's here right now, right?
Mr. Chair,
show up.
Mr. Chair, may I please be recognized? I was raising my hand earlier, but it seems I was not seen.
In the first place, I don't think you were here when. Did you take your oath?
Not yet, Mr. Chair. That's why.
I recognize you, so I want to know. Director General Kimbo, can you administer the oath to this gentleman, Jason Umayan?
Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
PS
Attorney Uwayan, kindly raise your right hand.
PSDBM Director. Uwayan,
sir. Wayan.
W-A-Y-A-N.
UAYAN po, sir.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Oh.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. You may.
The answer is yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. May I ask you a few questions? You have just been appointed, I understand, as the new procurement officer. Is that the title?
Designated, Mr. Chair, as the OIC, Executive Director.
OIC. Yes. I don't want to be funny, but I used to call OIC, O Ako Kita. All right. In the old days, I would kid the OICs before. Ang dami kasing OIC nung araw eh. May I ask if you are aware of the bidding on this face mask and this face shield?
Mr. Chair, there are two types kasi na nangyari sa PS eh. For Bayanihan 1, it was all under alternative mode of procurement, meaning negotiated.
Yes. All right.
And for Bayanihan 2, it was under competitive bidding.
All right.
For
Isa negotiated, magkano ang presyo?
negotiated,
Face mask.
Mr. Chair, tama yung sa report po, Mr. Chair, na it was around 27 pesos po.
Yung
Based
face
on our
mask. Yung face shield, 122.
120, yes, Mr. Chair, based on our records.
Right. Doon sa competitive bidding, sino nanalo?
Sa competitive bidding conducted last December for the face shield, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chair, it was Phil Pharma.
Phil Pharma. And the face mask?
For the surgical mask, there were 2 or 3 suppliers, Mr. Chair. One is all of which were imported articles, Mr. Chair. No local manufacturer was able to get an award for the bidding conducted last December.
So no, up to now you have no winner.
We have, Mr. Chair. In fact, it was already delivered, Mr. Chair.
Who delivered?
The surgical masks, Mr. Chair, were delivered by 3 different suppliers.
And who are they?
Hafid and Erasmus.
Erasmus?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And then?
The JV of UDC Medtex Group.
UDC Medtech?
Medtex, Mr. Chair.
MEDTEC. Is that a Taiwanese company, if I'm not mistaken, or is that a company in the economic zone? Bataan?
That's the one, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
For the surgical mask.
Yes. And who is the other one?
Pero that was much later on, sorry, Mr. Chair. Yung pinanalunan ng MedTech was much later. Yung maaga, itong tinutukoy ng COA, mga never heard mga Blue Cross, Biotech, mga ganun
Yeah, I'm going there. I'm going there. Thank you, Senator Amy. Dalawa na yung sinabi mo. Sino ba yung pangatlo?
Joint venture of Hafid Erasmus and another company also, Mr. Chair.
Do you have the name of that other company?
Pink Armor, if I'm not mistaken.
State?
Pink Armor.
Pink Armor.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pink.
Joint venture.
As in, pink as in the color pink.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Like strong men wear pink. Ganun ba yun?
Ganun po, Mr. Chair.
Yes. All right. Now, what was the lowest bid?
Around 1 peso, Mr. Chair. More or less.
Peso. For the face mask.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And for the face shield?
For the face shield, it was around 42, Mr. Chair.
42. That's still higher than what we get in the Red Cross.
Pero it seems to be within the SRP stated by DOH, which was 21 to 50. Siguro yun ang sinusundan.
They be right. But di ba nagkagulo yan? Di ba abnormal na tatlong lowest bidder, bibigyan nyo tatlong bidder? O di ba nagkaroon ng cash sunduan?
That I do not know, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ba nakakapagtaka tatlo ang mananalo samantalang dapat yung lowest bidder lang?
Actually, Mr. Chair, it was composed of different lots.
Dinivide you into lots.
Yes, Mr. Chair. That's
Ang
why.
tawag dyan,
Splitting.
Splitting?
No, Mr. Chair. Different delivery periods kasi yun, Mr. Chair, plus different places of delivery din.
Well, that is not a qualification. When you bid, you bid. You don't have to say where you're going to deliver. Basta economies of scale. If you buy a lot, normally you'll get a lower price, right? A lower bid. Correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, nakakapagtaka yung tatlong bidder ang nanalo.
Out of several bidders yung sumali, Mr. Chair, silang tatlo yung nakakuha ng...
Hindi ba totoo na may nanalo talaga tapos nag-threaten magdemanda, inayos na lang siya? Para maging tatlo?
Yan, hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair.
Naging God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Ghost?
I do not know, Mr. Chair.
You don't ask. You didn't ask. You didn't pique your curiosity.
No, Mr. Chair, it was conducted under
Piques my
public.
curiosity. Ngayon ako nakarinig na nagpabid kayo tapos 3 mananalo.
Mr. Chair,
Ikaw na ba ang nag-head ng bidding committee na?
can you please rephrase, Mr. Chair?
Were you the head already of the purchasing service, DBM?
No, Mr. Chair.
Who was it? Lau.
Yes,
Lau.
Mr. Chair. Yusek Lau was the executive director at that time.
Right. Yeah. And when did he leave?
Sometime on June, Mr. Chair.
And do you know why he left?
I really do not know, Mr. Chair.
Mm-hmm. And where is he from originally?
I am not sure, Mr. Chair, but I think from Davao. From Davao, Mr. Chair.
From Davao. All right. Okay. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just trying to test your credibility, whether you're telling the truth. Where are you from?
I'm also from Davao, Mr. Chair.
Right. Well, anyway, there was never mind, I'm not going to tell that story here because it's too embarrassing to tell that story. But certainly, I am wondering why this phenomenon that DOH cannot bid it themselves, and they're suddenly giving it to DBM. That's a recent vintage, isn't it?
Mr. Chair, if I
How
may
long has that been going on?
The legal basis for that, Mr. Chair, first is that it is the mandate of the PS to procure common use supply and equipment to be sold to agencies of government.
Di ba may mandate dyan, PITC?
No, Mr. Chair, it's actually for PSDBM.
Yeah, PITC buys for the government. In fact, I was asking them, why don't you get a supplier so we can learn how to make our own face masks? Have you ever considered that we should be able to, the Japanese in World War II, they bought, in World War I, during the Meiji Restoration, they bought 4 ships from Britain, and then they made their own ships afterward, including the Yamato in 1936. Much better than the British ships. Ito, face mask lang, face shield lang, di pa tayo makagawa.
Mr. Chair, yung PITC,
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
yung original ng PITC po, limited noon to those countries with whom we had no diplomatic relations, such as China and Russia. So those were international purchases. And therefore, after that, yung mga imported...
India, from medicines.
Oo. Tapos, itong DBMPS, eto na nga yung mga common use na sana pakyawan ng bili through DBM para makamura. Pero nakita naman natin, ibang nangyari.
Hindi nga nakamura,
Mr.
nakagucci
Chair?
na binibili.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, yes, Lisa. Senator Ontiveros?
Salamat. Yes, salamat Mr. Chair. Just as a point of interest, yung isang pangalan ng kumpanya na binanggit ni Yusek Uwayan kanina na nakapanalo ng bid for the masks is a familiar name, yung Erasmus. Because that was actually one of the Filipino PPE manufacturers na at least last year nabilihan ng gobyerno as proof na kaya ng local manufacturers to produce then PPEs and apparently now masks na up to health standards at competitive yung price or mababa yung price for that matter. Disclosure, Mr. Chair, hindi ko kilala ang Erasmus from Adam or Eve. Naalala ko lang sila dahil binanggit ni Yusek Uwayan that they were originally, Mr. Chair, akala ko Greek company. Apparently, it's a Filipino company. So, last year, nakapagpakitang gilas naman siya sa PPE. So, I remembered it nung binanggit as one of the mask
He wasn't Greek,
suppliers
he was
now.
Dutch.
Salamat, Mr. Chair.
He was Dutch of Rotterdam. I thought he was Greek. But anyway, nice name anyway. But I'm
Mr.
just wondering
Chair,
why
parang
it has really whetted my appetite to find out what's going on in DBM. That all of a sudden DBM, which is supposed to be the guardian of our budget, is suddenly buying. Di ba completely different purposes yun? You're supposed to give the budget and then you're going to buy?
na nga eh.
Yun na nga eh.
So, Mr. Chair, to close the loop, to finish the cycle of our confusion, yun nga, yung DBMPS ang bumili. So I'd like to get clarification on the original question earlier. Why is it that DOH was to buy from DBMPS when in fact the funds that were utilized to procure were DOH funds? And that was the reason that they gave to COA. Sana magpaliwanag na lang si Mrs. Carolina Taino at saka yung DOH, pati yung DBM sa pagkakaintindi nila dahil hindi talaga namin naintindihan.
All right. The chair instructs Ms. Kaimo?
Tainyo. Miss Tainyo.
I'm very careful with the way I pronounce it. Ms. Taimo. All right?
Taino, sir. Yes po. Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Your Honors.
Yes.
Yeah, i-submit mo na lang in writing kasi gabing-gabi na eh.
Yeah, I was going to instruct that you
that's
submit it
right.
in writing.
Okay.
The position of DOHY, Carol Taino, you should give us a position why instead of DOH buying and learning how to buy things, you're passing it to another government agency that apparently, according to Senator Dillon, according to Senator Marcos, and according to myself, buys at astronomically high prices, and then all of a sudden, nawala na yung bumibili. Nagtangkapang pumasok sa ombudsman.
Yes.
Sir.
Diba? Yes, Senator Dillon. I can see
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. But I think the system of having this, the purchases of national government agencies coursed through offices like PS and PITC deserve a more serious and extensive study and investigation by your Committee on Good Governance. Why is that? Because number one, the agencies would make it appear that they have already obligated and disbursed the budgets assigned to them by passing on the budget to a procurement service such as PS, ADB, DBP, DBM, or PITC. Because I am sure that that they're doing this to get away from that situation where they have not executed their budget within time. So to them, the moment they pass it on to PS or to PITC, they have already obligated and disbursed the budget. When in fact, the funds sleep in these agencies for years. It would be interesting, Mr. Chairman. Later on, I'll ask the people from how much is parked in PS DBM. How
Today.
much is parked?
Today.
That's funds which are sleeping there for years.
Yes.
PITC or Philippine PTIC has about 35 billion, to my knowledge, parked in PITC, Philippine International Trading Corporation. I do not know how much is it in that's what I want to know. But having said that, Mr. Chairman, I think we're just scratching the surface.
Yes.
There's a lot of policy issues involved here. And,
insofar as the national agencies are concerned, and I'm sure Secretary Duque will confirm this, if there is so much in their budget unobligated and disbursed, when the next budget cycle comes, DBM will tell them, Mr. Secretary, your Department of Health has not been disbursing the funds assigned to you, and therefore we will reduce your budget. So what is being done is to make it appear in the books, and this is not only for in the case of DOH, every agency does this, in order to make it appear that the funds are actually disbursed. This is passed on to a procurement agency like PS and like Philippine International Trading Corporation. It would be interesting, I would repeat, how much are parked there? Today, the Department of Finance is looking for funds. Mayroon pong nakatenga dyan sa mga ganyan. And it has been there for years. And under the law, they are supposed to refund that after the budget cycle is over. They're supposed to return that to the National Treasury. But since it cannot, but since insofar as the books of the National Agency is concerned, they have already obligated and disbursed these amounts, hindi na po reflection sa kanila yan, hindi na nakargo yan. So I would suggest strongly to the good chairman, part of our investigation on Mr. Lau's activities as head of the PS is to have a policy decision on the matter of these government funds being parked in the procurement services, both the ITC and the DBM, because I suspect billions of pesos are parked there. That's our submission, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
I agree with you very much. If I may continue, I agree with you very much, Senator Dillon. It is also a way upon which, as you say, they park the goods there. It's also a way upon which they can get more money next year, if you give it to me, right? If you give it to DBM, you get more money. And happy na lang tayo kung sakasakali. Baka ganun na nangyayari. Di ba?
Hindi yun, Mr. Chair. Hindi ganun. Do you know that these funds are parked in government accounts in banks? Because huge amounts of money, dinideposito po yan. Magkano ang interest na kinikita yan? Saan pupunta ang interest? Because the interest is supposed to be public funds, because the principal amount are government funds, and therefore the interest earned is government funds. In some agencies, I think this is used for salary, for bonuses, for allowances. In other words, there is more to be looked at. There are many issues that must be looked at, and a policy must be crafted on this. As we said, Mr. Chair, maybe you did not realize it, but say on a 10 billion deposit in the bank, how much is the interest earned? And that interest earned is used for, remember, these are GOCCs. And therefore, they have boards that can determine how much are the bonuses. And where do you think the income comes from? There is no other income except the interest out of government deposits. So these are the things that we should look at, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Those are very, very prescient observations, and we've discussed this before about PITC. You will recall, and we share this same suspicions, no? Although they're just suspicions. I just want to point out that baka naman alam nung bagong budget PSDBM kung may mga park funds dyan.
Mismo.
Ano mo, sabihin mo na ngayon, meron ba?
Mr.
Chair,
Mr. Jason?
There are funds here at PS.
Marami.
I would have to check first, Mr. Chair, kasi we are in the process of complying with EO 87, which directs agencies under the executive department to revert to the Treasury 2017 and prior years funding. So we are currently collecting data on that, and scheduling dialogue with the concerned agencies with respect to the reversion of funds to the Bureau of Treasury.
Will you
Mr.
then
Chair.
submit to us all these funds immediately?
Yes,
Not on the day of the hearing, but as soon as you can. We're going to have another hearing.
Mr. Chair,
As soon as you
Yes,
can,
Mr. Chair.
maybe tomorrow or the day after tomorrow would be nice.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Yes.
Senator Kiko, go ahead.
Yes. When was that EO issued, Attorney Jason?
If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chair, it was issued around 2019.
So you've been doing that for quite some time then. So maybe you have a ballpark figure of how much you have.
Mr.
No,
Chair, may I answer?
Yes? Oh, you said, Mr. Chair.
Yes, for purposes of transparency, the last time I looked, the amount that was available, reverted funds from government agencies amounted to 14 billion pesos for for procurement service. And in fact, we flagged this and told the BTR about this amount, and partially the amounts that we informed the BTR about was part of the financing for Bayanihan 2. I would assume that it is much higher, but there are claimants, no, to the amounts that have been parked, meaning that there are still ongoing procurement processes, or these are balances of live SAROs which nag-generate po ng savings. So
Pareho lang ng PITC.
14 billion na ito po yung kumbaga you can consider this as parang mga no claimants or dead na to. Hindi man dead as in patay, as in accounts na hindi na humatrace. So yun po yung huli kong nakita, that was mga dormant accounts, yung mga 14 billion yan. It was used also to
14.
part of the finance Bayanihan 2.
14.
Opo.
1-4.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Very
Mr.
good.
Chair?
Yes.
Risa
Can you
Ontiveros, Mr.
give
Chair.
me some time to breathe and absorb what was just stated. 14 billion is a lot of money. Go ahead, Senator
That's the
Ontiveros.
reason why. That's the reason why.
Yes.
Senator Drilon is very correct that it used to be a parking. So that's why recently, or I think 2019 and earlier, the agencies were no longer required to provide cash, yung backup na cash, sir, and the PS would do the bidding without the cash backup, especially if the funds of PS could absorb. So, ibig sabihin, maliliit na transaction, relatively small transactions, pwede nang hindi magbigay ng cash backup. So, ibig sabihin, obligation lang ang i-cover, yung SARO, yung allotment lang ang ita-transfer sa PS.
Yes, but Mr. Chair, I think we should discuss this more in detail on another occasion because the PITC is a trading corporation, and yet they are asked to procure fire trucks and construct fire buildings. Yeah, so really this is something that we should look at,
We
Mr.
also
Chair.
have news for you. DBM, procurement service, is also in the business of buying fire trucks.
Yeah, yes, but it's there. It's anyway. As we said,
Si Tina, eh, oh. Si Carol.
I think we should look at this deeper, Mr. Chair.
Definitely. You can bet your bottom dollar or your bottom peso.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair, to round off our
Chair.
discussion po.
Senator Marcos, yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would just like to make a final request for information para ma-round off na natin ang ating napakahabang hearing at sa ating napakasipag na chairman. All in all, pwede bang magtanong, as of 30 June 2021, nung naglaps ang Bayanihan 2 at sabihin na natin yung mga iba't ibang extension, considering all these findings of the COA, na may 67 billion dito, may 95 million na expired medicine, may unremitted hospital collections, ang dami-dami nito. How much is the total and remaining unobligated 2020 fund of DOH? Kasi naghahanap tayo, nagpapakapatay tayo maghanap ng pera para sa ating health workers, sa meal allowance, sa transport, sa kung ano-ano. Magkano pa ba talaga ang nandyan sa DOH? Kasi ang dami-dami nang natutot up. May remaining unobligated ng 2019 extended budget, meron GAA 2020, napakalaki ng 13 billion sa Bayanihan 1, nasa 9.1 billion ang natitira at binalik sa National Treasury sa Bayanihan 2. Ang laki-laki niyan, ba't hindi natin ipamigay sa ating mga health workers ng dali-dali? Ano bang inuupuan natin? So Mr. Chair, if we can request a real breakdown of the total and remaining unobligated so that we know how much money is actually burning in the pocket of the OH.
Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of
Chairman,
Sen. Aimee.
we will comply. We will submit.
So ordered. The request of Senator Marcos is ordered. In addition to that, I'd like to see who are the bidders and their backgrounds, their documentation, and who won the bids and their background and their capability. We can always get this from the SEC, of course, but we want to make sure that we can rely on the DBM to provide us with the proper information. Yes, Senator Risa.
Mr. Chair, salamat po. No, before Sen. Aimee would synthesize it, meron pa sana akong isang tanong dun sa yung fund transfers no na undocumented. Mr. Chair, is COA Chairman Mike Aguinaldo still around?
Is Chairman Aguinaldo still around? Please sound off, please.
Yes po.
Yes,
Thank you,
yes,
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chair Mike. I wanted to ask about these undocumented fund transfers. Hindi lamang sa DBM, hindi lamang sa DOH, pero sa COA. Because I feel like it's one of the most numerically significant and interesting points in the COA report which your commission drew our attention to dito sa Senado. Kanina kasi nung tinatanong ni Sen. Aimee, sabi ng DBM, kaya nangyayari yung ganung fund transfers dahil pandemic ngayon. Pero parang that's not naman completely acceptable as an explanation. Otherwise, baka yung buong gobyerno na lahat na lang ng mga department would engage in these fund transfers and park those funds. Nung tinatanong din ni Sen. Aimee, sabi naman ng PSDOH in answer to one of her questions na ang pinakamagandang sagot dyan ay, but we're not after just magandang sagot, but yung mas totoo at saka mas tama. So I'd like to ask the COA Chairman Mike, in your report, it stated that 42 billion pesos intended for the department's COVID-19 programs were transferred to procurement or implementing partner agencies absent the required memoranda of agreement and other supporting documents. Do you confirm this po, Chair Mike?
Yeah, I think that's found in the report.
Okay. Yes,
That's one of the issues that, of course, DOH is contesting whether MOA is in fact actually required.
Okay, which is actually the most interesting question for me. But before I get to that, can you specify what these programs were and what partner agencies they were transferred to? Or lahat ba sa PSDBM lang? Or were there other agencies? And for what programs, supposedly?
Yeah. As far as I can recall, I think about 41 out of the 42, more or less, about 41 billion, I think, was transferred to PSDBM.
All right.
And I think maybe about 600 million might have been transferred to PITC.
So PITC, okay.
Meron rin po.
Meron din.
If I recall, this is really for PPEs and related type of equipment supplies.
All right. Salamat po. DOH in their reply said that they were in the process of producing all the missing documentation. So have the MOAs or any other form of supporting documents for these finally surfaced or eventually surfaced?
As far as I know, wala pa because again, they're questioning whether a MOA is in fact required. No? So there's a bit of an issue there. Although I seem to recall an update, I think yung sa PITC, I think they either na-submit na or they were working on the MOA already. But sinabi naman namin yung this, you know, they can still submit that pa naman eh. The basic issue po kasi sa amin is, you know, when you transfer money, dapat may documentation. Ano yung ba't mo tina-transfer? And I think one of the important points that sometimes is missed out, the purpose of the MOA is not just to document the money transfer, but also to impose obligations on the entity on whom the money is being transferred. So for example, like ano bang period of delivery nito, ano yung mga conditions sa ano, yung mga ganon. So I think that's really the purpose po.
So Chair, hindi po pwedeng tanggapin na dahilan na nakaligtaan lang yung MOA or anumang dokumento dahil sa urgency of the situation. Lalo na involving amounts of this magnitude na tens of billions of pesos.
Yeah, I mean, at the least, we expect that, you know, at some, maybe not immediately because of the situation, but at some point, i-comply naman nila para lang klaro. Although, ideally, mas maganda talaga sa umpisa, but we understand naman the situation, nagmamadali, but pwede naman to follow. But yun nga, the problem is there's a point of contention on whether a MOA is really required.
Yun na nga po eh. But for one, I'm hoping na magko-comply ang DOH at yung PSDBM at pati yung PITC pala within the 60-day period the Commission has given them. So second to the last, the most interesting question for me, Chairman Mike, is it legal for these transfers to take place? Is it legal for an agency to transfer funds to another entity without even a MOA between them as to how these funds will be used? At additionally, sabi nyo, in fact, to impose obligations on the receiving party.
It's a tough question. I think two parts. No, first, why would you transfer funds to another entity? The idea usually is because that other entity perhaps has greater expertise. You know, they're more attuned to doing that. For example, we do have projects that are in the budget.
Oops, naghang yata si Chair Mike. Mr. Chair, okay.
Yeah.
Oops. Okay, now I think we can hear you again, Chair Mike.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, medyo naglalag
It's alright.
yung ano ko. Yeah. So normally you would transfer if there's a particular expertise or yung absorptive capability of the agency hindi nila kaya. So you could imagine. Well, I think PSDBM was set up primarily for common use supplies, but also for other procurement needs. No. So if it's transferred to an entity that doesn't have any expertise or what, medyo mapapakamot ka ng ulo. And legality of that transfer might be it. The second aspect, of course, is it had become a tool to obligate allotments, no? Yung appropriations. Kasi pag na-transfer sa PSDBM or PITC noon, parang considered obligated na. So it actually bought some of the agencies some time to do that. But yun nga, it's an interesting issue because you do see that more often, and maybe one of the issues should be looking at guidelines on, you know, kailan ba pwedeng i-transfer and all. That was one of the problems with you know, some of the other funding issues in the past, no? May mga fund transfers, and even for the auditors naging mahirap yon. You know, trying to track, na kanino na, pinasa namin ito, pinasa doon, and all that. So, yun lang po.
Opo. Salamat, Chair Mike. And speaking lastly of tracking, so most importantly, have these funds been audited?
Since the funds have been transferred, we would have to check with the auditors of PSDBM
and PITC
on the actual utilization. It wouldn't be the auditors of DOH. Yeah. So yeah, auditors of DBM and PIT.
I see. So we'll be maybe waiting for your findings with that sa commission, Mr. Chair. Salamat, Chair Mike. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Angara, I'm going to have some questions, but go ahead, please.
Just as a short request before you ask your questions, Mr. Chair, in relation to the points raised already during the questioning of Senator Marcos, for instance, regarding the details on the unobligated amounts, because I've been seeing figures as low as 11 billion and as high as 24 billion regarding unobligated funds. And so I'd like to address, Mr. Chair, a request to any or all of the following agencies: the DOH, the DBM, and the COA. I'd like to request the details of what are these budgetary items that have not been obligated, and an explanation for why they were not obligated, and if the intent is to obligate them at some point, or they have already reverted to the DBM. I don't really know. I'd like to know, Mr. President. And lastly, since going forward, we'd like to know, underspending has been a problem, I think, for many years now, and I think certain predecessors of USECTINA or OIC Sectina were also saying it's no longer a problem, but apparently, if we look at the figures, ostensibly, it still is a problem. So we'd like to address that going forward, Mr. President. What are the recommendations of these agencies, DOH, DBM, and COA, to address efficiency, Mr. President? Efficiency in spending. Yun po ang request natin, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Angara. The Director General Kimbo is requested and directed to make sure that the comments made by Senator Angara is communicated to the departments concerned, as well
Yes,
as
Your Honor.
other comments that he made that are relevant, including all the points made by the other senators concerning DBM PS, and as well as the invisible government that is apparently existing. You know, you have a government that's supposed to be buying things, and that they're creating an invisible hand, an invisible government that is actually undertaking what they should be doing as a way to escape, as a way to park money and not revert back to the treasury. And then here we go looking for money na kailangan natin para maibigay sa mga naghihikaw sa vaccine o yung mga tauhan natin na hindi mabigyan ng meal allowances. Around that point, so ordered. Now, with the permission of our colleagues, I'd like to ask a couple of questions. Number one, to DOH, would it not be possible for those who are supposed to be issuing these resources to our very valuable health services folks, yung mga nurses natin, yung mga janitors, yung mga emergency folks natin katulad ng mga ambulance service, meron naman sila nasa payroll, di ba? Bakit hindi pa nyo idirekta yung pera doon sa mga tao na yan? Dahil doon naman sila sumusweldo, ipadala natin direktamente doon. Dahil I'm sure may mga computers kayo dyan sa DOH, di ba? Pwede ba yun? Who's going to answer that? Secretary Duque?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the DBM might be in the best position to answer.
No, but the money is with you. And therefore, di ba, bibigyan nyo ng yung mga hazard pay, para rin salary yan, dagdag sa salary. Di ba? 25% of the salary. 5% of the salary pagka ikaw ay lampas ng 19, no? So, ibig sabihin, you can actually, para sigurado nakukuha ng mga tao natin yung kanilang binigay natin mga benefits of which they are so deserving. And can we do that, Mr. Secretary? Direct to the beneficiary.
Yes, that would be the best arrangement. But there's a policy question there, which I would like to request the DBM to address.
All right, Dr. Lady Tina, can you please answer the question?
Sir, I'm sorry, I do not see any policy issues with regards to a direct release to the recipient if they are part of the payroll. So there is no, I'm not aware if there is any policy issue in that question, sir.
I agree with you. In fact, I'm going to ask the nurses, would you be, and the health services, Mr. si Mr. Mendoza, Ba't wala dito yung mga pangalan mo? Sila Maristela Abenojar, sila Jocelyn Andamo. Would you prefer that the money go directly to your payroll account?
Yes, Mr. Chair, mas maganda po yun para direkta na po sa ano.
Oo, wala nang angalan, di ba?
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang...
Walang pumasok sa account ko. Ayan, no? Natatrabaho ko dito, walang pumasok sa account ko.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Gusto ko lang susugan yung sinabi ni Senator Angara na sa ngayon po dahil nasa state of emergency pa tayo, dapat tuloy-tuloy rin po sana yung mga benefits na makukuha ng mga health workers sa kasalukuyan. Hanggang September po yata na-declare ng ating Pangulo na tayo nasa state of emergency.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to extend. Today we had about 11,000 cases reported.
Yes po.
And the positivity rate is 23%. Baka kinakabahan ako, baka ma-extend na naman ito. Itong ating lockdown. So it's important that let me get back to my point. My point is, ang angal ng mga health workers natin hindi umaabot sa kanila. Kung padadaanin nyo nga naman sa St. Luke's Management, padadaanin nyo doon sa kabila, lahat yan ay may payroll services lahat yan eh. Padaanin nyo na doon dahil doon naman dumadaan sa payroll nila. Kukunin lang natin yung mga payroll accounts para tuloy-tuloy doon at malalaman natin yung pupuntahan ng pera. Is that okay with Ms. Maristela Abanojar and Jocelyn? And let me ask now the PNA president, because she's been here and I've not been able to ask her a question. It would be a pity if she was not able to put her position in. The PNA and the Philippine Medical Association are here. Dr. Noemi Sarabia and Dr. Angelito Beca, and for the PNA, Governor Melbert B. Reyes. May I ask for your position on the entire hearing right now, as well as my proposal na kung pwede yun, if it's possible, if it's more feasible na padala na direktamente sa inyong payroll account. Who will go first? The nurses first. If you're still there.
Actually, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Sa Alliance of Health Workers kasi hindi lang nurses ang kasama namin po.
Healthcare workers, lahat yan. Kaya lang inimbita ko sila eh. Dapat marinig ko rin yung kanilang comments.
Okay po, salamat.
Kung wala sila, di sila sumasagot, there'd be a record that I asked them, kaya dapat hindi umaalis eh. Pagka sinawaan nyo eh, talagang hihina ang loob namin na parang hindi rin kayo interesado. Di ba? So dapat pakita nyo na interesado kayo. There is another question I'd like to ask, because speaking about computerizing this, Secretary Duque, ano ba yung mahiwaga sa computer nyo na nagkakahalaga ng 700,000 per computer? May finding kayong ganyan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The KMITS director can elucidate on this. Director Eric Tayag, please may I ask that you recognize him. Director Tayag.
Eric, can you please hurry up? Speed is the name of the game. Secretary Duque, it seems you have a missing si Eric Tayag. I think I hope he's not dancing yet, because he's a great dancer.
I'm here, Senator.
Hello, Eric. I know you're a great dancer. Baka iniwanan mo na kami, sumasayaw ka na kagad.
Hindi po.
Ano sagot mo doon sa mahiwagang computer na 700,000 per computer, 4 na laptop?
Okay po, ang latest update po yan.
Latest update
Opo. Una po, kinancel na po namin yan sapagkat naghanap kami ng funds para sa kailangan po ng aming CHD, particularly dyan po sa Baguio General Hospital and Medical Center. Kasi kailangan po nila ng IT support. Pero bago po namin kinansila yan pong mga laptop pong yan, ay gagamitin sana ng aming mga developers. Hindi naman po pwede, Mr. Chair, na yung ordinaryong laptop lamang po.
Ano nga klaseng computer yan?
Gagamitin po kasi ng programmers po namin.
Hindi nga, anong klaseng computer?
Ito po ay may kinalaman.
Eric, anong klaseng computer? Apple? Orange?
Memory.
Ha? Ayan,
Kasi
branded.
po,
Wala nga brand, nakalagay lang, branded.
Opo, kasi specs lang ang nilalagay namin, bawal po kami maglagay ng brand.
Oh, kaya nga, nakalagay branded. Okay, ano ang klaseng computer yan? Ito nga, ibig sabihin ko sa akin, ano mga capability niyan? Ayan, oh.
Opo, may padadala po namin yung specs. Kung gusto pong malaman po ng inyong lupon po.
Apple, di ba pwede tayo ng Apple yan?
Hindi po. Specs lang po nilalagay po namin dyan. So, dahil sa hindi na po natuloy po yung negotiated procurement.
Sino ba ang nag-request niyan talaga? Sa totoo lang.
Opo?
Sino nag-request ng computer na yan na 700,000 ang halaga?
Yung opisina ko po, kasi kailangan po namin, kasi kami po yung gumagawa ng mga registry po. Halimbawa po, yung bakuna registry, kailangan po naming mailagay po at ma-visualize para maparating po sa mga policy makers kung ano na po yung datos at kailangan na po sapagkat may analytics din po. So kailangan po namin talaga ng mas upgraded po na computer po. Kung hindi po kasi, kung ordinary lang, mabagal. Inaantay po yung mga analytics. So yung nakikita nyo pong nire-report ng DOH, yung nasa website po namin, ay dahil lang po sa ang ginagamit naming computer ay hindi po yung ordinaryong computer, Mr. Chair.
Ano yun? Ano yung computer na yun? Yung pagka
Ilan po yun?
may magsasabi sa inyo, kaagad nasasabihin siya, hindi lang si Siri. Babatukan ka pagka mali yung tanong mo? Gano'n ba yan?
Hindi naman po. For example po sa cellphone.
Yung ID processor nyo nakalagay dito, i5. i7 na ngayon eh. Di ba?
Opo, pero yun po yung pinag-aralan po ng technical team ko na yung i5 ay hindi naman kailangan pong i7 kasi limitado rin po kami sa budget po.
Padala nyo lang ako in writing bakit siyang computer na yan ang gumawa at sino nag-request at para saan.
Mr. Chairman, if I may interject this issue, Senator Migs. Yes, sana mabigay niya sa amin yung sa atin na yun. Ano naman siya under oath. Ano po yung brand at yung model ng computer? Because we can always look online now to see if it really costs 700,000. I've never heard of a 700,000. I use a gaming computer, Mr. Chairman. This is a Predator. That's what I'm using right now. This is one of the fastest computers. It cost us 96,000, Mr. Chairman. So, and this is what I use for our Zoom sessions. And when I'm online in Cagayan de Oro, I'm still, as majority floor leader, doing the traffic in the Senate. So, baka nga, hindi naman ako magaling sa computer. Baka hindi ko alam anong model na yan. Sana maibigay po nila yung model number ng laptop na yan, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, wala pa po sapagkat hindi po natuloy yung procurement. Hindi namin alam kung ano po yung ibibigay na brand ng supplier po sapagkat ongoing pa po yung procurement at binalita ko nga po na kinancel namin kasi nga may naghanap kami po ng maiaalat dun sa mga nangangailangan po ng ICT support namin. So, hindi na po namin binili yan, bagkos ay isasama yan dun sa maibibigay po namin sa Baguio General Hospital at Medical Center.
So, for clarity, Mr. Chairman, hindi pa ito nabibili?
Hindi pa po. Hindi pa po nabibili. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Eric, just some advice with the permission of Senator Zubiri.
sa phase
Go ahead, Mix. I didn't know you were speaking. Go ahead. Senator Zubiri?
could you hear me? Am I lagging?
I can hear
Could
you.
you
Go
hear
ahead.
me, Chairman?
Go ahead, Senator.
Yeah, yung sa phase binanggit ni Senator Drilon, our Minority Floor Leader, na 120 pesos. Anong klaseng face shields po yan, Mr. Tayag? Maybe get a response, Mr. Chairman, from Mr. Tayag. Kasi may binanggit po ang ating Minority Floor Leader na 120 peso face shields.
122.
Alam naman po natin yung face shields ay hindi naman ganun kamahal, Mr. Chairman. If you're talking about buying 10 face shields, walang problema. But if you're talking about buying thousands of face shields, malaking problema po yun.
Kaya nga pinatawag natin na Senator Zubiri, yung nag-order niya, si Lau, yung nag-conduct ng bidding. At para malaman natin. At
Sige po.
patawag natin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe we can be furnished, the committee can be furnished.
Yes, we'll do that. We'll do that.
Mr. Chair?
May I continue? I just want to finish this para matapos na, ano? I now would like to ask about PhilHealth. Marami nagko-complain sa akin. Pati kami nagko-complain sa Red Cross. Hindi na lang kami kubi-kubi. Tinitiis na lang natin. Pero ang PhilHealth, maraming mga hospital, ang P-Happy, si Richard Lirio na andyan, PhilHealth, Dante Giran, andyan ka. Kaibigan pa naman tayo, pero nagko-complain, hindi raw nababayaran yung inyong mga hospital. Like Makati Medical, like St. Luke's, umaabot na raw ng billion ang utang. Totoo ba yan, Attorney Giran?
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Mr. Chairman, good afternoon po.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting us in this hearing today. And at least naman para makapagpaliwanag kami.
Of course. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Pwede ba ako magkwento, Mr. Chair, bago ako sagutin?
Pwede ano?
Pwede magkwento? Pwede ako magkwento?
Pwede magkwento.
Opo.
Ano, sa kanya, once upon a time ba sasabihin mo? Or ano?
Related naman po, Mr. Chair. Hindi
Go ahead, sige na, go ahead. Just go ahead and answer.
Okay. When I came in on September 17, 2021, as appointed President and Chief Executive Officer of PhilHealth, the PhilHealth at that time was bombarded with a lot of complaints because of alleged corruption, particularly in the investigation conducted by both houses, the lower house and of course the Senate, involving IRM, involving inflated attempt to purchase IT. And the investigation was so extensive. A lot of things were uncovered. So I came in. And when I came in, the first thing I did was reshuffling of men, officials from all regions 1 to BARM. And there was also, when I came also, there were suspension of this big time officers of Pasig office because of the investigation conducted by the Department of Justice, particularly its line agency. I really found myself in a place where it's not common for me, no. So I was talking to my people in the meetings, in all meetings, at the EXCOM meetings, and then my people at the Corplan concepted this idea about the 3-point action plan. And this 3-point action plan was about the initial of my name, no? DEG, Dante Igiran. And the D stands for digital transformation. And the A stands for anti-fraud. And the G is basically about good governance. And so I had to what we call create an internal affairs task force, no? because unless I have this one, I cannot start with investigating people, no? But again, the matters at hand is more technical, technical for me. So I have to seek the what we call this, the assistance of the NBI, the AMLA, the ARTA, and the rest, no, including the PSA for those reported what multiple what we call this repetitive process of hemodialysis. Sinabi po nila na kahit na yung patay daw, dinadialysis pa rin. So kaya ang ginawa natin po sa PSA na nagkaroon tayo ng tinatawag na data sharing at nakuha po natin po. And so ayun na po, nakita ko po, Mr. Chair, na madaming problema sa loob, no? Problem about IT problem, because we have a fragmented IT, no? At least people are not fragmented. It's the infrastructure, the solutions and the right. And it's a very good thing that we have talented people at the PhilHealth, we have bright people at the PhilHealth. The only thing is they need a leader. So what makes the IT problem so problematic, because of all those agencies in the government, we are the greatest user, no, of data. You can just imagine 110 millions of them to be in our database, no, including your honor, sir. And we process something like 11 millions claims every year, and for 2021, at the rate we are going, we will be processing something like 14 millions. So an increase of something like 3 million a year. And you can just imagine that the IT infrastructure are still there, the same, and the people are the same, even decimated. But our claims are what we call this, our claims are ballooning. So I also made a good coordination with the office of the very good co-chairman, Chairman Mike Aguinaldo. Thank you, sir, for your support sa aming DCPM. Na-release kagad ang DCPM natin, yung 60%. And so, all those things, sir, okay. The problem talaga, sir, is ito. Mali po yung sinatawag po na hindi kami nagbayad sa mga claims. Nagbayad po kami, Mr. Chair. Kaya lang po, mabagal po. Mabagal ang pagbayad.
Dante, the hour is getting late, and I hate to stop you, but could you just submit to us kung sino pa ang hindi niya nababayaran at magkano?
Yes, Mr. Chair, opo.
Para mas mabilis, para sa next hearing, mas mabilis tayo at tatawagin natin sila para kung may problema. Kasi alam nyo, it goes back to the problem of the nurses. Kung hindi nyo mabayaran yung hospital, baka magtanggal ng mga nurse yan. O kaya bababa ang sweldo ng mga nurse. O kaya hindi nila maibibigay yung dapat ibigay sa mga nurse o sa mga doctors. Kaya napakahalaga niyan. Kailangan lang talaga malinaw natin yan. I investigated also PhilHealth, and I know kung anong maraming mga nangyari dyan before your time, and I hope you have stopped it already. But certainly, we cannot afford to have the government owe all these hospitals in the middle of a pandemic na hindi sila makakontinue mag-operate because magastos eh. To go to a hospital now, you really need to be insured or have a lot of money. And that is why it's so important na mabayaran sila on time. So I will ask you to present to us all the debts that are supposed to be pending, and a day schedule upon which you could actually finish all these debts, para all these liabilities, para sa ganun that will be your legacy to PhilHealth. And also, we want to know kung sino talaga yung nabuwag yung mafia dyan, kung naandyan pa yung mga yan. Because you will recall, meron mga tao dyan nagbabayad dun sa isang hospital, I think sa Bukidnon or sa Davao ata, nagbabayad for a sickness involving liver, diabetes, ketoacidosis. Ang bayad nila maabot ng millions pagkatapos doon sa UST. Iilan lang ang pasyente. Pero sila, nasa probinsya, ang laki-laki ng binayad. So, marami akong findings na maybe if you're interested, we can the Blue Ribbon can show it to you, no? Para matigil na nga yung mga nangyayari dyan sa katiwalian sa PhilHealth at mabayaran na natin yung mga hospital. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So would you do that, please, for the next one? And I'm glad and I congratulate you na one thing that is going for you now, I think, is you're now covering all the dialysis, di ba? Dati hanggang 90 treatments lang kayo. Ngayon, lahat na treatment ang binabayaran ng PhilHealth.
144 sessions po in 1 year, Mr. Chair. Para naman to extend the life of our people, those who are infected with kidney disease. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for Chairman, for bringing about the case of kid. I know that, Mr. Chairman, it's a hospital in Tagum, Davao del Norte, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, with my coordination with NBI, my former employer, we had filed 3 cases against them. Noong unang pag-file po, Mr. Chair, doon sa provincial office, dismiss po. MR, dismiss again. Ako hindi pwede to. Hinapol ko sa DOJ, sa PIPREV, petition for review. The case is now pending at the petition for review.
Congratulations. I wish we could make it faster para hindi matatakot sa mga yan if they get away with it. And what they do is they, in fact, even threaten the hospital. They better dance with them, otherwise their payments will be withheld. You are aware of that, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. So congratulations and thank you very much for one. I just want to make sure na I say a few words in behalf of the hospitals na dapat talaga nahihirapan na rin sila, umaangal sila. All the hospital owners that I meet, they always complain that they have a large payable coming from PhilHealth. So if we can see your way clear into clearing that, that would make your legacy a lovely legacy for people to follow. Thank you.
Thank you
very much. So if there are no other questions, I think Senator Taveras, you had one more question. If there are none, would the nurses and the health workers still have concerns? Because we will conduct another hearing. So yung hindi pa natin tatalakay na concerns ninyo, hahabulin natin sa next hearing. But quite frankly, I'd like that settled right away because I'm really very concerned, as we all are in the Senate, that our health workers are protected.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Robert po, Mendoza.
Yes, Robert.
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang pong i-note ngayong araw na ito na dapat yung mga hindi po na ibalik na 70% doon sa MAT kasi 30% lang ang ibinilik ng Department of Health. Dapat yung 70% na ibalik pa rin siya doon sa mga hospitals para ma-enjoy pa rin ng ating mga health workers yung mga benefits na yun. Kasi as of today, marami pa rin ang kakulangan doon sa ating mga meals, accommodation, transportation sa mga hospital po.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sure I can speak for all the senators, especially the majority floor leader, who will fight for you, and the minority floor leader, who is the real majority floor leader. And we have this standing joke here, and all the other senators here, that we are able to see our way clear na mabayaran yan. That's practically a vested right.
Mr.
That
Chair,
is a statutory obligation. Pag statutory obligation, dapat bayaran ng gobyerno yan.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Dagdag ko lang po kasi na-freeze yung hiring ngayon ng mga hospital ng mga nurses po. dahil doon sa hindi pa ini-implement yung salary grade 16 ng mga nurses. Kaya ang ating understaffing talaga is malala na. So sana ang DBM po ay magkaroon na ng final decision para doon sa implementasyon ng nurse to bilang salary grade 16 kasi hindi ito sa ngayon naka-freeze ang mga hiring ng ating mga nurses and recruitment dahil hindi pa pinapatupad at wala pang sagot ang DBM doon sa salary grade 16 na ito na nilabas noong June 1 ang executive order ng galing sa mga
Di ba na-settle na yan?
Hindi pa
I even
po.
wrote a letter about it. Sabi nila, na-settle na yan.
Hindi pa po.
Di ba yung sa salary grade 31, di ba? O 19 ba yun?
Salary grade 15 po.
15. Oh, yung umpisa.
So, naglabas kasi ang executive order ang ating pangulo noong June 1 na dapat ang para doon maiwasan na ang demoralization kasi ang nurse 1 at saka nurse 2 parehas ang kanilang salary grade. So ginawa na ng Malacanang na dapat ang nurse 2 ay nasa salary grade 16 na po. So noong June 1 hanggang ngayon hindi pa rin siya na-implement kaya naka-freeze yung hiring ng ating mga nurses kaya walang nagre-recruit or walang nag-admit or sa mga nag-apply dahil hindi sila makapag-hire ng mga nurses na bago dahil naka-freeze pa po yung hiring ng mga nurses na ito.
Secretary Tina Rose?
Ayan po.
Sir, I think that is not really my expertise. I would rather call Assistant Secretary Kim De Leon.
Is Kim De Leon there?
Yes, I think so, sir.
Asa Kim? Usong-uso yung Kim ngayon dahil sa Afghanistan. May Rudyard Kipling. Kim De Leon.
Wala ba?
Mr. Chair.
Yan.
Are you there?
The Reyes po of Philippine Nurses Association, I would like to add as a rejoinder of issues on salary grade 15. I'm sorry for for my absence kanina po kasi may tinake akong call.
That's all right.
I would like po to raise the concern din po na because of the DBM circular, the infamous DBM circular 2020-4, marami po tayong nurses na demote because of that. And with the EO po, hindi pa rin po yun na ibabalik. And we would like to ask help po to the good office of the senators to look into that kasi po wala pa po yatang plano ang local government unit na ibalik yung ating mga nurses doon sa kanilang mga original position. Aside from that, with the issues po ng PhilHealth, Mr. Chair, marami pong nurses tayo, lalo na sa private hospitals, na pag nagkakaroon po sila ng symptoms, they have to submit themselves for a swab test on their own. Maglalabas po sila on their pocket, from their pocket, kasi po hindi na po daw kayang sagutin ng mga hospitals yung kanilang pampaswab because hindi raw po sila nababayaran ng PhilHealth. So if you can help our nurses po with this problem po, na sana mabayaran na sila ng PhilHealth para naman po masagot ng mga hospitals natin yung para dito sa mga swab test nila pag nagkakaroon sila ng symptoms, and to look into different issues na we gathered from our survey that we would love to send to your office po kasi po hindi kami nabigyan ng pagkakataon to raise it a while ago. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Chair, may I be recognized po?
Yes, go ahead.
Honorable Chair, rejoinder lang din po doon sa issue po ng upgrade ng salaries ng government nurses po. Kasi yung nurse 1 po, supposedly naging salary grade 50 na po sila. Marami pa pong nurse 1 sa government na hindi pa po na-upgrade. And then in relation to the memo po ng Office of the President through Executive Secretary Medialdea, supposedly po yung mga nurse 2 ay ma-upgrade na po sa salary grade 16. And then po, yung mga na-demote ng mga ranks na senior government nurses ay supposedly po ma-retain po sila sa kanilang mga ranks. So, we wrote a letter last July 16 po, Mr. Chair, sa office po ni Executive Secretary Medialdea. So, yun po sana ang ihihingi po sana namin ng tulong kung pwede ma-follow up po sana yung
guidelines for the implementation po ng upgrade ng salary ng mga nurse to government nurses po from salary grade 15 to salary grade 16 po. At saka yung mga senior government nurses ay ma-retain po sa kanilang mga ranks kasi marami po sa kanila ang na-demote. And then yung mga nurse 1 po sana ay ma-upgrade na po yung salary nila from SG11 to SG15, lalo na po yung mga nasa local government unit. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Just a moment. I'm looking at a release here by Donna Pasubigan, I think of the Inquirer, if I'm not mistaken. Nurses celebrate win versus demotion. And on June 7, 2021. And this is in Region 7, a memorandum by Executive Secretary. That's why I was under the impression na nanalo na kayo. Salvador Medialdia, dated June 1, reversed the DBM circular which raised the salary of entry-level nurses from salary grade 11 or about 22,000 to SG 15 or about 32,000 a month. Di ba okay yun?
Bali po, sir, may I be recognized again?
You don't have to ask. You're recognized.
Okay po. Sir, that was the June 1 issuance of the memo of the Office of the President signed by Executive Secretary Medialdea. But
Yes.
then, all the healthcare facilities are still awaiting for the guidelines from the either DBM or DOH. So they said that they cannot do anything yet, no actions yet on the ground because there's no guidelines yet. So what we did was to follow up through a letter. We sent a letter last July 16 to the Office of the Executive Secretary Medialdea, and we are hoping that you can help us follow up for the issuance of these guidelines.
We will communicate with Secretary Medialdea and find out what's going on because hindi na nga kayo nababayaran ng inyong mga pinangakong benefits. Pinago pa uli itong sistema ng ratings niyo, no? So we will try and do that. Does that DBM Secretary have any comment?
Mr. Chair, I think Asek Kim De Leon is around.
Yeah, I've been waiting for him with bated breath.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I would just like to provide an update on the upgrading of the nurse positions, and I would like to update Mr. Chair that we have already received the clarification from the Office of the President last Monday, clarifying, among others, the effectivity date of the upgrading of the nurse 2 positions from salary grade 15 to salary grade 16. We are now in the process of finalizing the budget circular for the purpose, but just to be sure that operationalizing the circular will be smooth on the part of the DOH, we'll also be scheduling by Monday at the very maximum, Mr. Chair, a consultation with the DOH before we finalize the circular for consideration of our officer in charge, Mr. Chair.
What did you say? A confrontation with DOH?
A consultation, Mr. Chair.
What are you going to confront them about?
We'll be consulting them on some operational concerns, Mr. Chair, on how they will affect the upgrading of the
So in other words, you agree with the nurses here right now that the DBM's position is to uphold their request. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, because we have already received the approval of
Including
the
those senior nurses, right? Na hindi na sila i-demote.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Among others, they will be the 7 position series of the nurse positions will be reinstated, Mr. Chair, and that the nurse 2 position will be upgraded from SG15 to SG16, Mr. Chair.
That's excellent. That's excellent news. So, ang kailangan na lang ay i-confront natin ngayon si Secretary Duque. And I will now confront Secretary Duque with that. Secretary Duque, are you still there? Secretary Duque?
This is Yusek Vega, Your Honor. Secretary Duque right now is taking in the bathroom in the break. Bathroom break, sir.
Oh, a bathroom break. All right. Okay. I'm sure it's going to be quick and furious. All right. But anyway, what I'd like to know from you is, Yusek De Vega is
Vega. Only Vega, sir.
huh?
Yusek Vega, sir.
Yusek Vega is
Yes, sir.
what are your thoughts on this? Do you think the secretary waiting for him to complete his constitutional to make sure that that the nurses are upheld?
Yes, sir. That's right. In fact, we even approached already the DBM with Secretary Bisado before, and he agreed that the salary grade would be for nurse 2 would be 16 and retain the other salary grades of all the nursing positions. So we were just hoping, waiting for DBM actually to clarify with OP, and I think ASEC Kim already informed us that the OP has already made the necessary clarification, and we will coordinate by Monday, sir. I think we all agree to that, sir.
If you were a student in law school, you would have been given a 5 for not listening. Because ASEC Kim already said okay na sa kanila sa OP at saka sa DBM.
Yeah, right, sir.
All right. Now, sa inyo, okay na ba?
Okay, sir.
Okay na.
Okay, sir.
O, papapalakpakin ko na ba yung mga nurses na nandiyan ngayon?
Mr. Chair, clarification po.
Oh, may clarification pa.
Albert Reyes po from Philippine Nurses Association.
Yes.
Marami po kasi ang mga LGU na pagkatapos pong i-release ng DBM Circular 2020-4 ang nag-demote na po ng position ng nurses. Ngayon po ang tanong namin, with this development po ba, kasama po ba pag sa gagawin ng DBM, ng DOH?
Somebody please go on mute if you're talking because we'd like to hear what the gentleman is saying. So kailangan masabihan ang ng DBM at saka ng DOH, yung DILG, para sabihan nila status quo, yung original position na ginawa ng OPM, ng Office of the President and the DBM and the DOH is now the rule.
Mr. Chair, how about po those nurses na pinapirma ng panibagong kontrata? Like Nurse 2, pinapirma po sila ng Nurse 1 ng mga LGUs. We would like po to know kung i-reinstate po yung dati nalang position.
That is
naman po.
an appeal that must be made by you to the guidelines titingnan natin sa guidelines yan at dapat kung kailangan ipa-implement sabihin sa DBM at sa DILG. And
Salamat po, Mr. Chair, if I may.
The way I look at the proper secretary, there should be Secretary Tina, I think she'll be good for it. And at the same time, alam ko naman the little big man from DILG has got a big heart, and I think he will be able to make the DILG, everybody follows the DILG, the local governments, especially with the Mandanas ruling. They will have a lot of money coming from the Mandanas ruling. So I don't see that as a problem.
Mr. Chair, with the permission of our officer in charge, just to respond to the manifestation.
Who is speaking?
Asik Kim De Leon po from DBM.
Go ahead, Kim.
Mr. Chair, those are the scenarios that we would like to iron out in our consultation with the DOH so that once we release the budget circular, we'll make sure that all the possible scenarios will be covered and that there will be a little to no room for error already for the implementation of that decision of the office.
May I ask you a favor? I don't want to impose myself on you, but I never leave something important which affects the lives of people simpering or hanging. I would advise you to do it by this coming week para matapos na ang problema. So our people who are suffering, our frontliners who are suffering, will be relieved and give them something to smile about and to say good things about our country for a change.
Definitely, Mr. Chair, will facilitate the immediate issuance of the circular.
Very good. As my professor in law, the late Justice Horado would say, definitely. Okay? All right? Pwede, walang dipindi. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. Kung may problema, sundan na lang natin sa DILG, but we will follow it up. I assure you, we'll be there to assist. Okay?
Chairman, thank you, Chairman. This is Migs.
Senator Smith, of course.
Yeah, I have to go. I have to log out
already. He will help, right, Migs?
I have to log out already. So I just wanted to ask Chairman, when will our next meeting be, so that we can prepare?
But before I tell you the next meeting, will you help these nurses fix it up with
Oh,
the
absolutely,
DOH
Mr.
and
Chairman.
DOH?
I've been fighting for them since last Monday pa.
That's what I like
Napasok
about
na ako
you.
sa TV and radio interview. Galit na nga sa akin si Secretary Duque, pero mahal ko pa rin siya. Tinutulungan natin siya.
Talagang galing mo talaga,
Gumanda yung
galing mo
DOH.
talaga.
Pero yung akin dyan, Mr. Chairman, when would the next meeting
The next
be?
meeting will be August the 25th at 10 a.m.
That's next week, next Tuesday. May I ask a favor, Mr. Chairman, if you can invite also members of the IATF so that we can discuss vaccines? Because I do not want to badger the good secretary because I know they have it's a delegation of duties, and I believe when it comes to the vaccines, the IATF.
I'm also of the same thinking. I don't cast aspersions and I don't categorize it on the basis of the noise created out there. As you can see, there's an explanation for everything, and therefore we will accommodate your request, and I hope that they will accommodate us ang IATF. Marami tayong dapat pag-usapan dyan, at it's always good to talk in an atmosphere where both of us listen and respect one another without insults. I mean, I don't like to see what happened in the House na pati talaga naging emotional na yan si Secretary Duque, which I think is not good. And I think we're all Filipinos. We're not Taliban, so I think we should be able to settle the problem very, very quickly.
Absolutely. So yun lang, Chairman. We'll just invite the IATF. The possible topics, of course, is the vaccine procurement and distribution. Remember, in the vaccination law that we authored, Mr. Chairman, that you're also a principal co-author, in Republic Act 11525, we included the provisions, particularly Section 4 and Section 5, wherein we allowed local government units and the private entities to import vaccinations as well as help government in the implementation of vaccines. So, Mr. Chairman, we just want to ask how the implementation of Section 3 and Section 4 and Section 5 of that law has been going on, and I believe this would be the proper forum rather than requesting the committee on whole to conduct a hearing. Since you're going to have a hearing already next Tuesday or next Wednesday, isama na rin po natin sila, and then we can ask. There are complaints in TV I watched last night. Governor Remulla was complaining about vaccine inequality, that Cavite was such a large province and yet he was not even being given enough vaccine. So we can all iron this out. Maybe the IATF also has a very good explanation, and hopefully we can invite them in the next
I
hearing.
think you will get some help from the IATF. I just want you to know the IATF provided the Red Cross with medicines, as they should, for vaccine. And we have 3 buses assigned to Cavite, 3 buses that will go bring the vaccine to the barangay, to the senior citizens, to everyone, so that we can facilitate. Other buses are going to Laguna and Quezon and Rizal, and we have already buses in Cebu. So the Red Cross is helping out as it should be, and we're very proud of that. So
Yes, and that is also an action of our law, Mr. Chairman. We put that under Section 5. We included the Red Cross as one of the implementers of the vaccination program.
definitely.
Yes.
And as we say,
You are my chairman.
as we say under Judge Jurado, again, Justice Jurado, definitely. All right?
Definitely, Mr. Chairman. Bisaya po ko, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You can see I'm trying to retain my sense of humor because after I got COVID, I had a lot of thinking, and when I was alone there, I spent my birthday alone there. A virtual birthday party was given to me, and I was very proud of our people. But nonetheless, I really think that God is good, and we should all be happy and thankful, and we should all love on one another, even if we're not gay. All right?
Mr. Chairman, the mere fact that we're all talking to each other today here in this meeting, we are blessed.
Yes.
We are blessed.
Well, you know, that's why I support all the gay folks. They're very, very gender neutral, and they're very good people, very creative, and that's why I always, as you know, we have a lot of them in the Red Cross, and I'm very proud of them as well. Thank you. So we will do that. Will the Director General please take note of all the issues that we're going to have to tackle? Dumami na ito.
Yes, Your Honor.
Remember, this is a Motu Proprio hearing. So we
Yes,
now
sir.
have Senator Subiri, the concern of Senator Dillon and Senator Marcos, which are quite good on the matter of the procurement and other things. Kindly give us a heads up and kindly prepare. I would not want to see too many people because hindi naman natin matatawag lahat yan. Yun lang talagang sasagot. Andiyan na ba si Secretary Duque? Because
I'm back. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm back.
was it successful, Secretary Duque? At the very least, we can laugh about it, can't we? You know.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
So we will have another meeting on August 25th at 10 a.m. What is it looking like? Are we going to have an extension? Because right now, I just got the word that we have 11,000 today, and that our positivity rate is about 23%. I don't know whether we'll be ready to get back by Monday.
Possibly, Mr. Chairman, as your majority floor leader, we may have a skeletal force in the Senate. It is impossible for us not to have sessions next week because there are so many bending measures.
Likewise, I have to make a report. I have tons and tons of reports to make. And I don't, please don't use the word skeletal.
Pass our statutory rape bill. We have to pass it. Sa atin yan. Sa ating dalawa. So we have to pass that.
Yes,
so
I'll do that. And
we'll
also
probably go to work on
yeah.
the skeletal force, but we'll have work on Monday. I would
Yeah.
request that for our colleagues.
All right, that's fine with me. You know, I'm a sucker for hard work, and we'll do that. All right. On that note, I thank you all very much. I thank our healthcare workers for your zeal. Do not lose that zeal. Never lose hope, because don't let your doubts stifle what you think rightfully and justifiably belongs to you. And I thank the Department of Health. Keep on working. Damn the torpedoes. You will know it never make everybody happy, but try to do as well as you can. Just like Attorney Giran in PhilHealth, he's trying to put good points into the goal so that at least may masasabing maganda. And certainly all the nurses are working so hard. And I thank my colleagues in the Senate. I thank the very genial, even if he's from the other school, but he went to the right law school, Chairman Aguinaldo of COA, and also all the others that have come here. Certainly, thank you all very much, and congratulations to our new Secretary of DBM. The President will be wrong if he doesn't make you Secretary. I think you're a very, very fine lady. I like the way you answer. There's no hesitation. And I thank, of course, our staff, Rudy Kimbo, and the staff of the Blue Ribbon, and my staff for working so hard. And God loves all of us. So thank you all very much. Session is suspended until August the 25th at 10 o'clock a.m. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas. Bawal mamatay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Gordon.
Thank you.